and emotion. We drive the conversation to change. Not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Signature TV Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, David Mark's leadership of ADC faces uncertainty. Bandits demand 30 million naira over kidnapped Unijos student. Benin's Wandangame wins presidential election with landslide 94% of votes. World faces food catastrophe if Strait of Hormuz disruption persists, FAO says. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Supreme Court has failed to determine if David Mark is the authentic chairman of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The failure of the Apex Court on Tuesday to give judgment in an appeal filed by David Mark was as a result of a failure of David Mark's lawyer to submit a written brief since the appeal was filed on March 31. Correspondent Chimeze Zindema has the rest of the story.
What was expected to be a decisive ruling on the leadership crisis in the African Democratic Congress (ADC) ended without a judgment. At the Supreme Court in Abuja, the 5-member panel led by Justice Mohammed Garba declined to proceed with the matter after counsel to David Mark, Jubu Okutepa San, failed to file a written brief of arguments, a key requirement for the hearing of the case. The brief, which ought to have been served on both the respondents and the justices, had not been filed since the appeal was entered on March 31st.
Well, the backdrop to what transpired in courts today is essentially the application of the appellant, that is Senator David Mark, requesting the Supreme Court to grant a stay of execution of the judgment of the Court of Appeal. They also sought alternative reliefs to restrain INEC, from enforcing the judgment of the Court of Appeal, amongst other reliefs that they asked. So I don't know, for whatever the reason may be, they have compiled and transmitted their record since the 31st of March. That's more than 14 days ago. They did not file a brief of argument, but the Supreme Court really bent over backwards to accommodate accelerated hearing of this appeal because there was no formal application before the courts. The interest was essentially to just get a stay of execution of the orders of the Court of Appeal.
Following an appeal of leniency, the court granted the counsel to David Mark 24 hours to file the brief, describing the case as sensitive and deserving of accelerated hearing. Respondents, including Naifu Gombe, Rauf Arebeshola, Ralph Wonsu, and Independent National Electoral Commission, were given 3 days to respond.
I rather brought before my lords a situation of extreme urgency and a situation that is of fundamental importance to democratic growth. And you can see that they also appreciated that position and have bent backwards to give me 1 day to file my brief and give the other party 3 days to file.
But counsel to Naifu Gombe, the first respondent, Robert Emupero, questioned the failure by David Mark's counsel to file the brief despite having more than 2 weeks. He noted that the Supreme Court had shown unusual flexibility to fast-track the matter. The counsel explained that what David Mark's appeal seeks is to halt enforcement of an earlier Court of Appeal judgment and restrain INEC from recognizing a rival leadership.
The Supreme Court gave the order that the case will be accelerated, and they were basically given less than 24 hours to file their brief, which is tomorrow. We were given 3 days to file our own brief, even though we requested for 5 days. And now the appeal itself, on the basis of the notice of appeal that they filed on the 16th of March, is fixed for the 22nd of April for definite hearing by the Supreme Court.
The court has adjourned the case to April 22nd for definite hearing, warning that the matter could have been concluded if all parties had complied with the procedural requirements. With multiple suits pending in different courts and factions still laying claim to the party structure, there are expectations that the Supreme Court could give judgment the same day as it begins a definite hearing of the appeal. The outcome of the appeal at the Supreme Court could also settle 2 other issues. That is whether the suit in the lower courts could proceed any further and whether David Mark will remain the national chairman of the African Democratic Congress. In Abuja, Chimizi Nzadima reporting for Signature Television.
A federal high court sitting in Kaduna has ordered that former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai remain in the custody of Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, pending the fulfillment of his bail conditions. Trial Judge Rwanu Aikawa granted the former governor bail in the corruption case filed against him, but directed that he remain in custody until all conditions attached to the bail are met. Speaking to journalists after the ruling, a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress and an ally of the former governor, Hayatunde Lawal, Akafi, described the bail conditions as excessive. Said the requirements include multiple conditions such as provision of landed property, a 200 million naira bond, and sureties with specific status, among others. Akafi argued that the conditions, which reportedly number up to 10, are too stringent and may be difficult to meet within a short period. Ruling means El Rufai will remain in ICPC custody until he satisfies all bail requirements set by the court. Tension is rising in the Oyo State House of Assembly amid reports of an alleged impeachment plot deepening political uncertainty within the state legislature. What began as speculation has escalated into a full-blown crisis, drawing attention from the All Progressive Congress, which is closely monitoring the situation. At the center of the development is a reported meeting held at the residence of Governor Seyi Makinde, where lawmakers were said to have gathered over concerns about a possible rift between the executive and legislative arms of government. In the aftermath, members of the Assembly have begun to publicly declare their positions, with some, including the Deputy Speaker, denying any involvement in the impeachment move, while others have remained silent, fueling speculation of internal divisions. The Chief Whip, Benga Uyekola, has strongly denied participating in any plot, stating that he was neither invited to nor aware of such plans. He also revealed that discussions at the governor's meeting included claims that the Speaker, Adebo Ogundoyi, had been approached by influential figures over his political future with alleged inducements that were reportedly rejected. Oyekola reaffirmed his loyalty to Governor Makinde and pledged commitment to maintaining peace and stability in the state. Despite these assurances, uncertainty persists as observers point to the silence of some lawmakers as a sign of deeper divisions within the Assembly. Senate President Godswill Akpabio says the recent surge in terrorist attacks across Nigeria is aimed at distracting President Bola Tinubu from his reform agenda. Akpabio made remarks in Abuja that the Commissioner of the Nigeria Revenue Service headquarters were alleged that attacks are being sponsored to undermine the administration. He expressed confidence that the situation would improve, insisted that the president is performing well despite what he described as a coordinated attempt to derail his efforts. Comments come shortly after President Tinubu had closed-door talks with the Chief of Defense Staff and a visiting French military official at the presidential villa as part of ongoing efforts to strengthen security collaboration. The meeting followed recent agreements with France to provide military equipment and training to support Nigeria's counterinsurgency operations, particularly in the northeast. Akpabio's remarks also come amid growing concerns over the country's security situation, including a recent airstrike in Yobe State that reportedly killed dozens of civilians. But the military described the operation as a targeted strike on a terrorist logistics hub. Human rights groups have called for an independent investigation. Fear and outrage have spread across Nigeria following the abduction of a University of Jos student with kidnappers demanding a 30 million naira ransom for his release. The student, identified as John Arum, was reportedly kidnapped by armed bandits while traveling along the Kaduna-Jos Highway, a route increasingly known for insecurity and abductions. The situation escalated after the abductors allegedly used the victim's phone to record and circulate videos of him being tortured, sharing the footage in his class group chat. The disturbing videos showed a student in distress pleading for his life while being subjected to physical abuse. A fellow student confirmed the incident, raising concerns that the victim's family may not yet be fully aware, as communications has reportedly been limited. The development has sparked widespread condemnation, with many Nigerians expressing anger over the worsening security situation in the country. Observers have also raised concerns that the kidnappers were not masked in the footage, suggesting the possibility of identifying those responsible. Citizens have called on security agencies, including the police and military, to act swiftly to rescue the student and bring the perpetrators to justice. As of now, there have been no official statement from security authorities on the incident or any rescue operation. Patients and residents of the leprosy settlement in Uji River, Enugu State, are living in fear amidst concerns they could be displaced following ongoing construction and expansion at the Uji River General Hospital within the same premises. However, the Anglican Diocese of Uji River, which is overseeing the project, says there is no cause for alarm. Correspondent Christopher Lele visited the settlement to assess the living condition of residents and what the future holds for the community. His report.
Established in 1936 by the Church Missionary Society, CMS, the Uji River Leprosy Settlement served as a sanctuary, providing treatment, shelter, and vocational support for people affected by once feared disease. Decades after medical science found a cure for leprosy, residents of this historic settlement say they have been left behind, struggling for dignity, support, and a place to truly call their home. Today, while leprosy is curable, the stigma remains, and so does the hardship for many residents. As a routine, the inmates of the center are exposed to the Word of God as a way of encouraging and giving them hope despite challenges. The chaplain of the settlement, an Anglican priest, Reverend Canon Donatus Izigbo, was on hand when Signature TV visited.
There's need for the government to think about them, knowing fully well that there are human beings like us. Some of them, no matter the cause of their whatever, handicaps or the affection or whatever, some of them are learned. Some of them are graduates.
Residents say they have been abandoned by those who are supposed to take care of them. The little support they get, according to them, comes largely from individuals and faith-based organizations who visit them once in a while. Sunday Wanolu from the Holy Fire Bible Church in Ogbu, Anambra State, was one of such visitors. He said the church is driven by compassion and stressed the need for more structured and sustained intervention.
We have everything we need, but these people are people in a camp. They're human beings like us, and they are image of God. So we should, as the children of God who know the importance of love, the importance of souls and salvation, we should go and look for these people and make a contribution and support their living.
But beyond acts of charity, community leaders insist that what they need is consistent government presence, not seasonal attention. Chairman of the residents, Cyprian Onu, decries what he describes as a circle of neglect by government and the society, noting that they are remembered only during campaigns for elections and forgotten once the election seasons are over. Many speak of years battling disease, only to face years of abandonment. They cite deteriorating infrastructure, poor sanitation, and lack of basic amenities as daily realities.
So we just stay here and suffer. No help.
You know, you will look bright and sharp now before you go and sell. So also my inmates, some have their hands are cut, some the legs, some even have sore on their feet. So we cannot do anything on our own.
Patients whose condition are still serious hardly get adequate medical attention. Mrs. Okoria, whose husband was recently admitted, narrates her ordeal taking care of him.
We don't have doctors. Only some that used to tell us what to do or write medicine for us to go out and buy the medicine.
The biggest concern of the residents at the moment is the fear of being thrown out of the settlement as a result of the ongoing construction and expansion of the Uji River General Hospital, where the center is located.
They don't want us again here. We thank God.
The Anglican Diocese of Uji River, which is executing the hospital project, however, says the fear is unfounded. The Director of Works for the diocese, Reverend Canon Chinedu Azunachuku, said that on the contrary, the diocese plans to upgrade facilities at the settlement with help of a foreign partner.
We plan to build a separate office, a clinic for them, and a place where they can be gathering for their meeting. and this organization has picked this project up. Last week, I sent a quotation to them, and they said, okay, that they will send the money to us to start work.
For a community that has endured disease, stigma, and decades of neglect, the demand is no longer just survival, but inclusion, recognition, and dignity. The question remains, will those concerned respond in a manner that will be sustainable for the people? In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
June equities market has opened the week on a positive note, with investors recording a gain of 443 billion naira amid renewed buying interest across major stocks. Market capitalization rose by 0.34%, increasing from 131.165 trillion naira at the start of trading to 131.608 trillion naira at the close of the session. Similarly, the whole share index advanced by 688.43 points, or 0.34%, to settle at 204,445.86. Market breadth closed positive, with 32 gainers outperforming 24 losers, while the year-to-date return improved to 31.39%. On the gainers chart, NGX Group led with a 10% increase, followed by Transnationwide Express, MC Nichols, VFD Group, and Chams, all posting notable gains. On the flip side, Berger Paints recorded the highest loss, trailed by Academy Press, Covington Offshore Support Group, Honeywell Flour, and CAP. Despite a bullish performance, overall trading activity declined, with total volume dropping by over 14% to 470.01 million shares valued at 32.45 billion naira, executed in more than 60,000 deals. Access Corporation led the volume chart, while Ardell Holdings topped the value chart. Analysts say the positive performance reflects renewed investor confidence, even as trading volume showed a slight slowdown. Benin's Wadani wins presidential election with landslide, 94% of votes. World faces food catastrophe if Strait of Hormuz disruption persists, FAO says. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Senior Chinese diplomat Sun Wendong has been dismissed from his post as Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs in the latest case of a high-ranking official being removed from office by Beijing. The Ministry of Human Resources announced the news in a brief post on its website on Tuesday, citing a decision of the State Council, the highest body of state power in China. The post did not say why or when Sun had been dismissed, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website shows his last public engagements were meetings with the ambassadors of Brunei and Malaysia to China on March 13th. 2 days earlier, Sun had met Pakistan's ambassador to China to discuss bilateral cooperations, according to a post on diplomat Kelly Hashmi's X account. Dismissals of this kind in the Chinese government usually indicate high-level disciplinary action and are often followed by news of an investigation. Sun's dismissal notice included the removal of another official, An Lungsheng, from his post as Deputy Director of the National Railway Administration. Benin's Minister of Finance, Romuald Wadagni, has secured a landslide victory in the country's presidential election with more than 94% of the votes, according to provincial results. Sakar Lafia, head of the country's Independent Electoral Commission, announced on national television late on Monday night that the results were based on more than 90% of votes counted, highlighting Wadagni's unassailable lead. Voter turnout for the election stood at 58.78%, Lafia said. Opposition candidate Paul Huengpe of the Kari Forces for an Emerging Benin Party acknowledged his defeat earlier in the night in a television statement carried by local broadcasters. Wadagni is the chosen successor of Benin's president, Patrice Talon, and was backed by the country's governing coalition. Talon is stepping down after completing 2 full 5-year terms. The elections come 4 months after Benin's government were rocked by a coup attempt, which was put down by security forces with the assistance of Nigerian troops. The Food and Agriculture Organization has warned that a prolonged disruption in the Strait of Hormuz could result in a global food catastrophe, as shipments of critical agricultural inputs remain blocked in the key waterway due to the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Food prices have not risen yet because existing stocks are absorbing the shock. The United Nations body's chief economist, Maximo Torero, alongside David Laborde, director of FAO's Agri-Food Economies Division. But if traffic through the strait does not resume, the shocks to energy and fertilizer markets will translate into higher commodity and retail prices later this year and into 2027, Laborde added. Exports of 20 to 45% of key agri-food inputs rely on sea passage through the Strait of Hormuz, according to the FAO. Nearly half of the world's traded urea, the most widely used fertilizer, and large volumes of other fertilizers are exported from Gulf countries via the Strait of Hormuz, making global agriculture highly exposed to any disruption there. At least 3 vessels, including 2 United States-sanctioned tankers, have entered the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz on the first full day of the U.S. blockade on ships calling at Iranian ports, according to shipping data. As the 3 vessels transiting the straits on Tuesday were not heading to Iranian ports, they were not affected by the blockade. Panama-flagged Peace Gulf, a medium-range tanker, is heading to Hamria port in the United Arab Emirates, LSEG data showed. The vessel typically moves Iranian naphtha, a petrochemical feedstock, to other non-Iranian ports in the Middle East for exports to Asia, Kepler data showed. Prior to this, 2 U.S.-sanctioned tankers passed through the narrow waterway, through which a fifth of global energy exports pass. Handy tanker Mulikishan is heading to Iraq to load fuel oil on Thursday, Kepler data showed. The vessel, formerly known as MKA, has transported Russian and Iranian oil. Another sanctioned tanker, Rich Starry, would be the first to make it through the strait and to exit the Gulf since the blockade began on Monday, data from LSEG and Kepler showed. The tanker and its owner, Shanghai Zerum Shipping Co. Limited, were sanctioned by the U.S. for dealing with Iran. And that's it on the international news.
Let's now join Christopher Lele for sports.
A Ghanaian Premier League footballer, Dominic Frimpong, was killed after armed robbers attacked his team on the way back from an away fixture on Sunday. Berwickam Chelsea FC said in a statement that marksmen wielding guns and assault rifles fired on the team bus and forced the players to take cover in the bushes. The robbery, according to Ghana police, occurred around 10:30 p.m. local time. Frimpong sustained gunshot wounds and died in hospital. He was the only reported fatality among nearly 30 people on board. although at least one other individual sustained serious injuries. Manchester United interim boss Michael Carrick blasted referee Paul Tierney for sending off Lisandro Martinez in Monday's 2-1 defeat against Leeds. Martinez was dismissed in the second half at Old Trafford after the United defender pulled the hair of Leeds striker Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Tierney showed the Argentine a red card after VAR officials told him to consult the pitch side monitor. Martinez could face a 3-match ban and asked if United could appeal. Carrick said they were going to have to discuss it, but he thinks it's a bad decision. In tennis, Jack Draper's start to the clay court season began in disappointing fashion as he retired injured late in the deciding third set of his first-round match against Argentine Thomas Martin at the Barcelona Open. Despite winning the first set in his first match since his second-round exit from the hard-court Miami Open on March 20, Draper struggled with his movement thereafter and had tape applied below his right knee by a physio in the break between second and third sets. But after losing the second set 6-3, Draper had just been broken for the second time and trailed Thomas by 4-1 in the third before withdrawing from the match. In cricket, James Anderson rolled back the years with a brilliant intervention to bowl Lancashire to a surprise last-day win over Derbyshire. Anderson, now 43 and 2 seasons on from retiring as England's record test wicket-taker, claimed 4 for 18 to fire the Red Rose to a 20-run win at Emirates Old Trafford. Anderson's first win as permanent Lancashire captain lifts the side to second after 2 matches of the Division 2 season. Chasing a modest 138, Derbyshire were ruled for 108 with Anderson dismissing Martin Anderson, among others, at the bowler's end to finish things. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Let's turn our attention now to entertainment news.
Celebrity Nigerian businessman Linus Williams Ifejirika, popularly known as B-Lord, has reportedly been moved from a criminal cell due to health concerns. The development comes 2 weeks after the Federal High Court in Abuja ordered his remand at Kuje Prison for 26 days, following his arraignment on multiple charges, including impersonating social media activist Martin Vincent, popularly known as Very Dark Man, and forgery. Providing an update via his Instagram story, Very Dark Man revealed that B-Lord has been unwell since April 6, 2026. He also shared a WhatsApp message claiming that B-Lord was transferred from Egypt to a section of Kuje Prison reportedly housing armed robbers and other high-risk inmates to a segregation unit due to his deteriorating health. In the same update, Very Dark Man took a swipe at Omoyele Sowore, criticizing his inability to secure B-Lord's release. Despite this, he stated he may consider showing tempered mercy. Earlier, Sowore, a prominent human rights activist and former presidential candidate, had condemned the speed and circumstances surrounding B-Lord's remand, accusing Very Dark Man and his legal team of acting oppressively. Nollywood actor Jide Kene Achifusi has officially tied the knot with his partner Ifeoma in a white wedding ceremony held in Milan, ushering in a new chapter in his personal life. Clips from the ceremony that surfaced online captured touching moments as the couple exchanged vows in a serene sanctuary and sealed their union with a kiss at the altar. The celebration continued with a vibrant reception where guests enjoyed music and festivities in a lively atmosphere. Among those in attendance was fellow Nollywood actor Uzi Usman, who joined other guests in celebrating the newlyweds. In the days leading up to the wedding, Achifusi had hinted at the big occasion through a series of social media posts. He shared pre-wedding photos with captions like "First look, wedding bells," and "To have and to hold," all tagged with the hashtag #JideIfe2026. He later confirmed the marriage on Monday by posting a wedding photo alongside his bride, accompanied by the caption, Igbanku Ifemelu na Anambra, hashtag Jide Ife 26. The announcement sparked a wave of congratulatory messages from fans, colleagues, and well-wishers, many celebrating the actor's transition into married life. Known for keeping his personal life largely private, Achifus's public wedding reveal came as a pleasant surprise to many of his followers. US pop star Britney Spears has reportedly checked herself into a rehabilitation facility following her arrest last month on suspicion of driving under the influence near Los Angeles. The 44-year-old singer was taken into custody in early March by the Ventura County Sheriff's Department over the alleged DUI incident. She was released shortly after, with her representative describing the situation as completely inexcusable and stating that she would take responsibility and comply with legal requirements, according to reports. On Sunday, several U.S. media outlets confirmed that Spears voluntarily entered the treatment center, although the exact date of her admission remains unclear. She's expected to appear in court on May 4th in connection with the DUI case, as reported by the Los Angeles Times. Spears, who rose to global fame in the late 1990s with chart-topping hits like Baby One More Time, has largely stepped away from the music spotlight in recent years. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left. In all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of our numbers 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observe
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
It's safe to say that this week or this period has been quite a period for the ADC. I mean, yesterday they had about 3 court cases, 2 with the Federal High Court and 1 with the Supreme Court. And events unfolded quite interestingly, seeing that the Federal High Court did not proceed fully with the case, because continuing with conflict with the higher court authority. And even when it comes to the Supreme Court as well, the case was also adjourned to the 22nd. So as it stands now, everything is still, the status quo is still maintained, and the leadership crisis has still been unresolved. And no side has really been confirmed as the definite leadership of the ADC. I think it's safe to say, let us wait until the 22nd of April to see how this turns out. And till then, the ADC will just have to, keep pushing and waiting to hear what the final judgment will be. All the best to them anyway. Good morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Wednesday, the 15th day of April 2026. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, and we'll be bringing up our newspaper headlines and review in a moment, so do stay with us. Welcome back. Now, looking at the headlines we have this morning, we'll start with the Punch newspaper. It says ADC convention, Mark Atiku Arebeshola tackle Tinubu on hardship insecurity. With rider Obi Amechi decry rising poverty. ADC chiefs predict tough 2027 for Tinubu. Supreme Court to hear ADC leaders appeal against INEC, April 22nd. ADC factional leader mocks Mark, others over convention. Beside the mass coup probe, detained soldiers' wives demand justice. FG spent 75 billion naira on arms amid worsening insecurity. Chibok girls remembered in emotion-laden photo exhibition. Akpabio links terror attacks to plots against Tinubu. Nigeria's debt hits 159.28 trillion naira on fresh loans. FAC deductions gulp 41% of 84 trillion naira revenue. Security beefed up at JAMB exam centers, says police. Suspected cultists beat Lagos monarch's son to death. And finally, on the Punch newspaper, Olubadan, Ajimobi's widow, denied plot to impeach Makinde. Over to the Nigerian Tribune. The ADC still on the headlines. David Mark says that ADC won't surrender to tyranny. Renewed hope is scam Arebeshola. We will win 2027 election, says Atiku. Nigeria heading to disaster with huge debt, Obi. Party needs viable candidates to defeat Tinubu, Amechi. Court orders parties to maintain status quo in state chairman's suit. Page 3 says no country can develop. No country can develop with inefficient tax system, Tinubu. Inaugurates NRS head office in Abuja. Insecurity will stop after election, Akpabio. Page 21 says FG Defense Air Force insists Borno airstrike was precision operation. Supreme Court orders accelerated hearing in PDP APC leadership crisis matter. Fixes April 22nd for definite hearing. 2027 Ogun Muslims demand governorship slots. Olubadan, Ajimobi, others deny plots to impeach Makinde. No money exchange hands in impeachment plot or your speaker. Olubadan throne should not be dragged into dirty politics. Oba Ladoja. I did not convene, attend, participate in any such meeting. Ajimobi. Stop peddling rumors. Ex-Oyo speaker warned Ogundoyin. On health, new stool test detects 90% of colorectal cancers on page 4. Now, the Vanguard newspaper headline, above the mast on page 19, NMDPRA says daily petrol imports rise 96.6% to 5.9 million litres. Why Kwara is the best place to give birth, raise a child in Nigeria today. And this is from Governor Abdul Razak. Gili airstrike, no innocent victims, Defense Minister. UN's FAO chief speaks at Vanguard Economic Discourse on Agri sector. All right, the ADC 2027 ADC dares court INEC holds convention. On page 5. Over to the Nation newspaper. Page 5 says why Aidetiwa shouldn't give Ondo South senatorial slot to Ilaje Esheodo. NRS raised tax revenue from 711 billion naira to 3.6 trillion naira in 2 years, with rider 19 million taxpayers now captured. Tinubu reforms key to growth. Still on the Nation newspaper, IMF recapitalization of banks suffer against global shocks. G24 chair Edu to central bank steer economies out of energy crisis. ADC expels Nafiu Bala Abejide, 5 others. Mark vows no surrender. El Rufai gets 200 million naira bail. ADC PDP Supreme Court fixes April 22nd for hearing. Fela Shadiadu honored on page 3. Federal government plans support for Gili Market bombing victims. All right, on the Guardian newspaper, it says of the major headline on page 6, ADC on brink of 2027 exclusion as court battles deadline draw near. SDP CHRICED worry as Akpabio claims rising insecurity politically driven. Tinubu reforms pushed Nigeria's revenue to 3.6 trillion naira monthly, says NRS boss. Borno Benue top MBS records of 3.38 million IDPs across 14 states. JAMB police dismiss safety concern as 2.2 million candidates set for UTME. Oyo lawmakers Ajimobi deny impeachment plot against Makinde. Rising LPG prices, Middle East crisis threaten Nigeria's cooking gas market. IMF downgrades Nigeria's GDP outlook, warns of rising risks. Now let's look at the Daily Trust. It says, old tax laws impoverished Nigerians, says Tinubu. FCT community students trek 7 kilometers to school in Niger. IMF cuts Nigeria's growth rate from 4.4% to 4.1%. All right, that is what we have on the major headlines on the papers this morning. And now for our review, let's welcome Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Richard. And good morning, our dear people of the world. Welcome to another day on Signature TV Newspaper Review. We thank God for his message.
Of course. Let's talk about ADC because that's what is happening now on all the headlines. So ADC, David Mark is saying that ADC won't surrender to tyranny. Their definite hearing has been pushed to April 22nd. So a lot of things, they're saying renewed hope is a scam. Atiku is saying they will win 2027 election. ADC is just having quite a period.
Yeah, it's quite eventful. And within 48 hours, the Nigerian Temple of Justice has been on a Nollywood drive of drama. Several dramas written and being played out. On Tuesday, the High Court in Abuja was supposed to sit on a case related to ADC. Everybody gathered international press gathered because they're supposed to give judgment. And when they came, the judgment was shifted to Wednesday, the next day. That was yesterday. Okay, it was on Monday, then yesterday, Tuesday, the whole drama started playing and it was shifted to Tuesday. The world gathered again at the Supreme Court. INEC, ADC case should be heard, and the ones that have been postponed by the high courts are going to be heard the same day. Everybody gathered. None of the courts delivered the judgment. They postponed the evil day. They postponed this energy and want to muffle it. If anything happened to Nigeria, the Nigerian courts, especially the Supreme Court, the high courts, are going to be held responsible for whatever happens. I stand here to say it. The ABC have been given, INEC is giving them deadline for whatever they're going to do to satisfy. And the courts are helping to stress these deadlines by pushing 27th of April, which, from what they have played out, you are not sure they are going to sit in judgment. They can as well push it to June. So, and then the same people who came up and told us that justice denied is justice delayed is justice denied. So, what are they playing out for? I think the whole madness that has been running around the Nigerian political structure has affected the justice system. And it's unfortunate that the last hope of man in a third world nation like the courts are being played about by the politicians for their own good. I stand to be corrected. What has stopped the 5 justices sitting by finding technical reasons? Because the courts will always find technical reason to take any decision they want to take. Knowing how sensitive these cases are, why are we still dealing with technicalities and not sort out something that is boiling? Why didn't they go a court give an order for the convention, and the police should have stepped into the convention, the army and the security, to begin to arrest them and stop? Everything is showing that there is a calculated attempt to muffle the opposition, whichever side it is. The headlines here said the options for the voters has been narrowed. LP in crisis, MNPP in crisis, Labour in crisis, PDP in crisis. That's the ones you can hear the name. All those one-man party. If anybody rise up and say anything, they will go into crisis. Who is pushing this crisis? Are you going to tell the whole 240 million Nigerians that the people pushing this crisis are not known? Take a survey. Ask people, who do you think are the causes? And 90 million flies cannot be wrong. If they keep talking and pushing somewhere, telling that the central ruling party is. What happened in Abuja? The ADC were denied place they will hold convention. They went to a private property, paid few hours to convene. The owner of the property was put in, they just carry fire, put for in backside. And he started saying, I'm not taking the money. You come and take your money. I don't want to. Can you imagine? National political, the political party in Nigeria to hold convention with that number of followers that we saw in various videos. And you think these are the power you muffle, you go back to. I think they should be more creative, because there's a way you muffle some. If people, I'm not being consulted. I'm not even a consultant to pranks and wickedness. But if you have believed that you want to get back on second tenor, be more creative. Don't make some necessary move that shows all you have in mind. And everybody now looking at all the oppositions as underdog. That is the marketing of whoever is planning that. Because in Africa, underdogs, whether they are right or wrong, I've always received sympathy. That is why I'm saying some of our Nigerian politicians, in their think of political cleverness, are so dumb in certain of their decisions they take. If you look at the whole Nigeria, as complex as Nigeria is, and you feel that there are certain things you do to muffle people, and when those energies you are muffling begin to explode, who are you going to blame?
Okay, another major headline we see is this Olubadon and Ajimobi. They deny plot to impeach Makinde, and Obaladoja is saying that the throne should not be dragged into dirty politics. The Oyo speaker is saying that no money exchange hand in impeachment plots.
From all you can read in between the lines, you find out there were maybe moves that hit deadline. Now, there's no smoke without fire in Nigeria. The same Makinde may have shown seriousness to still stand with PDP and negotiating alliance with ADC. Then, move or rumors of impeachment following his backside has come. They now put fire so that anywhere. Of course, the side that are playing it, there are individuals we know who have boasted that they can set fire anywhere that they need to be set fire. And they have done that. So once you are a governor, you stand on a very solid ground of your principle, showing where you stand at all times. And some people will be sent to, if they are not telling you that your wife wants to divorce you, they will tell you that your son, you are no more the father of your son. They have gone to there. There might be something to destabilize you. And look at what they are coming now. And all of them are coming out to deny. But if you ask Nigerians, there might have been some moves. Some people may have been moving to see how they make sure that Makinde should not be in Abuja. He should be in Ibadan fighting, what they call it, well, Nigeria is funny. There was a musician that time, Abu. There was one time he did one viral video when the first time impeachment became an issue in Nigeria. He was playing his music and he was saying impeach, impeach, impeach. He was, dramatizing. If you do this, I impeach you. The impeachment doesn't work again because what happened is that what is Zibo is Bengwe. The Nigerian governors, they got a lot of money from the same people who might be plotting to impeach them. So, and once there's money that is needed, is now who funds more. And I think the states are now so rich that if you want to impeach the governors, they can give up the whole states to make sure they retain that position. So at the end of it all, who suffers? The ordinary masses. Money that be used to provide some certain things of infrastructure, that to seemingly seem that we're having dividend. They know you don't find them mentioning dividend of democracy because they use it against themselves. No, it's either they're running around to build the bridges and horse trading, who should be impeached, who should, that's all they're doing now. So we have 2027 in the first half of 2026, and it's not auguring well for us because everybody has forgotten our troubles as ordinary Nigerians. The politicians are trending. They are the trendies, and when ordinary people like us who are suffering and buying fuel at 2,000 naira on the average, who cannot stay in the house because the landladies and landlords have increased the house rents by 150%. The food in the market, the money can't buy them because this is time for politicians. They've mopped up all the money in society and using it to organize convention and bribe people, and they give power. Look at how much federal government budgeted for court case for 2027. It will tell you where we are going. Nigeria, well, we are Nigerians, and why we are here with passion and energy talking about headlines of Nigeria newspapers is for us to bring it to the fore. People should know what these headlines mean. From our point of view, you are free also to review your own and analyze. But from what we are seeing here, Nigeria is not at home. We are in 2027 at the first early stage of 2026. And the fast forwarding is always not good because what a blue chiozo or babu onwe also. If any child gets in front of his God or his chi, he will be on endless run all his life. And of course, he will faint along the line because you can't run faster than your shadow or your chi.
Okay, now Akpabio links terror attacks to plot against Tinubu, and he says on the Nigerian Tribune that insecurity will stop after election.
You plead with me to say there are some insensitive and shameless comments that will be tagged to some high individuals in Nigeria, you begin to feel ashamed for yourself. I've always said, if I carry the corpse of another man, it looks like you're carrying a dead wood. For this kind of statement to be ascribed to the third citizen of Nigeria, the president of the Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria, I begin to doubt whether he really said it. But if he said it, in my Igbo language, they say, even if when it turned out to sound as if you are insolent to an elder, you carry basket in your face, cover your face to talk to the elder. I think if our Senate President, respected Honorable Senate President, distinguished Senator Akpabio, said this, it shows how high level of insensitivity coming from his own side. He has not seen the viral video of 35 students that their hairs are being chopped off in a viral video posted. So we go like this. This is how we continue. So what they are saying, bear the pain of kidnap, rape, beheading, murder, abduction, paying ransom. Bear it until 2027. No politician, not even the president of the Senate, and that is reading the mind because he is an active ADC politician. So he's saying the mind of ADC for what he has said, that ADC is not interested in doing anything until 2027. Good luck. So Nigerians have had it. If it's coming from the Senate President, what else do you want me to say? Everybody, if he touches you, they kidnap you, kill you, abduct you, wait. After 2027, the federal government will come to your help. That is shameful, it's wickedness at the high level, it's selfishness. If Nigerian politicians find a way, then what pains me is that they also should be clever and intelligent on what they give out to the press so that Nigerians won't go with such impression. It shows there's certain things you say and you go viral. People will begin to say, so this is the country we find ourselves. There are Nigerians, from what the newspaper quoted the Senate President to say, take what you have felt in your hand. If they kidnap you, go with them. If they kill you, may your soul rest in peace. Till after 2027, the Senate, led by the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Akpabio, that is when they will sit down to talk about your fate. This is incredible. I am ashamed, to say the least. But you go on. We are in Nigeria.
Yeah, and speaking of this issue of insecurity, the MBS records Borno and Benue at the top of records of about 3.38 million IDPs across 14 states.
And then we're talking about it till after 2027. Anything on insecurity now. More people will go into IDP. The IDP will be overflowing. Even some of these things, like you look at what happened at Jiri. The Nigerian Air Force aeroplane was tracking and they went into the market that's been closed 5 years ago, and people who are going there, they mixed up with everything, and the risk, the Nigerian Air Force considered that the risk is to even bomb and whatever, decimate, instead of allowing such a number of terrorists and bandits to keep harassing the area. Now, what are we saying? The number of people that survived the hospital, the ones that their village has been decimated, that will go into ID camps, that will still having what they call emergency ID camp, because the ID camps are overflowing. So imagine the number coming from 2 states. And rising the case is coming in Kwara. Talk about Plateau, talk about Benue, the number of IDPs there. Is this the leg now go take reach Umuahia? When the Senate President has said, just wait, whether you are in IDP camp, whether you are in bandits and terrorists today, whether you are whatever you are talking now is only 2027 after that, because whatever is happening here is to embarrass the president. That's another, somebody ordinary who they gave money to form city girls and city boys, said it, and Nigerians reacted and didn't take it. Coming from the president, that whatever is happening is to embarrass President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in the person of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, Jagaban himself. When everyone is saying he's been embarrassed, that means we start from 2027 that the bandit and terror started gaining ground in Nigeria. It was targeted to embarrass Tinubu in 2026. It's wonderful. And all the number of attacks in Nigeria and the number of citizens who have been killed out of the all of them share it among, like I said yesterday, National Assembly members, ministers, everybody in the structure of this government are being targeted for. But then they say is the president. Senate president is not embarrassed. It's only Tinubu that is embarrassed with what's happening in Nigeria. And everybody who is doing it, all the bandits and terrorists belong to LP, Labour Party, NMPP, they belong to ABC, they belong to PDP. These are where the bandits and terror. And they are killing Nigerians to embarrass the central ruling party, ADC, and led by our the president. That's what the statement is saying. And that, as far as they're concerned, it sounded so good to tell. There's nothing, the gate man has not seen in the ghetto. Because we have had this kind of thing. In the same Nigeria, they told us, this government, when they coming up, said PDP did not service the aircraft, the helicopter that carried the vice president then, and they crashed. They said PDP used it, PDP government used it for 16 years, they didn't service it. Nigerians kept quiet. So people come out, churn out to go to see. After a batch of drinking and what I say, you wake up in the morning and you open up your mouth, say anything to Nigerians, they will take it. We are Nigerians. Go ahead, tell us. Don't think of another thing you think you tell us and we'll be here talking about it. This is one of it. Everything happening in Nigeria now is to embarrass the president. And what the ruling party is doing to embarrass the 240 million Nigerians, it can wait till 2027 is gone. So, no problem.
Well, Chris, as we always say, Nigerian wahala no dey finish.
My sister, I know they finish. My only wahala is that every day it keeps to multiply it. Look at the top line of the Vanguard. Daily petrol import rises to 96.6%, up to 5.9 million liters a day. That's what Nigeria, as the 6th highest crude oil producing country in the world, is importing 100% of their petroleum use. And we are not ashamed. Some people sit in NNPCL. Some people are still sitting in the Ministry of Oil and Gas, whether at the state or the federal or whatever. And we are importing 96.6% is 100% of our crude oil you are importing, whatever it is, we are importing. And you say, Nigeria, you mentioned, is it not an irony, an error, that we sit and live in the beach and we wash our hands with saliva?
Well, Chris, it's quite sad, yes, but we have to.
Well, we are going there. God bless you. God bless everybody. But the good, the bad, and the ugly. Because God Himself, He knows how He blesses. God bless you, Uche. God bless Signature TV. God bless me too, despite all the energy we put into this, and things seem to, while I know the end. But God bless all of us. But remember, God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for joining us in this newspaper review. Signature Morning will be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. It's time for our first discussion with Barrister Henry Ekene, a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, to talk on, looking at 2027 political build-up, INEC, Nigerian courts, and the future of Nigeria's democracy, particularly seeing how events unfolded yesterday with the with the ADC. You're welcome, Barrister Ekene. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good morning. It's my pleasure.
It's our pleasure to have you as well. Now, we spoke about, the role of the judiciary yesterday, and how you mentioned how it's not justifiable for them to be handling cases of inter-party disputes and problems. But now that we see how events have unfolded, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I mean, seeing that both of the courts, there was no final judgment or final ruling to, the cases brought before them yesterday. So what do you think about how events unfolded and the adjournment of the case?
Yes, apparently the procedure in courts is such that parties have to be heard before the court, and in the court here I refer to the judges, will consider the issues, the legal issues canvassed before them, and then the judges would also do an supposedly independent finding of those issues, legal issues, and then do some legal analysis and come up with his own thoughts about what the decision should be. So as of yesterday, much of the expectations were even such that decisions were going to be made yesterday. But it does appear, to my understanding, that it was rather hearing, and then the courts haven't heard in some cases, adjourned for decision, and in some cases in adjourned for further hearing. I think apparently for the procedure, that's what it is. Then like we discussed yesterday, the impact of the judicial intervention or interference with internal affairs of political parties cannot be overemphasized. We have expressed our concerns, especially the fact that even our electoral regime, that's the law, the legal framework, the principal legal framework being the Electoral Act 2026, maintained that provision to the effect that internal affairs of political parties should be allowed for those associations, political parties, that's what they are, though registered with INEC, to deal with the issues of internal dispute resolution and, if you like, sanctions, which they have in their constitution and certain other guidelines. So it's worrisome as we continue to experience the interference, more appropriately, interference of the judiciary. But like we said, this time it's come before the Supreme Court again. Let's see what the Supreme Court decisions will be on the respective matters. The Supreme Court haven't laid a precedent, and also that being law, because the prophecies of what the courts will indeed say or do, that's law. But the sources of law include judicial pronouncements, judgments of court, especially the ultimate, the apex court. So we have two aspects of the law here: the substantive electoral law, which is the Electoral Act 2026, and then the case law, which is the decision of the Supreme Court, and both to the effect that these kinds of matters and legal issues should be left within the purview of the political parties to address on the basis of their mechanisms for dispute resolution and sanctions. Again, I wouldn't want to delve deeper because these matters are sub judice with respect to the ongoing, I don't know if it ended yesterday, the ongoing National Convention of the African Democratic Congress. The implication, then I haven't had these matters in court and aspects of the matters being sub judice, and then the controversies around it, and the ongoing convention. I would only highlight to this extent, but I'm afraid, I'm sorry, I can't go much deeper in my analysis, the propriety or otherwise of the convention, considering the pending matters before the court. But again, I am not sure, to the best of my knowledge, whether there is any order of court outrightly restraining the ADC from conducting the convention. I do not think that, to the best of my knowledge, I'm aware that such order exists. Because what it does appear to me was that the trial Federal High Court has been ordered at that time by the Court of Appeal to accelerate the hearing before the court. And then the controversial, or rather deliberately misinterpreted order to maintain status quo ante bellum also came a talking point. But like I said, going deep into the merits or otherwise of these matters, and then even the action of the ADC will be unprofessional for me.
That is quite understood, Barrister Ekene. But let's talk about, how this adjournments and delays could possibly affect the ADC, because 2027, everyone is getting ready. They're supposed to have, like you mentioned, their conventions and what have you. And seeing that the Supreme Court has adjourned the proceedings concerning their matter, how dangerous would you say that these delays would be, particularly looking at the timeline that they have to get things done and prepare for the election and also field their candidates and what have you?
Yes, I understand that that's been a concern, but even as much as that is a concern, I do not think that any political party has yet conducted their primaries for the purpose of electing their candidates yet. The timetable still has sufficient window for the political parties to do that. Even the political parties that don't seem to have crisis or controversies haven't yet conducted their primaries yet. And that's why it became imperative for the ADC to constitute the leadership of the party, because the leadership has significant role to play towards the primaries, and then even relationship with the commission, that is INEC, with respect to presentation of candidates and all of those requirements of the law and the guidelines of the commission. So I think that before it will become threatening, like being late, that these matters ought to have been decided. And that's why some of us are calling on the courts, but Honorable Justice Rite, Honorable Justice, I mean the Federal High Court where the matter is, I think I'm right, and then the Supreme Court to do just the needful. You see, there's always been a tradition of expediting hearing and proceedings in political matters. And then that's not fortuitous, it's not by chance, it's because of the tight schedule for elections. And then the almost immutable timetable and schedule of activities that have already been released by the commission. So I think that the courts are sensitive to that, and that's why even the Court of Appeal the other time actually ordered accelerated hearing. And let me even say here, the nature of these matters are such that they can actually end within a week. I do understand that the matters before the Federal High Court apparently would have been commenced by way of originating summons or originating motion. And then maybe by way of educating our viewers, there are basically 4 methods of commencing action in court. It is not all of these methods that reflect the generally perceived long proceedings in court. When matters are not felt, they are felt not to be very contentious, but for interpretation of certain provisions of instruments like the constitution of the political party. They could be commenced in that method. And then that simply means the judge, the judge is invited to interpret that instrument. And that matter is almost like 90% done in chambers. Because before the lawyers even file their processes, they had done everything they needed to say, all the arguments, legal arguments, including the authorities, that the case laws they desire to refer the court to. So as you're filing, you already filed everything, both parties. So when a date is set up for hearing, it is more or less about adopting those processes you have filed. And in some cases, 10-15 minutes adumberation, clarification or further explanation of some of those very vital points you want the court to pay attention to. So, and after that day of hearing, both parties, one single day, witnesses are not expected to get into the witness box, and then gets through the rigorous process of examination in chief, and then cross-examination and re-examination. In this case, they adopt their processes, make a little bit of deeper explanation, and it's adjourned for ruling. It is the judge that now goes back to chambers and then studies all of these processes and come back for ruling. So, and again, for a country that ordinarily should collectively contribute to deepening democracy, including the judiciary, in deepening democracy, then it means that these political matters should be given priority, some attention, I expect. So that question you asked, the impact and the effect and the political parties, especially those political parties that are in some form of turmoil, and then as if they are deliberately orchestrated, really. But they can get through it. I think the courts will be able to decide all of these matters, and we should have a direction of the leadership of these political parties. The African Democratic Congress, the People's Democratic Party, and then I don't know the position of the Labour Party at the moment. And I do know that even other political parties, we may perceive them to be small political parties now, but if certain political bigwigs move to those political parties, they will become some political parties of interest that other political parties will want to antagonize and then see one way or another to probably destabilize them. But for the moment, it's the ADC and the PDP. And I think that these matters will get clear. And we need the courts to help in this direction.
Now, while you were speaking, you mentioned something that caught my attention. When you mentioned the political parties that seem to be having some issues within them, like the PDP, you also mentioned the ADC and the Labour Party as well. and about the possibility of their disputes being deliberately orchestrated. Now, I want you to expand more on that and tell us what you think is currently going on in the political space, and if you think that the internal party disputes and problems that are currently happening amongst most of the parties now are externally influenced or deliberately orchestrated.
Yeah, there's been the perception of crisis-ridden political parties and the accusation that their crises were actually externally influenced, and probably maybe some of their members being agents for that destruction of their political parties. And then they seem to want to suspect and allege that the ruling All Progressives Congress could be responsible for some of the crises in those political parties. But I think, for me, assuming without conceding really that that's the situation, would you then continue to look at the externalities, those who are outside and then causing crises or troubles in your party, or focus on the internal avoidable crisis you have within your party? I think my prescription should be that the political parties that are affected should look inwards and then strategize to be able to strengthen their political party, their institutions, and their mechanisms for ensuring that members comply with the provisions of the Constitution and are obedient to the political party, not to any external influence. But it's not easy to just say what I said. I mentioned yesterday that the political influence may not just be about power, but it could also be about economic power. Economic power in the sense that we know the country we belong and where we are. The economic suffocation and difficulties that people go through. Let's not make the mistake to think that those who are highly placed, politically exposed persons will think that, oh, they are big men, so they also don't need money. They continually need additional money. So they can also be influenced. They have their prizes. And then there has been this allegation, unfounded though, that the ruling political party has price virtually for everyone. And then they also have like moles in all these political parties, and then who are acting as their agent provocateur in a way, or acting as undercover for the ruling political party in those troubling political parties, as a matter of fact. And then for one political party that has come out very clear, even if it's my brother, my leader, being a former governor of the state here, His Excellency Pastor Nyesom Wike. It's not any pretense that Wike is a serving cabinet member in the All Progressives Congress administration. And then, meaning that he is working, that's something I need to make clear here now. Being a cabinet member of a ruling political party, what it means straight, apparently, without even listening to you, whether you want to be rhetoric, is that you are working to advance the policies and objectives and if you like, strategies and manifesto of that political party. Because every political party drives the government, as a party in power drives the government. In the UK, that's what it is. The Conservatives are now making very strong arguments how they could do better. And then you have the Labour there now. So they're criticizing the policies and programs of the Labour Party. So it will mean that if you're serving in the Labour Party, you're serving to improve the shortcomings of the party. Now, you have this very frontline figure of the People's Democratic Party and is working in the All Progressives Congress, advancing the policies and programs of the All Progressives Congress. Let nobody confuse me or think that you are just wanting to be rhetorical in a way and say, no, but it's about the nation. Let's build Nigeria together. Which party, what party platform, and then what manifesto, what conviction of the political party that is running the country today? Is the policies as conceived and with the convictions of the leadership of the All Progressives Congress? So you now find this man who is still driving and directing affairs in the People's Democratic Party. So the crises that have pervaded the People's Democratic Party have been linked to the rather divided dual personality and interest in the gentleman minister of the Federal Capital Territory. So arguably, there are discussions that he would be working to weaken the People's Democratic Party, because he has actually even said, he didn't even say, that's one thing I love him, he doesn't pretend. He has said that the 2027 election, he is going to move to support the All Progressives Congress, the sitting president at the time. So it means that he's not going to work for any presidential candidate of his party. Left to him alone, there shouldn't even be a presidential candidate of his party. So, and since there are other members of the party that are worried with this this thinking of the minister, and they are insisting that the party should stay alive and then really function as an opposition party, and they probably feel the presidential candidate. It means that since he has declared his interest for the president, the current president, he will work against his party. And one of the ways to work against his party is to destabilize the party, the leadership of the party at the moment, and probably make some kind of splintering or division that will justify the decision of the Supreme Court with respect to those defections we are seeing in the National Assembly. So when it comes to the PDP, the defections we are seeing in the National Assembly appear to be in line with the decision of the Supreme Court, pursuant to the relevant provisions of the Constitution that will justify the defection of a legislator who moves from the political party that sponsored him or her to another political party. That's the effect. And then that is showing in the legislature. So it means that it will show even during election that members of the People's Democratic Party will be directed to support the All Progressives Congress. So going by the same analysis, it means the African Democratic Congress that is now, without argument, really yielding and building strong, formidable frontier, so to speak, to be against the All Progressives Congress. If a chance is given to the leadership of the All Progressives Congress, they will tackle that ADC using all the instrumentalities that are available to them, including allegedly the commission, allegedly the judiciary, and then allegedly other state institutions. So these are apparent concerns. If that is not the case, then it is the All Progressives Congress that has to act in conviction to Nigerians and analysts that watching from afar that no, that allegation against them is unfounded and is serious, and that they are not connected in any way with the travails and troubles in these political parties. But I'm afraid that's not the case.
Now, seeing the dynamic that we have going on in our political space from all that you have explained, what is the implications, or what are the implications of this when it comes to Nigerian democracy and how it is being practiced in currently?
I think that the almost natural consequence of what is happening now amongst the frontline political parties is going to be a weak opposition. All the other political parties being so weak, so susceptible, to the extent that they really cannot even play any role of opposition to check the policies, programs, activities of the ruling party. Now, it means that what Nigerians are worried about, we are likely going to drift into a near one-party system. And that's for us in a multi-ethnic country as Nigeria. And then also in Nigeria that is this vast and large. I am not saying that there is no country that's as large as Nigeria that runs a one-party system, but their peculiarities and circumstances may apparently be different from ours. So for us, it's a threat to our democracy, especially a nascent one at this, and then when we are trying to work to strengthen the institution of democracy. I don't think that this is the time we should weaken all the other political parties and then almost force everybody to come to a single platform. And in a way, that platform is already under the control and in the pockets of some individuals, justifying the argument of those who allege that there is an underplan for a one-party state. That will weaken our democracy. That will close the door for opposition. That will close the door for a check by the people. And then because you may not be expected to outrightly criticize the policies and programs and administration of your party. So if everybody that matters in Nigeria is within a particular platform, and then even when you're dissatisfied, but then because of loyalty to the party, you do not want to come outrightly to confront the inadequacies of the administration, then that's not really going to be good for us. And that's why, for me, I think Nigerians should rise up and then ensure that we consolidate democracy. I have argued anyway that we do not have real democracy because the tenets are absent in our own practice. The desire to have democracy is there. So Nigeria is an aspiring democracy, as a matter of fact. Another conversation for another day. But I think really we have to at least work to strengthen the one we have at the moment, however it's being practiced, even with the excesses of the politicians and then even the institutions themselves. Institutions that are expected to be independent are apparently seem to be perversive, as a matter of fact.
A very big thank you to you, Barrister Henry Ekene, for joining us this morning and for sharing your thoughts. It's a pleasure to have you once again.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure always to be on your platform. I appreciate you.
All right, Barrister Henry Peter Ekene is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst talking on 2027 political build-ups, INEC, Nigeria courts, and the future of Nigerian democracy. We'll be back in a short while for another conversation. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Still looking at the 2027 political build-ups and INEC, Nigerian courts, and the future of Nigerian democracy, we have a legal practitioner in the studio with us this morning by the name Emeka Emekesiri. You're welcome. Good morning.
Thank you.
Now, let's talk about what happened yesterday with the ADC. It's quite a drama of some sort. So I want to know, what is your opinion about having 3 cases in one day in the Federal High Court and in the Supreme Court, and the dynamics of what played out yesterday?
Well, as I understand it, the INEC has interfered with the management of ADC, and the cases are on. ADC has a case against INEC, and at the moment, what I can see is that the government federal government is involved in the whole thing and trying to destabilize ADC. That's all I can see from all the things happening. The federal government is behind the scene, manipulating the situation and destabilizing ADC. So that is the major problem.
Okay, so let's look at the role of the judiciary, because a lot of people have said that the courts are not supposed to be involved in this issue. So what is...
Who is making such a statement? Now, the thing is that ADC is a political party. It's just like a club, an association. Now, it is actually the judiciary that can resolve any dispute among members of an association using their constitution. INEC has no right to meddle into the affairs of the political party. Yes, INEC is a federal government agency. They were created to regulate. But what I mean is that before you can register as a political party, you pass through their tests. They have criteria. If you qualify, then they register you as a political party. But that's where it ends. The running of the political party is like a club, an association, and they are bound by the constitution of the organization, of the club. Just like People's Club, any other club. It's a club, an association. It's not a government matter. So if there is any problem, it will be resolved by the judiciary in accordance with the constitution of that organization. So federal government should not meddle into the affairs of political parties. So whoever is saying that judiciary has no role to play, that person doesn't understand what we're talking about.
So are you saying that the judiciary is by rights supposed to, or has the right to intervene in inter-party dynamics?
That's correct.
Dispute.
Yes, it is the judiciary that can resolve any dispute within any organization. Even if it's a club or a church, for instance, a church, organization, club, church, and they begin to quarrel among themselves, it is the judiciary that will look into the constitution of that church or that club and resolve the dispute. It's not a government matter, it's not federal government, it's not INEC. INEC is a federal government agency, and they have no right to meddle into the affairs of a political party. That's what's killing the country. How can the federal government be meddling into the affairs of a political party? Political party is a private organization set up by private people who are politicians. The only thing is that the constitution says for you to register a political party under that freedom of association, you can form freedom of association, you can form any organization, but if it's political party, it has to go through the INEC, the electoral process. You have to go through the INEC and then satisfy their requirements for you to be registered as a political party. That's the only thing. So if an association, I can use my own association now and go and register as a political party. If I set up, all the criteria, establish offices in all 30 local governments, all those things. If I do all of them and we are qualified, we can apply to register as a political party. That's all. So long as we fulfill their requirements, we are registered as a political party, and then that's where their own stops. They cannot meddle into our affairs. That's the problem with Nigeria. Nigeria is trying to meddle into the affairs of political parties, federal government. When I say Nigeria, I mean federal government. Federal government is destroying the country.
So let's talk about INEC now. You mentioned that they are not supposed to meddle, but why are we seeing that they are meddling? And you've also mentioned the federal government, so I want you to just talk on that.
In fact, that is the crux of the matter. If the federal government can leave the political parties alone, we will stand. The political parties know how to, if there is a problem, they go to court, and the court will resolve that problem. Because court has power to decide every dispute affecting any individual or even individuals and government. The court has unfettered power to resolve disputes. So how can somebody say judiciary has no power? Is it because the federal government has purchased judiciary, bribe the judiciary, and say, if you like, go to court. No. We must restore the judiciary. And the time is coming when the masses may even lose interest in the judiciary if this thing continues.
All right, but still on why INEC is meddling into inter-party
Because INEC is federal government agency, and the INEC and the INEC has been purchased by the federal government. INEC is the pocket of the federal government. So the person that is the chairman of INEC, it may be is a supporter of the APC. The person that is the chairman of INEC is a supporter of APC, but INEC is supposed to be neutral. But is either neutral? I've said you that this Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is not independent. That's the problem. INEC is not independent. It's supposed to be Independent National Electoral Commission, independent, but it's not independent. Let's call a spade a spade. It's not independent. Who is paying the INEC chairman? Who appointed him? Is it not the president? Good. So how can the person who appointed you, how can you now know, how will you not be obedient to the person who appointed you and do his biddings? That's the problem. INEC is not independent. So they are serving the person who appointed them.
So from what you've said now, would you say that Nigeria is practicing democracy?
No, no. Our own democracy is crooked. Crooked and wicked and criminal democracy. It's not democracy we are practicing.
So what does that now mean for...
The thing is this, if we want to get it right, since we now know that any institution you create by the federal government will take control of it and manipulate it, it's better we go back to our constitution and create independent candidacy. Do you know what I mean? For you to emerge as a leader, a political leader, whether governor, whatever you are, you have to go through a political party. And political parties are now not free. INEC will manipulate them because INEC is federal government. Manipulate them, and then if they like, they can even ban you from contesting. They can even, as ADC is going now, they can derecognize ADC. In fact, deregister ADC. If they can even declare ADC a terrorist organization and wipe it off. The way Nigerian government is going, this APC Tinubu-led government is going, they can manufacture some evidence now and say ADC is not working in the interest of the nation. They bring something like that the ADC is working against the public interest, against interest of the nation. They declare ADC a terrorist organization and wipe it off. They can do that so that nobody can now emerge through ADC. And who are they targeting? P2B. They want to wipe off ADC. They want to destroy ADC in such a way that ADC cannot present a candidate. So how do you solve this problem? By going through independent candidacy. We don't have men with backbone. That's the problem. We don't have leaders with backbone in the National Assembly who can pass a bill. We can put a bill now in the National Assembly for independent candidacy. Independent candidacy means that somebody will emerge, whether as a president or governor, as an independent candidate without going to any political party. So that INEC cannot meddle into an independent candidate. But we need men with backbone who can pass that bill in the National Assembly. Now, do we have men like that? All of them are in the pocket of the federal government. Why don't we have men with backbone in the National Assembly that can pass the bill now, bill of independent candidacy? Pass that bill. And one good thing about our constitution is that our constitution is good, though. You know, some people say this constitution is very bad, it's very bad. I agree. Our constitution, we're talking against it, that the constitution is very bad, it is evil, that the military imposes upon us. That's what we've been talking about. And people who have been talking about this constitution. I say yes, it is bad. But inside that constitution, there are some things we can do and better the country. And one of it is this, that the Constitution gives right to the National Assembly to pass a bill. Any bill that can bring peace and order. Section 4 of the Nigerian Constitution says it, that the National Assembly has the power to pass a law that will bring peace and orderliness, that will heal Nigeria, let me put it that way, that will cure the ills of Nigeria. They have the power to do that. And one of them is this. I mentioned one of them before about regional autonomy, which they can pass, but they don't want to pass that bill. If they pass that bill, there will be all this struggling at the center will cease. But they don't want to pass that bill. Okay, another bill is this independent candidacy, which I'm talking about. But we don't have men in the National Assembly. We don't have men. I think women should start going there. We don't have men. Men that have backbone. You know what I mean by they have spinal cord. Men that will look at President Tinubu eyeball to eyeball. We don't have them. It's unfortunate. We don't have them.
When you were speaking, Barrister Mekesiri, you made mention of, how the ruling party could frame the ADC as a terrorist group and what have you, and that the target is one man, Peter Obi. Yes. So I want you to explain, why do you say that? Why do you single him out of all the people in the ADC as the target of the federal government?
Because Peter Obi needs a platform to emerge. And now he has now pitched his tent with ADC. And all eyes are upon ADC. Even as it is now, APC, the ruling party, has sent their agents into ADC. They were decamping and joining ADC. You had people say, big politicians decamping from APC and joining ADC. And you think a clapping hand? No, it's a strategy. So that when they all enter ADC, these are APC agents. They now become ADC. And when the time comes, they say, okay, we're not going to have a consensus candidate. Because if they want consensus candidate, they will not do primary election to choose. They will say we have a consensus candidate, and they'll bring out one person, somebody. And all eyes are upon Peter Obi to emerge as consensus candidate. But these men that came and joined ADC have said there will be no consensus candidate. All of us shall compete. All of us shall contest alongside with Peter Obi. And what is the game? So that they will now whittle down the influence of Peter Obi and destroy any vote he can get. And eventually Peter Obi may not emerge. That is that's part of the game. Now, another game is that they can make it so difficult for ADC to even present a candidate. And they wipe off ADC from the book. They can wipe off ADC. This government is capable of doing anything. This government can do anything. They are capable of doing anything. They can wipe off ADC from their record and say, we don't recognize ADC anymore. INEC can rise up tomorrow and say, they no longer recognize. In fact, right now, they said the two factions that are fighting there, they don't want to, they don't recognize any one of them. Next thing maybe they don't even recognize anything called ADC again. They can go to that level. Will they now start forming a new political party? Even if we form a new political party, who will approve it? Is it not some INEC? So, federal government has used INEC as a tool for wickedness. The INEC can rig election and say go to court, and because they have also purchased the judiciary. I said something before. I said a time is coming when people will even get tired of judiciary and leave judiciary. Yes, so because politics does not have alternative, but judiciary has alternative. You know that. Politics, you must pass through a political party. But judiciary, you may not even use judiciary. You know, we have what we call ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanism. So many people may even forget the court and say they don't want to go to court again and settle their matters in our chambers, in our palaces. I'm a traditional ruler, for instance. In my palace, in my Obi, we settle cases. Many people come to my Obi and settle their cases. I'm a traditional office holder. So people come and do their what we call ADR, customary arbitration, and settle that dispute without going to court. A time is coming when, if the judiciary continues to play this foolishness or stupidity with the politicians, people will forget, people will lose interest in the judiciary and say, what is the court? We don't want this court again. We don't want the court again. They find alternative means of resolving the dispute. As it is happening now, we are using ADC, we are doing alternative dispute resolution, ADR. We are using ADR now to settle many disputes. It may come to that level. The world of politics is difficult because we don't have independent candidacy. But once we pass the bill of independent candidacy, this will end. A person will become popular all over Nigeria and emerge as an independent candidate, and the whole Nigeria will vote for him. Like Peter Obi, for instance, he has overwhelming influence in the whole Nigeria. If he stands as an independent candidate now, people will vote for him. From north, west, east, they will vote for him. But going through the INEC procedure, going through a political party, then they will make it difficult for him to emerge. That's the problem.
So seeing what is currently happening in our political space, do you think that ADC stands a chance? Do you think they can survive this, all this controversy that is all around them, this leadership struggle and what have you? Do you think that they still have prospects in 2027?
It is Tinubu-led government. I will ask that question. Do we think that ADC can survive? Because Tinubu government can rise up tomorrow and crush ADC, crush it. Because we are practicing a government of impunity. They will do anything and say after, if you like, go to court. We saw when Tinubu was elected the first time, he wasn't even elected. We didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for him. But at the end of the day, he was declared the president. We had him telling his workers, go to the polling unit, grab the box, grab it, run with it. No, we had him say it. So all the electoral malpractices and the killing and all the things they did to get power, said that is how they will get power. So you grab the box and kill any person and grab it and run with it and nothing happens. If they like, let them go to court. Knowing that when a person that is fighting with you says, if you like, go to court, it means that the person in the court is either his father or his friend. When a person that is fighting with you is boasting, go to court if you like. That means he knows that the person in court, the judge, is either his father or his friend. That is it. So that question you asked me is a question you should ask the federal government, ask Tinubu-led government. Say, with all these things you are doing, are we sure that ADC will survive? Let Tinubu answer all these questions. With all these things you are doing, are you sure that ADC will survive? It's not like killing a human being. An association, a registered association is like a human being. You know that. A registered association is like, it's a legal entity. It's like a human being. You can kill a human being. The same way you can kill an organization and prescribe it and say it doesn't exist again. And in the eyes of law, it doesn't exist again. So it is, this question you asked me, you asked the wrong person. You should have asked Tinubu and his government. With all these things you are doing, are we sure that you will allow ADC to survive?
Well, the question is open already. Let's hope we get a response.
Let's hope that Tinubu will answer it.
Okay, so what about 2027 election? How do you what do you foresee, happening in 2027?
Foreseeing something. It's not like prophesying. You want me to now put on my cap as a prophet? I begin to prophesy. Okay, now, because of the way Nigeria is, you can't really predict how things can go, because Nigeria is now run by Nigerian government, or in fact, the psyche of Nigerians, has been totally destroyed, in the sense that we no longer believe in meritocracy. We don't believe in meritocracy. We don't believe that this person is qualified for this thing. Rather, what they do is, if you can wangle your way through, do anything and get there. They said the end justifies the means. Do whatever you want to do. Kill, maim, do whatever you want to do and get there. When you get there, then you can now buy your fame, buy your popularity, use money, and we'll call it performance legitimacy. We call it performance legitimacy. You steal somebody's mandate, you go there, and then you now start performing good things that make people forget your sin. We call it performance legitimacy. You are not legitimate. You have stolen somebody's mandate, and you force yourself there. And then what you now do is you now use allocation, as they are getting federal allocation, using that to be doing things for the people. Start their roads, build these structural infrastructures, do many things, good things, and they say, hey, this governor is working. So that you forget the sin he committed. Now, this thing happened at the first time when Peter Obi contested, and Ngige was rigged into the election, into the position. Ngige was now made governor of Anambra State. Peter Obi said no, Ngige did not win. And they went to court. Now, the government then, Obasanjo was part of it. Obasanjo and the Oba, is it Andy Oba or from the Oba? I can't remember the name, one of the Obas or something. So they said they were the godfathers. And they now made sure that Ngige was put in power. Peter Obi said no. Peter Obi went to court. He believed in judiciary. He went to court. Do you know that Ngige started doing very good works? Ngige did marvelously well. In that time, he was doing very, very well. Many people now went to Peter Obi and said, Peter Obi, please withdraw your case from the court. Ngige is doing very well. Can you see what Ngige did very well? Anambra was clean, was moving. Anambra was rated the first. Even archbishops, pastors, big men, provincial rulers went to Peter Obi and said, leave Ngige, he's doing very well. Peter Obi asked them, said, okay, if a thief steals your car and drives it very well and maintains it very well, does he cease to be a thief? A thief has stolen your car, and because he's driving it well, using it very well, should we now say, clap for him and say, okay, he's a very good thief? The traditional rulers and the archbishops, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't answer the question. Evil is evil. Don't try to paint it. So Peter Obi continued in court for many years and eventually won. After about 3 years, he won. And then I think what happened was the same people now had a problem against them among themselves. Ngige and Oba brothers and Chief Obasanjo, they had problem among themselves. They now turned against Ngige himself and in the court and said, after all, we just put you there, you are becoming stubborn.
So that's what you foresee happening in 2027?
Yes, what I'm saying is that, yes, the same thing may happen. They will want to impose an unmerited person into office. They may want to do that. And they may find a way to frustrate people because his profile is rising so high. They may want a way to frustrate him. And it doesn't matter to them because they don't believe in merit anymore in Nigeria. We don't believe in merit. Just grab it, do anything, and people clap for you. That's the problem. So that's what I'm foreseeing. 2027 may be worse than 2023. Maybe worse. Maybe worse now because see people like Obi Kubana and Kubana Chief Priest and the city boys. See them now, they have pitched their tent with the APC. APC. Somebody said APC means all past criminals. Somebody said that. Come on to me, all past criminals, and your sins will be forgiven. Somebody made that comment. I don't know how true it is. But if you join them, all your sins will be forgiven. All your past records, all the criminal records will be forgiven. They can use it to blackmail you. If you want to do something, say, we know you. So, we no longer believe in merit. It's just evil. There's this impunity. Just do it, get it, and people clap for you. So long as you get money and power is what they are looking for. No longer merit. It's unfortunate, but that's where we have reached now. 2027 may be worse than 2023. So I don't see any. I'm not prophesying. In fact, I'm not talking as a prophet. I'm looking at what is happening already. That 2027 may be worse than 2023 because of the money politics and what we are playing now. The city boys made statement that if you don't support the APC government, they destroy your business. You heard about how they were destroying people's properties in Abuja and Lagos. That is because they did not support the ruling party. If they don't support the ruling party, their businesses will be at risk. So it's better they support the ruling party and save their businesses. Can you see? It's just the stomach. That's the problem. And why is it that the ruling party will persecute whoever is in opposition? Why should the ruling party persecute those who are in opposition? You know, I'm surviving because I'm a private legal practitioner. If I depended on contracts from the federal government, nobody will give me contract, the way I speak. In fact, the way I speak and I criticize the government, they will not want me to do any government job. And I don't want any government job. I'm a private practitioner, legal practitioner, and estate surveyor and valuer. I have double professions, very powerful double professions. And the clients come to me from different parts of the world. So I don't need federal government project or contract to survive. And if it's possible for them to stop all my clients from coming to my office, they will, but they cannot because private practice. They don't know where my clients are. So that is the problem. Those that depend on the federal government for survival, they will find it difficult to speak the truth. That is the issue. But those of us who are private practitioners, we don't depend on federal government, so we speak the truth.
All right, now, Barrister Mekesri, let me just ask you this one question before we go. You mentioned earlier about that a time will come when people will start going to the customer, to the ADR. Don't you think that people are already at that point? We are at that point now. That's why I'm telling you that even in my palace, as in Zobi, in Amucha, I settle cases in my palace. And even in our chamber, some people now come and say, we want to withdraw this case from the court. We want to settle. And we settle them. We settle it. So it is growing. At a time now, it may grow and people will desire the court. So what does that then mean for the judiciary? What is the judiciary? The judiciary will not be dead. And it will be a terrible, in fact, it will be evil. The news will not be palatable. A time comes when they say we don't. In fact, yesterday or 2 days ago, my client in Onisha, there's a case I have. My client has against EEDC, this EEDC that I do. So why would the matter is in court? They went again to disconnect and reconnect. They disconnected the person and then went and reconnected. Instead of connecting through his prepaid meter, they did overhead reconnection and charged him. He said, what you are doing is wrong. We are in court. They said, you know what it said? Which court? There's no court. Forget it. There's no judiciary in Nigeria. These are EEDC officers boasting that, which court be that? While we were in court, I was in court yesterday, Onisha High Court. While this thing was happening, the EEDC people were doing all these things, carrying out such wickedness with impunity. And my client complained, said, what kind of court? No court. No, day for court, waiting be court. Forget about that court. You see, the thing is coming to that level. People will now say, okay, court there's no need for court. And they will forget it and they'll take laws into their hand. They'll take laws into their hand. That will be worse. Because I lived in Aba when they took laws into their hand. And everybody stopped going to court and going to police. When the Bakassi started. I was in Aba, my chambers was at one Okigwe Road, Aba. When Bakassi started, it came to a point where people were no longer going to police, no longer going to court. The Bakassi people now set up their own court in a area market. So that people with problems will not go to Bakassi, and Bakassi will settle the problem for them. So a time is coming when people would lose confidence in the judiciary if we don't get it right now. Well, thank you so much, Barrister Emeka Emekesiri, for joining us this morning to share your views on this issue. It's a pleasure to have you as always. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we've come to the end of this particular discussion, but stay tuned as we'll be back in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, today we're unpacking everything around, the ADC and INEC and the future of Nigeria's democracy. And we have another legal practitioner joining us on Zoom this morning. His name is Asim Adams. You're welcome, Barrister Adams. Thank you for joining us. Barrister Adams, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Oh, yes, I can hear you now. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, I want to ask you the big question about yesterday. What happened in the courts between ADC and, INEC and the courts, both the Federal High Court and the Supreme Court, all that played out. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts for yesterday happenings is that the judiciary still has a role to play, in our democracy. Just like political parties have a role to play in our democracy. And if you look at what happened yesterday, I have to give kudos to the Supreme Court for expediting action and fixing a date, where the matter between the ADC and even that of PDP, were heard, that yesterday. And expeditiously, on the 22nd of this month also, Nigeria and democracy, as the case may be. So yesterday was a great one in terms of the courts and the judiciary. I think we are beginning to, have a sense of belonging, because if you look at what happened, a sister matter was coming up at the Federal High Court in Abuja. But the judge or the court did not hear that matter yesterday. Rather, it adjourned that matter signed down, to enable the Supreme Court take its verdict, because the verdict of the Supreme Court may affect whatever proceedings that the lower court may have had yesterday. So that court respected the order and hierarchy of courts, and I said that they will not hear that Nafiu Bala Mohammed, Gombe matter until after the Supreme Court, verdict. So that's a good one for me in the first instance.
All right, so what about INEC's role in all of this and, their involvement in the legal entanglement of what is happening with the ADC?
You see, go through your history book, all our history book. There's no INEC chairman that has had it rosy with Nigerians, especially the opposition party. There is no INEC chairman. If you start from 1999, you find out that Ephraim Akpata, the criticism, because he was the one that conducted the first election without electoral act at that time that brought Obasanjo, to government. He handed over to Ibe Gubadia. Gubadia, he from Akbata, the Nigerian people were against them. He got to Morisiwu, even till tomorrow, Morisiwu, if you call his name, people will say he's the one that did the election for, maybe Yaradua and the other people. Then you get to Jega. From Jega, you get to Mahmoud. There is no one. Even as far back as 1979, when we had FEDECO, there was a man they called Ovie Whiskey. He was the chairman of the then FEDECO, which is equivalent of INEC today. If you mention that man's name, for those who are aware, they will tell you, oh, the man was the one that rigged the election for Shagari against Awolowo. So every INEC chairman in Nigeria had been on the hot seat. So what now happened, between INEC and ADC, it's not, for me, it's not new. If you look at what has gone there, absolutely, I know that because of the hot seat and the nature of the job that the chairman is doing, he interpreted, a judgment of the Court of Appeal, based on the advice he got from the legal team of INEC. And we later found out that that particular interpretation was wrong. Of course, we know, lawyers do make mistakes in their interpretations. Even judges make mistakes. But that particular mistake for me, was caused by the chairman himself. I thought he would have allowed the courts to interpret what, status quo ante bellum is all about, and also go outside of his INEC team of lawyers to get field of experts in law to have interpreted that Court of Appeal, ruling, if he had any misgiving or if he was confused on what to do. But he never did that. He just relied on his home team. And at the end of the day, we found that the home team went beyond the order that was given by the court. That was a big mistake on his part. It's a sorry side. Now, coming to ADC itself, it has come to me because I asked this question. If politicians do not settle their matters internally, the judiciary will not interfere. INEC will not able to go there and interfere. For instance, we have other political parties, even though they are not that active. Now, you find out that maybe there is no big man in those parties. That is why they are quiet, as the case may be. INEC has not gone to interfere in their AGP, AA, and it was ZLP. These are political parties in Nigeria, 22 or 23 of them. So, but when you see these big parties, ADC, APC, PDP, why is it that the members cannot iron out issues among themselves internally? Because they are the ones that create the problem inside the political party. Then before you know, one of them who has so much money will go out and begin to look for, a court to interpret, what has happened in his own political party. And the court should not throw away, the matter for coming there, as the case may be. So it is something that the political parties too have to be careful. You see, this mentality of the winner takes it all, and the problem, the mentality we have in Nigeria is that many politicians do not want to accept defeat. Even when they are in a small, microscopic meeting, they have any disagreement, they believe that they are right. And the moment this is the right thing to do, they will challenge it. They tell you that they are not satisfied with it before you know they run to court. And when you get to court, there's going to be a problem, as the case may be. And INEC will also come into the matter. Assuming ADC didn't have internal problems, I don't think INEC will come in there and say, I am de-recognizing any fashion or any David Mark, whatever group. I don't think INEC will go in there. I don't even think that the courts will even go into, the affairs of ADC. They didn't have the internal wranglings, among themselves. So these are the things that, we need to really, find a way to, cure.
Of course, now you've mentioned the issue of, not wanting to lose or, wanting to be right. But it's one thing if it's just one political party that has these internal disputes or issues. But so far we've seen, multiple parties that have come up with internal party disputes. We've had the Labour Party, we've had the PDP, and now the ADC. do you think that there is something else at play that is currently happening that is causing, most of these political parties to have these internal disputes coming up almost at the same time?
You see, what is happening is just the essence to capture power. When I hear that they said the APC is interfering in the affairs of ADC, etc., that is what happens in third world countries. In Ivory Coast, the ruling party at that time went out to amend the constitution to say that those who want to contest an election in Ivory Coast, that must have their both parents born in Ivory Coast. In the time of Kona Bedier and the other man, Alassane Ouattara, that particular amendment was done because of Alassane Ouattara, who has his mother or father from Burkina Faso and the other leg in the Ivory Coast. So the ruling party went to amend the constitution. That was what brought the Ivory Coast War that, led to that war that they fought, a brief war that they fought. In Benin Republic, it is the same. So all third world countries, ruling parties are always there to interfere one way or another, even using state apparatus like state agencies to destabilize opposition. We have seen where oppositions have been sent to jail in Zimbabwe. We have seen opposition have been sent to jail, even in Kenya. So that is the situation. Even in Sierra Leone, even in Gambia, Senegal. So it's something that is rife in the third world countries, as case may be. I will tell you how it is. Even in the US, the so-called US we talk about today, many don't know what they call the Watergate scandal. The Watergate scandal. What was the Watergate scandal? Was it not interference of the ruling party into the opposition party, trying to bug their headquarters, trying to make sure that they destabilize the Democratic or whatever they call it? That even led to the resignation of Richard Nixon. You understand? That led to Nixon resigning and Ford taking over. That is America for you. And even today, a lot of opposition members in America have been accusing Donald Trump of using the Department of Justice and other government agencies to whom, haranguing opposition members. So it is democracy. The reason why we have this polarized internecine war in ADC, in Labour Party, is the essence of the capture of power. Now, if you look at what happened, Nicolas Machiavelli said man should deceive his or herself. That the essence of politics and politicking is to capture power. So if you don't have power and you are into politics, what are you there for? So you see what is happening now in the ADC, for instance. Yes, maybe the Tinubu administration, APC, may have a hand in it, but we don't have proof as to that. But the internal power struggle, because they are looking at it that maybe the next 6 months or 1 year, that they will produce the next president. So this, extrapolating, power block as struggling, to make sure that it is their block that will come out victorious at the end of the day to get that ticket. So you are going to see international wars like this, as the case may be. Now, because you look at it now, look at the powerhouse in ADC. My sister, even if it's a company that you have these heavy weights, no one wants to step down for the other. Everybody feel is number one. You are bound to have crisis, even if it's in a family. Let me use the word that a family that has so many powerful rich people like this in one place, you can never have peace, because except you have those who are disciplined, otherwise you can never have peace. That is what is happening in ADC today. ADC is heading to implosion, not because the people there are not Nigerians, not because people there are not politicians, but because all of them are power hungry. And when you are having a situation of that nature, it goes back to what Edmund Burke said, that when you have an amalgam of people who feel they are number one, you are going to be having conspiracy, backstabbing, intrigues in that same political party, creating problem for each other to outdo the other person to get power. That is what is happening there. You understand? Not necessarily that the ruling party is doing whatever. Even if the ruling party is doing that, can't they have a united front and battle, the ruling party as case may be? Must they wash their dirty linen in the public? So these are the things we look at. We have to be very objective in this now, in whatever we are doing. If you look at in Nigeria today, if you talk against ADC, the next thing people will tell you is that you are working for Tinubu or you are an APC man, even though you are being very objective, as the case may be. So that tells you that there's a narrative mentality that people in that political party has. And that political party is that they have power and have to capture power. So they are doing each other. Nobody wants to talk about the internal power blocks in ADC. A P2B, Atiku Abubakar, Amechi, and the rest of them. These are three distinct individuals that want the presidential ticket. Do you think they will just sit down there? They might be waiting and choreographing some of all these things to destabilize the party in their favor. But at the end of the day, we think it's the opposition party, the ruling party, that is in all these things. So it's all politics they are playing. It's all politics they are playing. The only unfortunate thing is that they have brought in the judiciary into disrepute in all these things. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that if you go to the street today and you pick about 10 people and sample opinion, do you have confidence in the judiciary? Then about 9 will tell you they don't have confidence in the judiciary. Now, when you ask them the reason why they don't have confidence in the judiciary, they will tell you that they installed a governor in Imo State. The other one will say an Amechi group or ADC was not allowed to have their primaries. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that what has brought the judiciary down mostly is election matters. Is it only election matters that the judicature entertain in Nigeria here? It is not only election matters, but 99% of the matters that has brought the judiciary to disrepute is because of electoral matters, party issues. That is why many people say judiciary is no longer the hope of the common man. You now ask yourself the question, what about other matters that the judiciary handle, like contracts, human rights, etc.? Nobody complained about that. Nobody says judiciary is not the hope of the common man when it gets to those other arms and branches of law. But when it comes to electoral issues, counting of votes, people will run about and begin to say judiciary is corrupt. Why will the judiciary be corrupt? And various politicians who want their bid, who are desperate to be in power at all times, we roll out machines, roll out dollars and pounds to influence judgment in the end because they want to become governor, because they want to become president. So it's a whole, conundrum that we must have to sit down one day, I believe, that we will unravel and find out how this issue will be solved, as the case may be.
Right, Barrister Adams. Now you've made quite a lot of very valuable statements. But how would you, looking at the dynamics of what is playing out and what you have explained so far, how would you describe the relationship between INEC, the court, the judiciary, and the political parties in Nigeria? And what do you think needs to change as soon as possible, hopefully before 2027, to restore some sort of sanity among these three bodies?
Number one, what needs to change is the mentality of the Nigerian politician. Number one, the average Nigerian politician must not see election as do or die affair. They must have to do what I call ethical revolution for the average Nigerian politician. Let me give an example. In the UK, in the US, you have election tribunals there, but they have nothing to do because nobody will go there and file any petition. He lost a senatorial district. Nobody files any petition there. The only thing they file is in presidential election. The last one was between George Bush and Al because of the issue of constitution. That was how even they went to the Supreme Court. But after election, you have election tribunals in UK and US, but they have no job to do because the politicians there do not see politics as winning at all costs or a do or die affair. So the Nigerian politician must, change its narrative mentality. Because if they don't create problems, INEC will not have problems. The courts will not have problems. The second one is that INEC, it can be done. It can be done even between now and next year before the next election. INEC as a body has to be truly independent. Let the Nigerian government follow the recommendation of the Waste Commission. The Waste Commission was, inaugurated by Yaradua. And one of the recommendations is that INEC has to be truly independent. They recommended that the Nigerian Constitution should be amended to make INEC truly independent. And how do you make INEC truly independent? Section 158, 157, etc. of the Constitution has to be amended that the president is not the one to choose the INEC chairman. How can a sitting president choose the INEC chairman for an election that he wants to participate in? It is not going to choose, or it's not going to choose anybody that will not give him victory. So the thing we need to do is that we can do it. The Senate, Nigerian as a National Assembly can do it. Amend that section to say that let all political parties have a hand in the choosing of an INEC chairman. If PDP, APC, AA, and 23 political parties in Nigeria have a hand on who becomes the chairman of INEC in Nigeria today, if the man goes wrong, all of them will blame themselves. Nobody will begin to blame Tinubu. But since it's Tinubu that the man here, they keep blaming Tinubu as case may be. That is the recommendation of the Waste Commission. That is it. INEC has to be truly dependent. The INEC independence is very key to everything we are doing. Now, do you know that the only person that can remove INEC chairman if he does not resign is the president? And even if the president wants to remove him, he will write a letter to the National Assembly for their approval to get two-thirds majority. Why should that be? Why should that be? That shouldn't be. INEC should be like an ombudsman where everybody participates. Where everybody participates, the political parties, the civil society organizations, and everybody, participate in choosing who becomes the chairman of INEC. And that particular man will be responsible, to those who chose them and brought him to office. That is the second one, independence of INEC. The third one is that the judiciary, let it be that not all members of the judiciary, not every court should handle issues of elections or issues pertaining to political parties. Let it be that a jury is set up. What do I mean a jury? A jury is a body that is constituted, maybe like you have in the customary court of appeal. If you look at the customary courts in our various, states, the panel, about two of them are non-lawyers, but they are people who are versed in the tradition, of the people or the area they operate from, headed by one lawyer. Why can't we set up a jury to handle election matters where you retired people, integrity, coming into that jury? Have you ever wondered if you bring people like, what's this man, Kanu, not Namdi Kanu, the other Kanu, the military Kanu, you bring in Wole Soyinka, you bring in, men of integrity to that political body, Reverend Kuka, as the case may be. They are part of the panel that will look at all this election, whatever they are talking about. They will be dispassionate. They will not be partial. Nobody can bribe them to, contrive and bring results that are not what's supposed to be. So these are the three key issues we are looking at now. That is reformation. Nigerian politicians must have to, shrink that narrative of do or die politics, zero-sum politics. Winner takes it all. You see the way they jubilate when they win an election, as if they won gold mines. INEC has to be dependent. And for INEC to be dependent, let it be that the people who appoint or nominate the chairman of INEC are not people in government, but they are nominated by the political parties that are participating in election. If all political parties have a hand in who becomes the chairman of INEC, this complaint of Tinubu is influencing Amupitan will not be there, as the case may be. Then the courts, issues of politics should be taken away from the regular courts. Let them set up a jury. Jury should handle it. You can bring in retired justices who are retired to head those petitions jury that we look at. They are not lawyers. They are retired lawyers or retired judges. Then you bring men with integrity, so-called, to that panel to look at election matters. So we look at it. We suggested this in those days when people like Chino Achebe, they were alive, Wabweze them and the rest of them. When you put people like that in a panel jury to look at a presidential election, they will not come out with a result that will, dent their image. You understand the point? These are the keys I believe we can use to solve the issues that we have in Nigeria today. Nigerian politicians also, about 70% of the blame go to them. They are too desperate. A political, friend of mine, a politician friend of mine, who was just in the corner about 3-4 years ago, we were all together, but today is a big man. When we see him, the young ones see him as an example. They say he was a keke driver before, but today he's in the House of Assembly of my state. And he's riding big cars, building big houses. So they are seeing him as an example to go. When we asked him why, he said, this is what I wanted. And if he's going for re-election the next time, he's going to kill. He's going to do a lot of things to make sure he gets back to power so that he will not be hungry in the future. So this do or die affair, should be erased from our psyche, the politicians. That is the situation. It will not change. Let me tell you something. People think that by 2027, even if ADC win the election, let me tell you, if we are not very careful, we still be in this trajectory of poverty. We still be in this trajectory of hunger, this trajectory of unemployment, no electric power. Like where I am right now, there's no electric power. It didn't start with this administration. From 1999, we thought by now that Nigeria should be having a constant supply, but it's not happening. How many governments have we had? 25 years. Nobody has been able to solve it. But they will come today and tell you that they will solve it in 2027. Who is going to hold a man that made promise to us this year? In 2029,
right,
if he's not able to deliver, can we hold him? We cannot.
Well said, Barrister Adams. Thank you so much once again for joining us on Signature Morning. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, Barrister Sim Adams, a legal practitioner, talking on INEC, the Nigerian courts, and the future of Nigerian democracy. And that wraps up our conversation this morning from our ENUGU studios. Don't go anywhere, as Abuja has more packages for you. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Abuja this beautiful morning. The weather in Abuja is, let me use the word thawing, as if it's ice thawing. A little temperature gaining, no longer being held down by very bone-piercing cold. For some of us on this side of age, we're not finding it funny. But I'm a little sprightly this morning because the weather has improved, and the issue we're discussing this morning, I'm very passionate about it. Very passionate about it. President Ahmed Tinubu has banned for several years the establishment of new private universities. I hope that he extends that ban to the establishment of state universities. In fact, a complete ban on the establishment of new universities in Nigeria. He says for 7 years. Maybe he's gauging how long he could still remain in power. So when he leaves, there can be a bazaar. That ban, many of us treated it as nothing particularly significant. But that's the issue we're discussing this morning. The 7-year ban on the establishment of private universities by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What is its import? What does it mean for education? Is it right? Is it wrong? Should it be extended? Is it coming too late or is it coming too early? And I have in the studio Prince Segun Adelodo. Prince Adelodo is a senior lecturer at the University of Lagos, a University of Abuja. Don't mind me because that's my university now, you know, a call for sure. Not to worry. Please, you're welcome to the program.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Not to worry, you know, I'm a product of University of Lagos, so somehow the thing is stuck in my head.
That's interesting. That's good to know, sir.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Off camera, we began a conversation. Why in the first instance was there a kind of bazaar in the establishment of universities in Nigeria? First, multilateral institutions and advisors and the United Nations and all that identified what they called a gap in access to that level of education in Nigeria. So there was need to fill that gap. Let me draw attention to something. In 1953 to 1957, 60, the same United Nations recommended to African nations that the number of radio sets in a country was an indication of its development because radio sets provided access to information. But that was half truth. What kind of information? From who? So African governments began to buy radio sets all over the place, and Japanese made a hell of money.
A lot of money.
Yet no reasonable information for action was available to African nations. Now, the same institutions said to us there is gap in access, and therefore we needed more universities. First, interrogate that advice.
Okay.
And then second, let us examine the gap.
Yeah, good morning once again. At this point, I would like the entire Nigerians to understand one basic fact. Why the introduction of private university in the first place? What are the objectives for introducing private universities in Nigeria? Number one, incessant ASU strike has greatly caused the reason why people came up overnight and said, we cannot be wasting the life of our children at home doing nothing. They go to school for 3 months, they spend 1 year at home. I'm a product of University of London. For like 2 years I was at home as a result of ASU strike. Now a body came up and said, fine, if we cannot influence government, let us have our private universities. And they went ahead to consult NUC, that is a
National
University Commission, and they gave them the prerequisites, the conditions by which, okay, you can come on board. And I could remember vividly, Confederate University happens to be one of the private universities that started early in Nigeria at Ijebu-Remo. I've been there severally. They started well. They have good students. there's something we call cohort in educational system.
Yes.
The number of students that enter part-time and the number of students that go out part-time. But over the years, the objective changed. People started seeing private universities as an institution where you can make money. They now see private universities as an avenue
to improve their own economies,
to improve their own personal life. And that is why over the years, in the last 10 years now, there has been a major burden in this country. Students will go to school, private universities, they come back, they become drug addicts, they change overnight. So that shows that private universities as of today, they are not doing what they are supposed to be done. That's number one. Number two, when you go to private universities today, you discover that they don't really have much staff like public universities. How many lecturers? Some of us we do physical lecturing over the years. We'll come back to our main institutions. One, this government came on board 29th May 2023, and I can remember very well when this government came on board, what we think will never happen in this country happened within a second. At the point of swearing in, the man said, I said this in my manifestos, and this thing must happen now. Subsidy removed. It was as if Nigeria will not survive it. It was as if this government will collapse. But overnight, people started adjusting. And within a few years, this same government came on board and said, no, the output of private universities are not encouraging. I've met with people that have graduated from private universities. When you interview them, you will know that they have nothing upstairs. Not all. Let me be objective. So the question now is this: why will a parent spend millions of naira on a child, and the child comes out, he cannot even define economics? So the whole thing now boils down that, okay, what can we do? And I cannot say less that this government has done justice to put in place private universities in Nigeria. By and large, students that are supposed to go to private university now, they are now seeing options of coming back to public universities, because in public universities now, no more strike. Since this government came on board now in this country, nothing like ASU strike. There's been dialogue, there's been compromise here and there. Even as we speak,
there's conversation going on.
Conversation is going on. So that shows that any moment from now, public university, they will take back their position in the educational sector in Nigeria. Lastly, I used to tell people that the head of any family determine how the family will look.
Very correct.
So look at private universities, look at their vice chancellors, look at the owner of those private universities. Without missing word, I know of a private university in this country that the owner didn't even pass through schools. They didn't even pass, not even OND certificate. And today, they are what? Proprietor of one of the biggest private universities in Nigeria. So it's a minus. In a way, it will have what we call adverse ripple effect on
the school and the outcome and the output.
Honestly speaking. So on this note, I want to appreciate the current government to have taken that bold steps to look into private universities in Nigeria, so that we'll be able to get it right in our educational system.
Now, Doc, at a point in this country, the conversation was that the quality of students coming out of the public universities was dropping. You just mentioned ASU, its unending, ever coming up strikes that frustrated children who otherwise would have spent 3 years or 4 years for a course, and they remain there for 6 years, 7 years, because yes. As we talk today, that reason for which private universities became relevant: one, incessant ASU strike; two, quality of output. Has the coming of private universities solved that problem?
Without any bias, I want you all to know today, especially Nigerians, that private universities have not been able to solve the issue of quality in our educational system. You can't imagine me as a parent paying 2.5 million naira every semester. Those universities, they are being run like private secondary school and primary schools. That is why when you see a product of private university, you discover that they look, they are not that strong, they are not bold, they can't confront the challenges out there outside after graduation. They cannot.
They are not prepared for
they
the
are
world.
not prepared. Unlike someone that goes to ABU, go to University of Illinois, UNILAG, you kill. You do so many things on your own so that you could be prepared for challenges after school. So I will say this morning that our private institutions, most of them, they've not been able to close that gap. It's not all about having first class 2-1. It goes beyond that. I keep telling people, what put food on people's table? It's not their degree, it's not their certificate.
No.
It's what they have upstairs, that big food on their table. How far you've been able to maneuver your ways logically, legitimately, put food on your table, not your degree. So I'm here this morning to tell the whole world, especially Nigerians, that private universities have not been able. How come when I was in school, nobody even knew my hostel as my parents. Nobody did. You are going, but you can go. Remember the son of whom you are. That's all. And I will come back. Now we take our children to campus. During the week, we go and follow them up. Have you eaten? Now, so we now expect those students to come out of school and be strong. No, it doesn't work that way.
Now, Doc, wait. Now, if the president's ban, who is going to succeed for 7 years,
yeah,
I can almost predict what will happen.
Okay.
Interest by prospective students will be turned on the public universities.
Sure.
The public universities, do they have the capacity? Do they have the facility to absorb, accommodate, and teach the number that be swarming around? And it's commonsensical that when the pressure is too much on these universities, you have, for instance, you have 3,000 openings and 300,000 people want to enter. That is a recipe for corruption.
Yeah.
How do we address that? Because it is like you and I now knowing what is going to happen before it happens.
Because
how are we going to address it?
Yes. Currently, as we speak now, cutoff from JAM is 150. For my whole university is 180. As at last session, we had issue of accommodation. Yes. 2, we have issue of lecture theaters, because for instance, a lecture theater that's meant to accommodate just 200 students, now we have 600 students
crammed in, some standing on window frames.
So I will say it categorically,
that cannot be university.
No, that government still needs to look into private universities. Look at University of Abuja, they have enough land for structures. Any structure they want to put in place, they have enough land. That's number 1. Number 2, I know with time people will see the reason why public universities is far better than private universities. All our leaders today in this country, they all pass to public universities, primary school, not even nursery school, public secondary school. You understand? And today we are where we are today, to the glory of God. So I want to say that as we are having, as in much students coming to public university, there is a need for us to increase, to improve on our facilities. No doubt about it. It's not a political statement. We do not have enough facilities to
accommodate that will come.
That will come.
Yeah, then we go back to the very reason. Some institutions, global institutions, recommended more universities.
Yes.
If we don't have the space to take in our children who are qualified for higher education.
Yes.
Some politicians will tell you not everybody should go to the university. Some should stop at trade skill. Some should stop at that. The country still needs them. I agreed. But those who desire
to go
should they not be allowed? Now, private universities, instead of banning forever. Don't forget, I opened this conversation by telling you that I cast my vote for Tinubu in this matter. If the quality is going down, what are the supervisory authorities doing? You don't just because a young man is not reasoning well, you behead him.
No, that's not the solution.
That's not the answer. So, are we just going to behead the private universities and suppose you put the head back, we still come back to the same problem? What do we do?
Yeah. On the issue of the existing private universities, I want to hold the current government to look into monitoring of private universities. And how can this be done? There should be a committee, a stakeholder from the education department that will look into private universities in terms of facilities on ground, in terms of the qualification of their staff, in terms of the number of students that must be admitted into those institutions. That is A part. B part, our curriculum must be looked into, because the same thing that I'm taking at University of Abuja must be the same thing they are taking in Afe Babalola.
The same courses.
The same courses. So therefore, I want to employ this current government to look into our curriculum. I was taking master's students a few weeks ago, and I was telling them under Maslow theory that this same theory I was taught in early 95, 96 is not relevant again. The world
changing every day. You have to interrogate certain thoughts.
Yes, and that is the reason why our educational curriculum must be looked into thoroughly. This is not politics. We are looking at the future of the coming generation. If you go to China today, go to Singapore today, a lot of things have changed,
and things have changed. Not the same curriculum.
Not the same curriculum. Yes, I take much of entrepreneurship, and I keep telling people ability to identify problem and provide solution. That is why we are now. So I believe strongly that if government could look into that objectively, we need people monitoring committee. We need stakeholders that will look critically, deeply into what is happening in private universities, and that will go a very long way. There should be a stop for visiting lecturers. If there will be visiting lecturers, let them be minimal. Not that 60% will be visiting lecturers, 40% will be the actual lecturers in the name of what? Making money. It will affect, it's going to have ripple negative effect on those students. So that is my take on that. Government should look into the existing university, private university community. There should be a meeting with NUC. What are you guys?
That's exactly what I was waiting for. I was going to ambush you. Because government, there is already an establishment, an institution that determines whether a university is qualified to exist or not. A university is qualified to offer the courses it wants to offer, that has the manpower, the facilities, and the content of the courses it is proposing. That is the National Universities Commission. Am I right?
Very correct, sir.
If I'm right, and we are this morning sitting down here complaining about quality, complaining about absence of facility, in our own language, who done it? Who should be held to
responsible?
Is it not National Universities Commission? Has it not, from this conversation, not lived up to the mandate of that institution? So, NUC.
Yes. For NUC, like I'm going to suggest this morning, like I used to tell people, you cannot give what you don't have. It is what you have that you give. I understand we are Nigerians. But for us to get out of this slogan,
Doc, I'm going to oppose you. I'm going to oppose you because you say you understand we are Nigerians.
Yes.
You and I are interrogating this very unfair, unkind situation to our young people. We are Nigerians.
Yes, sir.
That's why we are concerned.
Yes.
So we don't allow slipshottiness to go through in our country. So we are also Nigerians who want high quality.
Yes.
Please, Doc, you can continue.
Yes, sir. So what I'm trying to say is this: NUC, by their name, their major objective is to regulate, to maintain, and to govern the affairs of all the universities
in Nigeria.
Both private and public universities. So I know very well in my university, if a new department is coming up, we have what we call accreditation team. They will come, they will inspect. If they are not satisfied, they cancel it. This department cannot flow now. We need this, we need this, we need that. The same thing must be done to private universities. We shouldn't, because I'm an Hausa person, then this guy is a Yoruba person. No. We must be ready to do things accordingly. I used to tell people, if you are able to do things right, you will get the right result. So NUC this morning, I want them to take note that there is a need for total overhauling of most of our private universities in Nigeria. They should take their time, let them go there. What is happening here? Not only on paper. Most times they have something on paper, and when they get to the ground, it's another thing entirely. So there is a need for them to
certify what is on ground.
Paper, then check it on ground. If it applies to each other, fine, let them take off. However, the more we are ready to do the right thing in Nigeria, the better for all of us, the better for coming generations.
Doc, wait. You've raised a matter which constituted an issue for media debate some 3-4 years back.
Okay.
Before NUC comes to visit in Abuja, for instance, I'm just giving an example.
Yes.
They informed in Abuja that we are coming in next 2 months because of course 1, 2, 3, 4, which you want to start, or which you are already running.
Yes.
In Abuja goes to ABU,
okay,
and hires all the equipment.
Okay.
Laboratories.
Yes.
Workshops.
Yes.
Put together one of the biggest lecture theaters in the system.
Yes.
And NUC officials arrive with their files and some of them in their gowns with all the academic aura.
Yes.
And they go through, they are shown equipment all over the place, they are shown the CV of lecturers on the paper, and after NUC has seen those things, and they keep marking good, good, good. And when they go back to write their report to certify those courses, all the hired equipment are taken back from where they were gotten.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make you a native doctor. How do we heal? How do we cure this madness from these universities? Madness of pretense, instead of saying this is how I am.
Madness of pretense in our university system, both private and public universities, is not something we can shy away from. It's not something we can just put at the back. There is a need for us to be aware of this virus. If care is not taken, it will transcend to the next generation and is going to affect the country at large. I used to tell people, who are you?
It's not what you tell me that you are that determine who you are. By the time I spend like 5-10 minutes with you, I know who you are. Then there is a need for NUC to go out of their way. Oh, they've written letter, we are coming in 2 weeks' time. They should come around, even before that 2 weeks to like, okay, what is on ground? Before the main team will come. Like I said the other time, we can change this country. It will not change overnight. It's going to be a gradual process. But notwithstanding what we are meant to do today, we must be ready to do it. So I'm challenging both NUC and private universities and public universities that there is honor on us now that we must be ready to do what is right. Because unless we do what is right, we will never experience the right result. The president has taken a political decision.
All right.
He's a politician.
Okay.
That political decision is to stop a surge in the number of universities. In fact, when I was coming to work this morning, I was driving along, there was an advertisement on radio.
All right.
A Ghanaian university was promoting itself that if you want one of the world-class education, come to so in Abuja, meet so and do your this in Ghana. Doc, in this country, let me mention a name on air today.
Okay, sir.
We had a challenge with research methods while we were in the university. And Professor Alfred Opubo, who was Africa's first professor in communication, noticed that students passing out and joining advertising agencies were deficient in research.
Okay.
And agencies, public relations agencies and advertising agencies needed students with high level of competence in research methods.
Okay.
He looked back at University of Lagos and discovered that there was a deficiency. Through one of his colleagues, Professor Frank Okugwaja, he brought in Professor Isaac Obenkwedu, who was a first-class graduate in the United States and who was a friend of Frank Okugwaja, to come do his sabbatical at University of Lagos. And use that 1 year to try to fill the gap. What did he do? Some of our own lecturers, or what do you call them? Something assistant, lecture assistant,
graduate assistants.
Yes, graduate assistants. We are now attending lectures with us on research methods,
methodology.
And Isaac Obenkwedu, he extended his 1 year stay at University of Lagos in order to give to that department what it lacked. Now, where am I heading to, Prof?
Yes, sir.
Doc, I'm heading to the matter of exchange. Lecturers coming from the universities around the world to Nigerian universities. We talk about deficiency, which we are going to discuss a little bit at length this morning. Why is it that Nigeria's university system is no longer attracting intellectuals from other countries to come here, do their sabbatical, rub minds, exchange knowledge, or our own lecturers being attracted to outside universities to do their sabbaticals and come back, and therefore enriching the content of education, is university education in Nigeria? Why has that dropped?
The key point here, which I know is very, very important and crucial, when we talk of credibility of an institutions, it's a combination of character and competence. Now, you might be competent and lack character. At the same time, you might have character and not be competent. I've heard people telling me that they want to go abroad for their sabbatical. And I ask them, instead of going abroad for your sabbatical, why not go to other states within the Nigeria for your sabbatical? Number one, emotional insecurity. I'm not talking of physical insecurity we are battling with now. Because the moment you come for your sabbatical, and I started seeing you as my rival, knowing fully well that you are just spending 12 months back to your own university. It's like you come to my school to come and exploit us. So the moment I have that mission, I'll prefer to go to a safer place. However, people will not come abroad to Nigeria. In the last 3 years of my life, I discovered that people abroad get more information than us in Nigeria. About us. About us. How? When? In US, in UK, Canada. They will just send it to you. Oh boy, see what is happening now. In Abuja. How? I'm in Abuja now. So with all those information going around the world, you discover that nobody wants to come to this country because of insecurity. Number 3, the remuneration. Okay, if I'm coming from US for sabbatical in Nigeria, what do I stand to gain? I agree with you. Oh, accommodation on your own, transportation, take it for yourself. So all those things packed together will definitely discourage anybody coming from anywhere to come for sabbatical in Nigeria. However, we cannot say government should do everything for us. The reason why we have delegation authority is because one president cannot see. There are other ministers, other lower officials that should see it. Oh, okay, this is what is happening now in my ministry. Please, this is our own suggestion. Can we do this, sir? But unfortunately, things like that are not happening in Nigeria. If I have photo on the road now, we say it's Tinubu. If anything happens in my village, it's Tinubu. What of the councillor? What of the local government chairman? What of the minister? What of the minister? What of the senators and House of Rep members? What are they doing? So the whole thing boils down to the fact that even we ourselves, we are not ready to take responsibility. And that is why if I must go to Qatar now, I must go to Dubai now for anything on education. Okay, it was okay, they will give us $so. I'll be okay, I'm ready to go. Because I will gain more knowledge, exposure, and economically I'm better off. So I would prefer to go. It is human. It's a very human nature. But when people are coming to Nigeria, the first question is, are we safe? Oh, fine. From the airport, you landed on campus. Do I have house on campus to stay? The answer is no. Because people on ground don't have accommodation. So you that is coming for sabbatical, for no accommodation for you. So a lot of factors are responsible for people out there shunning us. They don't just want to identify with us. We go for seminars, we go for workshop. They like us, we have brain, we can deliver. But we have some major issues that needed to be rescued. Especially that insecurity. The insecurity is a challenge, but I do not think that university heads can solve that challenge. That challenge can only be solved by the political leaders, yes, at the federal level. It's not something meant for the university. I was going to draw your attention to the establishment of University of Jos. Okay, sir. University of Jos was virtually midwifed and delivered from and by University of Ibadan. Okay. That is a credit that University of Jos can point to its beginning, and that beginning can take credit for this offspring. You just mentioned something that touched me, and that is, you tell your colleagues, why don't you go do your sabbatical in another Nigerian university? Yes. The broader question is, does the Nigerian academic community one, feel that intellectual competition is healthy? Two, when they critique your work, does it amount to criticism? How do you feel? Yeah. Now, if there is no cross-fertilization, yes, sir, how can knowledge within the community grow?
Now, Doc, you know why I'm raising the question?
Yes, sir.
It directs me to the next critical issue.
All right, sir.
And that is the population within the intellectual community, within Nigeria's intelligentsia, the population keeps thinning down, being overstretched. How many real professors are available to run the plethora of universities in Nigeria?
Yeah.
How can we meaningfully grow it? Because it's necessary. Even to service the number of universities available now, Nigeria still needs so many more eggheads.
Yes, sir.
Well, I will have a saying that when there are no grasshoppers in the bush, the little wing grasshopper becomes the king of the grasshoppers. And little wing grasshoppers are becoming kings in Nigeria's academic system.
Yeah.
Had we solved the problem, Doc?
Yes. I would like to say this morning, because what you don't know is bigger than you.
Sure.
And if you look at the academic echelon, those guys, the emeritus professors, you discover that the enthusiasm is no longer in them. So the question now is, what is happening? And I want to appreciate this current government for what they are doing. Something started in last week. ASUU wanted to go on strike. And as we speak, for the first time ever, federal government is dialoguing with ASUU. They are now referring to that 2016 paper. That, okay, if that's what you want,
bring it.
We'll bring it. We'll do it. That is a plus. That will ginger people. See, I used to tell anybody, I was once a banker, anywhere you want to work, the moment you get to the compound, look around, check those cars around that place, check those offices. That is how you will be. You will become. That is your life. Because those guys you are meeting there for the first time, that will be your guy.
They reflect what the company is.
The company is. That's number one. Number two, like we said the other time, there is a need for government to look into public universities facilities. As I speak with you, University of Abuja, hostel, for lecturers, offices, classrooms. If those things are in place, people will work genuinely. As I am now, I can lecture for 4 hours. I've been to base universities. I've been to 9 universities. The AC, the environment,
ambience makes you feel like
you can. Even your brain will work fine. So then, lastly, is lecturers package.
I'm coming there now, Doc. The Americans say those who pay peanuts get monkeys.
Yeah.
Last week, I had to discipline myself not to be hard with the words I was using. When the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission began toying with the tail of a tiger.
Yes.
Wanting to increase the remuneration of political office holders.
Exactly.
And say it was last done in 2008. And current situation warrants an adjustment upwards. I don't want to go back to that lest I become angry again.
Yeah.
Nigeria's reward structure. And Doc, please pardon me to give you 2 examples.
Yes, sir.
Chinese education system prioritizes intellectual competence and accomplishment. From their top universities and the top performing students, they guide them back into the academia. You just said a while ago,
yes, sir,
you cannot give what you do not have.
Yeah, you don't.
So
it's not possible.
Those high performers are gradually guided back into the academia to keep giving what they know best, high performance.
Exactly.
And they follow it up with sound remuneration and social comfort.
Yes.
Looking at Nigeria's reward structure, and now these intellectuals were discussing that we say are now thin, not enough to service our universities. By Nigeria's reward structure, are we attracting the right caliber of people to remain within the university system and teach so that they give what they have?
Without
I'm not asking you to become ASU.
I'm not ASU. I just want to say it at this point that the structure in remuneration in Nigeria needs to be looked into seriously. As we speak, a professor at the university today cannot earn what level 8 officers is earning at FIRS. As we speak this morning, a professor, then somebody that finished last year, did his service, they enter work today, FIRS, level 8. So something is wrong somewhere. And the earlier the better we look into this thing, the better for the future of this country. We don't sleep, we will read, we do papers, we do research. Because we want to make things better for this country.
And have to follow an inquisitive student.
Yes.
Who comes around to you to ask questions out of the lecture theater.
Yes. As I speak with you, I have more than 100 students on the WhatsApp now. I've not been able to open because they needed answer to those questions. So I want to urge federal government that the higher the better they look into remuneration of the lecturers, the better for these countries. There are sharp guys in the universities. If they have opportunity today to go to oil company, they will move. They move. Some are japa, they are leaving the country not because things are easy over there.
They are not.
But because they want to live a better life. My salary as a senior person cannot drive me from Hapo to the university in a month. Buy fuel, 20,000 naira every day. To go over, and so many others. And that's why you see lecturers at times, they might come once today, come after 2 days, because they have family, they have what, they have children, they need to pay their school fees, a lot of things. So, and we are the one preparing Nigeria for tomorrow. For tomorrow. So there is a need for government to look into this aspect critically. No doubt about it. This government is trying. It's trying. No doubt about it. Look at the issue of technical college. Look at the issue of net fund for the university students. That's a major one. Now, people that don't even have money, okay, go to technical. You know it's free when you get there. So that's a major one. So the same thing can be replicated at the university levels. And the moment lecturers are being well paid, I bet it with you, people are ready to work.
And people are ready to go into teaching.
They are ready to go into teaching. It's a noble profession.
Well, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says next 7 years running there will be no establishment of new private universities. That's one side of it, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
The second side will say, what's happening to the public universities? We'll take a short break now because this conversation has been, I know, we'll take a short break, please, very quickly, very short break, because this conversation has been around federal government. There are state universities that look more like my chicken farm, even though I don't have any chicken in that farm again because I cannot buy feed. Our children are also attending those universities. As the government rightly, very rightly, is solving this kind of bazaar of universities, private universities, can it also attend to the state universities as the federal government is attending to those, the ones it runs? What happens to those ones being run by the states? That's in the second part of this conversation. Please stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you and welcome back. While we took that break, I was just reading one or two things here. And Doc, we've spoken about the private universities, the gap they are supposed to fill, with the fact have not filled that they ought to. We've spoken about failures in the public universities, especially those ones being run by the federal government. You've said that, well, I have said that we hope that this moratorium, this ban, will also extend to the public schools, those ones being run by the federal government. Just before I took the break, I described some of the state universities as looking like my chicken house. Farm. It's not just the structure.
Yeah.
It's not just the structure. When a governor feels very good, with all due respect to him, he looks at the local government or the senatorial district of his concubine, and he feels like making the woman feel good. He cites one university there. And when the children of his big supporters leave the university, he gets them lecturership job in those universities. Turning the university system into a machinery for political patronage at the subnational level. What do we do about it? Let me ask you, Doc.
Yes, sir.
NUC is in control over everything.
Exactly.
Can a governor establish a university without the approval of the NUC?
No way.
Please talk to me.
Yeah. On the issue of state universities, there is a need for us to look into that critically and holistically. I know federal government will ask 3 items, and that is exclusive list, concurrent, and residual. And I know education fall under concurrent list. That is both the state and the federal government. However, we should be sincere to ourselves at this point. Why would a governor who cannot pay salary of civil servants in a state embark on establishment of state university? Either we like it or not, they have motive. And this is the right time for NUC to look critically into all the state universities. I've been to so many state universities, and I know that what is obtainable there is not NUC standard. Fine. NUC will do their own, they will lead the system. They can't be going there every day. But they can put a staff in every state university to monitor the activities of those universities. All this thing we're saying today is not for personal interest, but to save this country from future problems in the educational system. NUC is to go extra miles to look into those criterias, those prerequisites for which state university must be established. If that is done, how far have they gone in complying,
and then but monitoring as well,
and monitoring compliance, those aspects? So if that is done, I believe strongly that state university will take a new leaf in this country. Lastly, there is no one who talk about state university without talking of politics.
Yeah.
The girl interwoven is the governor wants it to be done, he will do it. But beyond that, if you're a governor of a state, the highest years you can spend is 8 years. After 8 years, you go back home. Now look at
what you care for the future.
For the future.
Millions of children will go through that institution.
The children unborn that will pass through that system. So I think it is high time for Nigerians to be thinking not only for now, but for future. Because either you like it or not, any office you think you are, after you are expired, you go, then another set of people will come on board. So I want to advise, I want to suggest, I want to recommend that NUC should take another steps of scrutinizing state universities so that we can as well get best out of those universities.
Doc, I'm going to be very unfair to you in concluding this conversation this morning.
Okay, sir.
Can you please play the augurer? Shakespeare says, the augurer, he looks into the seeds of time and he will know which seed will grow and which seed will not grow.
Yeah.
Look into the National Universities Commission. Okay. You've been talking as if those within the National Universities Commission come from the moon.
Another planet.
Do you think that the National Universities Commission is capable and willing and open to this kind of conversation we're having this morning, in order to indeed appreciate that their failures will amount to the failures of this country if they don't look into the universities detachedly, not with any particular leaning towards any government or any interest, but for goodness sake, so that the academia can redeem itself and deliver on the expectations of our society. Look at NUC. Are they equipped for that?
Well, I've been to NUC one or twice, and the caliber of people that work with NUC, I know they are capable. Then when you look at this current government, you will know that it's a no-nonsense government. This government meant well for this country, especially our education sector. So I believe strongly that NUC, they are doing their best, but be as it may, they can still go further in checkmating our educational institutions, especially public universities, private universities, and state universities. Because if we are able to get it right now, we've been able to save the coming generation from calamity. So I believe NUC, they have all it takes. Yes, they have that potentials to walk over all our university system in Nigeria. And I believe as they are ready to take off, definitely they will surely get that result.
Somebody said to me before coming to the studio, I should ask you this question.
Okay,
who is the Vice Chancellor of Bayero University, Kano? Just a minute.
Okay,
don't answer.
Okay.
Who is the Vice Chancellor of University of Nigeria, Nsukka? Who is the Vice Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University? Who is the Vice Chancellor of Nasarawa State University? Who is the Vice? If you check these Vice Chancellors and those universities, they are all homeboys. When was the academia reduced into a village conference? That is for another day. Thank you very much. In the past 1 hour, I've been having conversation with Dr. Shegu Adelodu, correct. Dr. Shegu Adelodu has passion for education. I conversed with him quite some years back on issues of the economy, and I didn't lose him. But when it came to the health of the universities, I said to my staff, please, we must go locate him. The reason is very simple. Unless we begin to track and respond to what's happening to our university system, we will not be able to track and respond to what is happening to our development. The president has taken a fundamentally important step: freeze the establishment of universities and private universities. Mr. President, go ahead and freeze the establishment of even state universities for as long as you're in power. It will give us time to retool. It will give us time to reassess. It will give us time to ask and answer the fundamental question of what use is our education if it cannot solve our problems. Dr. Delado, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, sir. Thanks for having me, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure, sir.
Let's meet tomorrow again. My name is Mwagboz Njoko. Good morning.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and so to the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub. Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate.
When a couple of years ago, I started hearing about the efforts of some Igbo sons to put up a center that will, among other things, focus on Ndi Igbo, our history, our culture, our contemporary issues and challenges, and of course our future, I was cautiously optimistic. Optimism because I knew the pedigree of those behind it, but curious because I knew it was a tall order, a Herculean task. A few years later, I am happy to reveal that my optimistic expectations have been surpassed, and I'm amazed by the progress already made by the Center for Memories. So let me begin by congratulating the Center for the great job they have done and still doing for Ncheta Ndi Igbo. I'm extremely excited for being chosen to speak today at a very important time when Ndi Igbo is at crossroads, yearning for reinvention and a new and more meaningful future. I see this as a humbling privilege and an opportunity to lend my voice to this reawakening and search for self of Ndi Igbo. Like the old East Central State newspaper was entitled, The Renaissance. I don't know how many that will agree with these issues I will raise today. But my intention really is to start a robust conversation that continues beyond today, outside the walls of this center. It should have been sometime in 1967 or thereabouts. My memory of the events of that era are so hazy, but I believe it was early in the morning at the thick of the Nigerian Civil War. And our family was moving again, evacuating from my father's maternal home as the federal forces were closing in on our entire community, Achi, in Oji River local government area of ENUGU State. My parents and other relations were prioritizing which property would be included in our luggage as we headed for a safer location, far from the invading federal troops determined to crush the Biafran resistance. This unfortunate morning, I was crying and rolling on the ground because my greatest earthly possession, my bicycle, was going to be abandoned as we were fleeing to safety. No family member had a vehicle to transport our belongings, and in the scale of preference, my bicycle did not make the list of important items to be evacuated. I was beyond myself in grief, as my little mind could not comprehend why my most prized possession was going to be abandoned. My parents were sad, but there was practically nothing they could do to assuage their child's pain. This is how, as a little child of about 3.5 years, I became familiar with the title of today's conversation, Ebezina. Ebezina, Ebele, Ebewule, depending on what your dialect is, Ebezina. Thank you. Depending on what your dialect is, Ebezina could be a word of consolation, a word of encouragement, hope, or even a reprimand. In some situations, Ebezina can be a call to action. The truth is that ebezina, stop crying, derived from ibakwa, crying. As much as it is used to express or address pain, loss, deprivation, or even maltreatment, if it lingers and becomes a recurring decimal or situation, it could be seen as a sign of weakness, disadvantage, failure, or defeat. And they'll be calling you cry baby. Sometimes it's marks of inability of a person or group to identify challenges, confront it, overcome it, and rise above it. So today, I'm arguing that this crying by Igbo people needs to stop. Igbos have cried enough. It is time to take their fate in their hands. Ndị Igbo have to retreat. Ndị Igbo have to re-strategize and re-examine how the Igbo nation is engaging with the rest of Nigeria. How we are confronting our many challenges. How we are collaborating among ourselves, and how to prioritize our needs as a people. We must stop bemoaning our fate and do something about it today, not tomorrow. There is no doubt that Ndi Igbo have over a long time faced existential threats in this country called Nigeria. For Ndi Igbo, the word marginalization has become synonymous with our complaints about the challenges we face in our nation today. Some have even taken it further to say that Igbos are not only marginalized, but hated by other tribes in Nigeria. So I ask this evening, are Igbos marginalized? Many of our brothers and sisters will answer in the affirmative, but I want to differ somehow by saying that the greatest marginalization against the Igbos is not the marginalization by others. It is not the marginalization by other tribes, but the marginalization of Igbos by Igbos, especially the elites and those that have been entrusted with leadership positions. What is the situation? In the last 26 years, the 5 states of the Southeast have collected trillions of naira in federal government allocations, and add that to their internally generated revenue. Also add extras from ecological fund, the occasional windfalls, and the billions the individual state governments have borrowed or grants they have received from international donor agencies. When you look at these humongous figures, tell me, does anywhere in the Southeast look like an environment where this kind of money has been spent, utilized, or invested in? Does our schools or hospitals in Abakaliki, in Oka, in Enugu, Owerri, or Umuahia reflect the recycled huge amounts the states budget every year for education or health, ditto for other sectors? In all the Southeast today, show me one standard and functional hospital of repute that is run by government, that provides affordable health care for Ndi Igbo. Between 1957 and 1966, Dr. Michael Ihonu Karopara, Premier of the Eastern Region, caused what I like to call an infrastructural earthquake and kicked off a developmental revolution in all sectors, including agriculture, education, industrialization, health, tourism, just name it. Few years into his premiership, 1964 to be precise, Eastern Nigeria became the fastest growing and industrializing economy in the world, ahead of Malaysia, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore. My dear brothers and sisters, where are these countries today, and where is the Southeast? And we are talking about marginalization. In the First Republic, when he was doing all these miracles, oil was not a factor, and there were no monthly federal allocations to be shared. More than 60 years after, every Igbo man is yearning for the reenactment of that golden era. But as they say, otu awu na-eji. And I ask, ụmụnne m, ọ bụ na nwa Mgbeke amara akpụ isi ka ọ bụ na agụba adịrọ nkọ? At a point during the Jonathan administration, Igbos held many strategic positions. Where did those positions take the Igbo man? At that time, how did our brothers and sisters use their positions to the advantage of Ndi Igbo? Or did they just use it for personal aggrandizement? The ENUGU-Onitsha Road and the Port Harcourt-Enugu Road are forever under construction and remains a nightmare that has further compounded the security situation in Igbo land. Yet, we've had governors, ministers, and legislators who represent us in the National Assembly and the Federal Executive Council. Many say that while their cheeks and pockets grew fatter, they will continue to suffer neglect. In politics, how have we fared? The most disgraceful outing was in 2023, when most Nigerians and even non-Nigerians believed it was the turn of Igbos to become president. Many of our brothers connived with people of other tribes and truncated that opportunity. Not only did outsiders work against us, but we worked against ourselves. There were so many enemies within, or saboteurs, a word that became popular during the Nigerian Civil War. Thank God for P2B and Labour Party, which made it possible for Igbos to be counted in 2023. Unfortunately, with all his efforts, the presidency still eluded Ndibo. Still fresh in our minds is the 1999 betrayal of Dr. Alex Ekwueme at the PDP convention in Jos, and other opportunities where Igbos just flunked it because Ndi Igbo worked against themselves. And we are talking about marginalization. Nigeria stands on three tripods: Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. Is it not worrisome that while the Hausas and Yorubas have taken more than one term in the presidency, Igbos are still docilely waiting? My question is, waiting for who? Power is taken, not given. The other problem with our politics is our political office recruitment system, which has ignored merit and has tilted towards mediocrity. In the old Igbo traditional collegiate leadership, what gave you a seat at the table was hard work and success. So, the best hunter, the best wrestler, the best farmer, and so on, successful people with pedigree, track record, and character were the ones the villages sent to the elders' council. Today, in Igbo land, what qualifies a good number of our people to public office are mundane and pedestrian considerations. Those more likely to get to office to represent our people are the guy or guys or the guy who carries a bag for the governor, or the guy who cleans the senator's shoes, his barber, his BA, or the chief thug of the chairman of the party. At the end, these, in quotes please, servant leaders, because they are servant leaders, get to office confused and lost. And before they get their bearing, the tenure is over, and they return with billions of naira in their pockets to cause trouble in our communities. Painfully, if nothing is done, 2027 will be more disastrous. One of the biggest issues in Nigeria today is state creation. And what you hear in Igbo land is a staccato of voices and cacophony of presentations. Discordant tunes that may deny the Southeast its right to getting at least 2 more states. It beats the imagination of many, not just me, why Igbos, for something as important as this, are not speaking with one voice, or even in a room having a conversation about it. Why did governors of the Southeast, or Hanez and Igbo, not convoke a meeting before now to make an effort towards consensus, or come up with a well-articulated strategy, or to demand for additional states for the Southeast? This is the same way we have handled the agitation for a better treatment of Igbo by the government of Nigeria. Instead of collaboration between the agitators and the intelligentsia and leaders, there was a complete disconnect. There was not even an agreement among Igbos on whether we should exit Nigeria or constructively engage in Nigerian states from within. It was just confusion. Igbos continued working at cross purposes, and no meaningful progress has been made to confront the ill treatment of Igbos, or whether you call it marginalization or what, by the Nigerian state. No meaningful progress. Igbo unity and oneness is another kettle of fish. In 2017, Peter Opaleke from Anambra State, now Cardinal Opaleke, was posted to Ahiarambise Catholic Diocese as bishop, but was stoutly rejected by his fellow Igbo people, who tagged his posting as discrimination in Igbo land. For 8 long years, they were up in arms until the bishop resigned and the Pope had to withdraw him. But thank God today, he is a cardinal of the Catholic Church. Is there something others are doing differently in Nigeria? During the Obasanjo regime, the South-South region mounted a campaign for the presidency. At that time, I worked for Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder of Rain Power and AIT, who was one of the pillars of that agitation. So I had a somewhat front row seat. One thing I noticed was that the riotous political atmosphere in the South-South quieted, and sworn enemies made up. Political opponents started collaborating and planning. While the militants made the creeks ungovernable, disrupting oil production, the political leaders, elites, and elders were engaging the Nigerian authorities. It didn't happen in our case. Confusion. I also discovered that a good number of their political office holders were providing the resources for the advocacy and efforts made towards the agitation and engagements. There were a lot of planning, openly and covertly. And as they say, if you fail to plan, you plan to lose. A question for the bulls. Their media owners were empowered, funded, and galvanized to drive the campaign. I remember in 2000, as a staff of AIT, we were going to be shut down by those we had borrowed money to start the business. It was the leaders of the South-South, besides Nigerians that contributed 50 kobo, 1 naira. It was the leaders, political leaders of South-South, that found a way around it and provided the money for AIT to survive. That is what regions that know what they are doing do. In summary, every hand was on deck, and there was common purpose by the people of the South-South. The South-South did not win the presidency in 2007, but Jonathan became vice president, and the rest is history. Tinubu is today the Nigerian president. Because of Tinubu, everyone in Nigeria knows the meaning of Emiloko. For the man, also known as the Jagaban, to have the audacity, even power, he took it. Some even says he seized it. While Tinubu was governor, and after he left office, he invested and continued to invest in human beings. He left office in 2007. All over Yoruba land, Tinubu identified young leaders, made some commissioners, gave them positions, mentored them, and empowered them. He guided and protected their political growth. One became vice president, some became governors, some became ministers, and many ended up in the National Assembly. His mentees were everywhere, pulling strings, including in other regions of the country. And we saw what happened in 2023. For 16 whole years, Mr. Tinubu never sought office. Rather, Mr. Tinubu provided a ladder for others to climb, while his contemporaries in Igbo land were busy betraying their kinsmen and contesting for any available office with people young enough to be their children. For 16 years, Tinubu organized the Yorubas. Of course, not all Yorubas agreed with him, but a good number of them bought into his vision. Tinubu also knows how to engage other tribes. As part of the 2015 election approached, he, with other opposition leaders, gave birth to APC, where we learned he had to give up the vice presidency just to ensure that the coalition project succeeded and Buhari became president. He allowed his commissioner to become vice president. He didn't say it must be me, because he had a nation's agenda, the Yoruba man's agenda. He knew that that would help it. So he stepped down. killed his ambition at that time. Under the AC platform, 4 years earlier, Tinubu had supported another northerner called Nuhu Ribadu, if you remember, who is today his national security advisor. Today, Bola Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. What do I think Ndi Igbo should be doing? Ndi Igbo must define their purpose, their objective, and their mission. Ohaneze Ndi Igbo should be repurposed and made relevant, or a new organization should be founded. As the apex socio-political body in Igbo land, Ohaneze must reflect that status in character and in action. The Ohaneze and Igbo leaders should stop sheepishly following state governors and political office holders about. Ohaneze should be the voice of reason and provide the proper direction for Ndi Igbo. Our wealthy sons and daughters, both at home and abroad, must get involved with raising funds to support Igbo causes. If organizations like Ohaneze are well funded, they will be more independent and they will be able to appropriately represent Ndi Igbo interests rather than the interests of transient political office holders. Collaboration is key to development. Actually, collaboration has become the currency of today. I believe that for the Southeast to make any intentional progress, the 5 states of Southeast need to work together, and we need the governors to drive it. Dubai is an emirate in the United Arab Emirates. A lot of us here have been to Dubai. It is like a state or a region in Nigeria. Dubai is not the richest emirate in UAE, but there was an intentional effort by its leaders to develop Dubai, and then other emirates, including the richest Abu Dhabi, started playing catch-up, trying to copy Dubai. And today, Dubai has become the greatest destination in the world. Achieving it is not rocket science, but needs dexterous planning and execution. Instead of turning one state in the Southeast into an unachievable and unsustainable Dubai in Africa, can we turn the Southeast into that El Dorado? A true Southeast development body needs to be instituted, funded, and made functional to drive such collaborations. Unlike what we have seen in the past, this body must have a life of its own and funding structured in such a way that it is not dependent on the whims of a particular governor or individual dashing us money. The Southeast must partner in what I want to call joint regional projects in different sectors. For example, a rail line or a monorail connecting the 5 southeastern states, starting from ENUGU through Oka all the way to Onitsha, and then goes all the way to Owerri, connects to Aba, comes through Umuahia, goes to Ebonyi, and returns to Enugu. Will not only be viable, but will be attractive to any investor, as it will be easy for a return on investment. I remember when I was serving in the Enugu government, the Enugu state government wanted to do a monorail. Even then, I argued that who was going to sustain a monorail for Enugu state? Will the monorail only go from New Market to Agbani Road, or from Agbani Road to Uti? It will not be sustainable. So we need a bigger elephant in the room for this to happen. A regional highway linking the 5 eastern states is also achievable. Why, for instance, can the Southeast have a regional first-class university owned by the 5 states that would train the best brains in Igbo land? Or an ultra-modern hospital comparable to the best in the world? Why can't it happen? Somebody should tell me why. A simple AI query I made gave me this, and I quote, "The Igbo people are a significant economic force in Nigeria, known for the entrepreneurial spirit, robust trade networks, and contributions to various sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and small businesses. Their strong emphasis on apprenticeship and networking, along with their resilience, has fueled their economic success despite challenges." Unquote. Today, Igbos dominate a lot of sectors in Nigeria. In retail, in aviation, in hospitality, Igbos have their fingers in many pies. We need to sit down to discuss how these areas of advantage can be strengthened and exploited for the good of the Southeast. Igbos must invest more in manufacturing to create more value chains, especially in the creation of jobs and employment. In the early 90s, former governor of Anambra State, Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezeife, God bless his soul, championed the Think Home philosophy, which encouraged Igbo entrepreneurs to bring their businesses home, including those in diaspora. There is no better time to do it. But now, every day our brothers and sisters doing business in other parts of Nigeria and the world complain of attacks from their hosts. Our brothers in Ghana are going to be thrown out because one of our brothers said he wanted a kingdom and they sold land to him. And when he wanted to develop and feel good, now they want to throw out all the Nigerians. Our governments in the Southeast must create a welcoming and conducive atmosphere to attract these entrepreneurs back home. This new trend in the Southeast, that the only way for state governments to grow their internally generated revenue is by taxation, has to stop. It is not only driving away investors, but it is killing our small businesses and killing our people. Our governments in the Southeast should be more creative and innovative and come up with revenue generation mechanisms that will not impoverish our people or scare businesses away. Forgive me, Ndi Igbo needs a Tinubu who will demand and seize the presidency. We need rich Igbo men who will identify credible and trustworthy politicians and invest in them. We need our own Tinubu who will look the rest of Nigeria in the eye and tell them, we need political leaders that will not seek power for only himself, but will also be willing to seek power to a more qualified Igbo man if that is what is needed. A leader who will not be a perennial candidate for any available office. We need a selfless Igbo leader who will mobilize and galvanize in the Igbo, and like Martin Luther King, be ready to die for Ndi Igbo to be liberated and just look at the mountaintop. For decades of my work in journalism, I've always believed that for a people For a people's voice to be heard, they need to have a platform to amplify it. For a people's message to be not to be distorted, they need to tell their story themselves. That was why the great Sikh of Africa, so early in his career, established chains of newspapers. His wife, Professor Uchazikiwe, told me in an interview many years ago that those newspapers were very important to Sikh because he wanted to own the narrative. Sometimes I wonder who could have given the Arab perspective in the Middle East if there was no Al Jazeera. The truth is, the Igbo voice will never be heard loud and clear until Ndi will make a conscious effort to invest in the media and support media houses already established by Ndi Igbo. The media is such a powerful tool that we as a tribe cannot ignore. Early in my broadcast journalism career, I realized this fact, and I was instrumental to the establishment of a number of AIT and radio stations in the Southeast. Unfortunately, because of the harsh economic conditions and management challenges after I left in 2007, the stations did not survive. But the hunger to ensure that as a people, we have a strident voice brought me back in 2024. Now leading a team of professional journalists and seasoned broadcasters, we founded Signature TV to tell the Southeast story from the eyes and perspective of the Southeast, while telling other national and international stories. We have been on this journey in the last 16 months, and it has not been easy at all. In our own case, for us to move our headquarters to ENUGU from Abuja, where we had operated for many years, we had to invest extra hundreds of millions to build a brand new station from scratch. And we did it because we believe that the Igbos need to have a voice. Unfortunately, with all these investments, our governments are doing nothing to encourage or support us. When they have events, they will go to Lagos and Abuja to import other TV stations and radio stations and pay them millions, while those of us in the Southeast, radio, TV stations, newspapers are stoutly ignored. Our businessmen told the same line as they prefer the big stations, forgetting that people invested to make the big stations what they are today. As you know, they also forget that besides telling the Southeast story, that we are from other media entrepreneurs in the Southeast as we groan under the heavy burden of our weak naira, escalating logistic costs, and drop in advert revenues. This is not what happens in other clients, where governments help to sustain the local media because they realize the importance to do so. Finally, no one can tell your stories like you will tell it. And in today's Nigeria media landscape and the unending political competition rooted on tribal allegiances, every interest group must ensure it has a vibrant media sympathetic to their agenda and aspirations. My dear brothers, crying will not change anything from the Igbo. What will cause change are the positive actions we take today to change our situations, ourselves. So, once again, I make this plea in the name of our forefathers. Ndị Igbo ebezina, Chukwu gozie ndị Igbo.
much. The vice in Atuolo Malo or Malo Atuolo Fegi, Ofeni Sinofia. So I would not have.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of our numbers 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ADC concludes convention, amends constitution, ratifies Mark-led NWC. Nuns kicks as abductors of Unijust students demands 30 million naira. Canada faces calls to rescind planned cuts to refugee healthcare scheme. And US forces kill 4 people in latest strike on vessels in Eastern Pacific. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has concluded its national convention in Abuja, ratifying a new national working committee led by David Mark and approving key amendments to its constitution. Delegates at the convention overwhelmingly voted in favor of the constitutional amendment, with over 90% supporting the move. Chairman of the ADC Electoral Subcommittee, Emeka Ihedioha, announced that 1,471 delegates voted in favor out of 1,576 accredited participants, confirming the adoption of the amended constitution. The convention also ratified resolutions from recent National Executive Committee meetings, including the dissolution of the former National Working Committee, led by Ralph Mwosu, and the formal takeover by the David Mark-led leadership. Key changes include a waiver of membership requirements and the suspension of zoning provisions for party offices. In his remarks, National Chairman David Mark described the convention as a major milestone, expressing confidence in the party's chances ahead of the 2027 general elections. The party also announced the expulsion of several members, including factional chairman Nafiu Bala and lawmaker Leke Abejide, over alleged anti-party activities. Meanwhile, prominent political figures at the event raised concerns over governance and democracy in Nigeria. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar accused the Independent National Electoral Commission of undermining democracy, while Labour Party's Peter Obi warned of rising national debt and economic challenges. Former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi highlighted worsening insecurity, and ADC National Secretary Ralph Arebeshola criticized the federal government's policies. Despite the absence of INEC officials at the convention, the ADC proceeded with its activities, marking a significant moment in the party's internal restructuring and political positioning. The Supreme Court has failed to determine if David Mark is the authentic chairman of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The failure of the Apex Court on Tuesday to give judgment in an appeal filed by David Mark was as a result of the failure of David Mark's lawyer to submit a written brief since the appeal was filed on March 31st. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedima reports.
The Congress, ADC, ended without a judgment. At the Supreme Court in Abuja, the 5-member panel led by Justice Mohammed Garba declined to proceed with the matter after counsel to David Mark, Jubu Okutepa, San, failed to file a written brief of argument, a key requirement for the hearing of the case. The brief, which ought to have been served on both the respondents and the justices, had not been filed since the appeal was entered on March 31st.
Well, the backdrop to what transpired in courts today is essentially the application of the appellant, that is Senator David Mark, requesting the Supreme Court to grant a stay of execution of the judgment of the Court of Appeal. They also sought alternative reliefs to restrain INEC, from enforcing the judgment of the Court of Appeal, amongst other reliefs that they asked. So I don't know, for whatever the reason may be, they have compiled and transmitted their records since the 31st of March. That's more than 14 days ago. They did not file a brief of argument. But the Supreme Court really bent over backwards to accommodate accelerated hearing of this appeal because there was no formal application before the courts. The interest was essentially to just get a stay of execution of the orders of the Court of Appeal.
Following an appeal of leniency, the court granted the counsel to David Mark 24 hours to file the brief, describing the case as sensitive and deserving of accelerated hearing. Respondents, including Naifu Gombe, Rauf Arebeshola, Ralph Wonsu, and Independent National Electoral Commission, were given 3 days to respond.
I rather brought before my lords a situation of extreme urgency and a situation that is of fundamental importance to democratic growth. And you can see that they also appreciated that position and are bent backwards to give me 1 day to file my brief and give the other party 3 days to file.
But counsel to Naifu Gombe, the first respondent, Robert Emupero, questioned the failure by David Mark's counsel to file the brief despite having more than 2 weeks. He noted that the Supreme Court had shown unusual flexibility to fast-track the matter. The counsel explained that what David Mark's appeal seeks is to halt enforcement of an earlier Court of Appeal judgment and restrain INEC from recognizing a rival leadership.
The Supreme Court gave the order that the case will be accelerated, and they were basically given less than 24 hours to file their brief, which is tomorrow. We were given 3 days to file our own brief, even though we requested for 5 days. And now the appeal itself, on the basis of the notice of appeal that they filed on the 16th of March, is fixed for the 22nd of April for definite hearing by the Supreme Court.
The court has adjourned the case to April 22nd for definite hearing, warning that the matter could have been concluded if all parties had complied with the procedural requirements. With multiple suits pending in different courts and factions still laying claim to the party structure, there are expectations that the Supreme Court could give judgment the same day as it begins a definite hearing of the appeal. The outcome of the appeal at the Supreme Court could also settle 2 other issues. That is whether the suit in the lower courts could proceed any further and whether David Mark will remain the national chairman of the African Democratic Congress. In Abuja, Chimizi Nzadima reporting for Signature Television.
Vice President Kashim Shettima says the federal government will provide support to victims of the recent attacks in Shanga local government area of Kebbi State. Shettima gave the assurance during a condolence visit to Kebbi State, where he met with Governor Nasir Idris over the death of the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Muhammad Usman Zuru, as well as victims of the Shanga attack. The Vice President, who delivered President Bola Tinubu's condolence message, said relief assistance would be provided through the National Emergency Management Agency to affected communities. He also urged security agencies to intensify efforts in tackling terrorism and criminal activities across the country. In his response, Governor Nasir Idris appreciated the visit and disclosed that the state government had donated 100 million naira to support the relocation of communities displaced by the attacks. He added that an additional 60 million naira had been approved for the families of 11 soldiers killed in a recent ambush by gunmen. The condolence visit was attended by government officials, members of the late speaker's family, and heads of security agencies in the state. The federal government has spent nearly 75 billion naira on arms, ammunition, and military equipment between 2023 and 2025, amid rising security challenges across the country. Data from GovSpend shows that defense spending peaked in 2024 at over 40 billion naira, up from about 33 billion naira in 2023, before dropping significantly to under 1 billion naira in 2025. The Ministry of Defense accounted for the bulk of the expenditure, with major procurements including ammunition, armored vehicles, and critical military equipment. The Nigerian Army, Navy, and other security agencies also recorded significant spending on arms and operational tools within the period. In 2024, a single-day expenditure of over 33 billion naira by the Ministry of Defense accounted for a large portion of the year's total spending, reflecting a surge in bulk procurement. Other agencies, including the Nigeria Immigration Service and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, also increased spending on arms and anti-riot equipment. However, spending recorded in 2025 dropped sharply, with only limited transactions captured, primarily by the NDLEA. Analysts note that the figures may not fully represent total security spending, as they cover only transactions explicitly classified under arms and ammunition. Despite the increased investment, concerns persist over worsening insecurity, including terrorism, banditry, and other criminal activities across the country. Reports also indicate that Africa accounts for a small share of global arms imports, raising concerns about the continent's capacity to respond effectively to evolving security threats. The federal government has also earmarked additional funds for arms procurement in the 2026 budget as part of efforts to strengthen national security. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has condemned the abduction of a University of Jos student, John Arum, whose kidnappers are demanding a 30 million naira ransom. In a statement, NAN's national president, Olushola Oladoja, described the incident as a reflection of the worsening security situation in the country. The association expressed concern over disturbing evidence of the student's captivity circulating publicly, showing the harsh conditions and alleged torture he is being subjected to. NANS also criticized what it described as a slow and inadequate response by security agencies and authorities at both state and federal level. The student body warned that the incident highlights the growing vulnerability of Nigerian students to criminal activities and called for urgent intervention. It demanded the immediate deployment of intelligence and security resources to secure the victims' release, alongside regular updates on rescue efforts. NANS issued a 48-hour ultimatum to the federal government and the Plateau State government to act decisively or face nationwide protests by students. The association added that failure to respond promptly could lead to a shutdown of academic and socio-economic activities across the country. NANS reaffirmed its commitment to advocating for the safety and welfare of Nigerian students, insisting that it will not remain silent in the face of rising insecurity. Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborewori has expressed dissatisfaction over delays in the reconstruction of the Warri City Stadium, warning the contractor to adhere strictly to agreed timelines. Speaking during an inspection of the facility, the governor said the project, initially scheduled for completion in December, is yet to be delivered months after the deadline. He stressed that timelines must be respected, noting that the delay falls short of the agreement reached with the contractor. While commending the quality of the playing pitch, Oborewori raised concerns over some aspects of the work, particularly the cladding, which he described as substandard and temporary. He insisted that only durable materials would be accepted, warning that anything below standard would be rejected. The governor maintained that the state government would not alter the contract, but would ensure full compliance with agreed specifications. He also warned that failure to meet expectations would attract public scrutiny, warning the media to hold the contractor accountable. Oborewori explained that the decision to renovate the stadium instead of building a new one was influenced by land constraints and the need to preserve the facility's identity. He expressed optimism that the upgraded stadium would be capable of hosting major sporting events upon completion. Meanwhile, officials of the Nigeria Football Federation commended the project, describing it as a boost for football development, although they noted the facility may not be ready for matches until September. About 41% of Nigeria's total federation revenue of 84 trillion naira over the past 3 years was lost to deductions before distribution, significantly reducing funds available to the 3 tiers of government. Data from the World Bank's Nigeria Development Update shows that while revenues rose sharply between 2023 and 2025, deductions from the Federation account also increased substantially. Total earnings climbed from 17.08 trillion naira in 2023 to 34.44 trillion naira in 2025, bringing cumulative revenue to nearly 84 trillion naira. However, deductions rose from 6.22 trillion naira in 2023 to almost 15 trillion naira in 2025, amounting to over 34 trillion naira within the period. The World Bank warned that these first-line deductions are significantly shrinking the funds shared among federal, state, and local governments. The deductions are largely driven by statutory transfers and cost of collection allocations to ministries, departments, and agencies, including major revenue-generating institutions. Analysts say the system allows a large portion of national income to be pre-committed before distribution, limiting fiscal space for development. Despite improved revenue performance following economic reforms, concerns remain over rising public debt and budget deficits. The World Bank has called for reforms, including reducing fixed percentage deductions and transitioning agency funding to transparent budget allocations. Experts warn that without such changes, the current structure could weaken fiscal discipline and constrain national development efforts. The United Nations and the International Monetary Fund have warned that gains from rising oil and gas prices for countries like Nigeria may be short-lived. The warning comes amid global concerns over the economic impact of the ongoing Iran conflict, which has disrupted energy markets and driven up shipping costs following tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. Executive Director of the International Trade Center, Pamela Cook-Hamilton, said while oil-producing countries may benefit from higher prices, the gains are likely to be temporary. She noted that many developing producers, including Nigeria, remain net importers of refined petroleum products, limiting the overall benefits. The IMF also raised concerns, downgrading Nigeria's 2026 economic growth forecast to 4.1%, citing the combined impact of rising fuel costs, higher shipping expenses, and broader global uncertainty. IMF chief economist Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas said the outlook reflects mounting pressure on economies, particularly those still reliant on energy imports. He added that while higher oil prices may provide some relief, the overall effect could be weaker growth due to inflationary pressures and disruptions to non-oil sectors. Analysts say the situation highlights the need for Nigeria and other developing economies to strengthen domestic capacity and reduce reliance on external energy markets. The warnings were issued during the IMF and World Bank spring meetings in Washington, where global economic recovery prospects were also reviewed. Rallies have been held across Canada, urging the government to reverse planned cuts to a healthcare program for refugees and asylum seekers. Dozens of people demonstrated in Toronto on Tuesday as part of a national day of action against cuts to the interim federal health program, which are set to come into effect on May 1st. Critics say the curbs put vulnerable people at risk and would lead to higher costs down the line. The Canadian government announced in late January that it would be making changes to the IFHP, which provides basic health coverage to refugees, asylum claimants, and others not covered by other healthcare programs in Canada. As of next month, people receiving IFHP coverage will have to pay $4 per eligible prescription medication, as well as 30% of the cost of supplemental services, such as dental and vision care and counseling. While the new co-payments may appear modest, doctors and refugee rights advocates say they can be prohibitively expensive for newcomers struggling to rebuild their lives in Canada amid soaring costs. The US military has killed 4 more people in its 4th deadly attack on vessels in the Eastern Pacific Ocean over the past 4 days. US Southern Command SOUTHCOM announced the attack in a social media post on Tuesday, alongside a video that showed a stationary boat with outboard engines being hit by a missile and exploding into a huge ball of flames. SOUTHCOM, which is responsible for US military operations in Latin America and the Caribbean, claimed that the 4 people killed were narco-terrorists, but provided no evidence to support its claims. Justification for the lethal attack, according to SOUTHCOM, was due to intelligence, details of which were not provided, that confirmed that the vessel was transiting along known narco-trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and was engaged in narco-trafficking operation. The latest killing of people on board vessels in international waters in the Eastern Pacific Ocean and Caribbean brings the overall death toll to at least 175 since early September, when US President Donald Trump ordered the attacks to stop what the White House claims are Latin American cartels transporting drugs to the US. Tuesday's killings came after 2 people were killed in a US strike on Monday, and 5 people were killed in 2 separate strikes on Saturday, also in the Eastern Pacific. Israel's military has killed at least 11 Palestinians, including 2 children, in separate attacks across the war-torn Gaza Strip. The latest violations by Israel of a ceasefire with Hamas that came into effect on October 10th last year. Gaza's civil defense authorities said that a 3-year-old and a 14-year-old were among those killed in the Israeli attacks in the northern part of the enclave on Tuesday. Gaza's Ministry of Interior said in a statement that Israeli warplanes had targeted the police vehicle in the city center, causing several deaths and injuries, with a police officer among those killed and at least 9 bystanders wounded, some critically. Basal also said another person was killed by Israeli fire in the northern Beit Lahia area earlier in the day. Later on Tuesday evening, civil defense reported that another Israeli strike killed several people near an intersection in the Shati refugee camp in Gaza City. Medics at Al-Shifa Hospital later confirmed receiving 5 bodies from an Israeli drone bombing involving 2 missiles that hit a group of people in the Shati refugee camp. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is set to embark on a 4-day diplomatic tour to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey as his bid to moderate the second round of peace talks between the United States and Iran appears to gather momentum. Pakistan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the official visits are scheduled from Wednesday to Saturday, with meetings in Saudi Arabia and Qatar conducted in the bilateral context, while talks with Turkish presidents Recep Tayyip Erdogan and other leaders will take place on the sidelines of the Antalya Diplomacy Forum. On Tuesday, Pakistan's President Asif Ali Zardari had said in a statement that Sharif had briefed him on his drive to discuss the issue with his fellow mediators and to secure further negotiations, which comes during a 2-week ceasefire that has halted US and Israeli attacks on Iran until April 22nd. Zardari urged the Prime Minister and other officials to remain engaged with the US, Iran, and other key powers to try to sustain the peace process. We now join Christopher Lele for sports news.
The head coach of the Super Eagles, Eric Chell, has revealed plans to use the Unity Cup as a platform to evaluate new players ahead of future international competitions. Nigeria will defend its title at the 2026 Unity Cup, scheduled to take place from May 26 to 30 at the Valley, home of Charlton Athletic in London. Nigeria will face Zimbabwe in the semi-finals of the Unity Cup, while India and Jamaica clash in the other last 4 fixture. Child made it clear that the tournament will serve as an opportunity to expand his player pool and test emerging talents. The coach also confirmed that domestic players will not be overlooked, stressing his intention to closely monitor performances in the Nigerian Premier Football League. 18 Senegalese football supporters convicted over a pitch invasion during the chaotic African Cup of Nations final in Rabat in January have denied any wrongdoing. A Moroccan court in February sentenced the 18 Senegalese football fans to prison terms ranging from 3 to 12 months over charges of hooliganism. Prosecutors sought stiffer penalties in the appeals court in Rabat, but the initial sentences were upheld. The Senegalese argued that they had been forced onto the pitch because of a surging crowd, or to avoid being spat upon and projectiles thrown towards them. They said it was not to protest a refereeing decision at the end of the contention's African final on January 18, which Senegal won 1-0. Ademola Lookman's first half goal sent Atletico Madrid into the Champions League semi-finals with a 3-2 aggregate victory over 10-man Barcelona on Tuesday. Early strikes from Lamine Yamal and Ferran Torres for the Catalans had levelled the tie on aggregate before Nigerian international Lookman replied for Diego Simeone's team. Eric Garcia's red card 11 minutes from the time gave Barca an uphill challenge, having also finished the first leg with 10 men, and their 2-1 victory on the night was not enough to avoid elimination. In tennis, following his retirement from the Barcelona Open in the first round due to another injury, Jack Draper has assured fans he will be back, but that it will take time. The British number 2 had taken the first set against Thomas Martin before difficulty with his knee forced him to retire less than 2 months after his return to the ATP Tour, having been sidelined with an injury the second half of last year. Since his breakthrough in 2022, Draper has been plagued with a constant rotation of injuries, including to his shoulder, abdomen, and most recently, his knee. In swimming, 3-time Olympic champion Adam Peaty made a first step towards the 4th Games in Los Angeles by swimming the 100-meter breaststrokes at the Aquatic GB Swimming Championships in London. Peaty, 31, was challenged by 2 teenagers, Philip Nowacki and Max Morgan, but came through to win in 58 minutes 97 seconds. Nowacki was second in 59 minutes 39 seconds. With Morgan third in a huge personal best of 59 minutes 56 seconds. Peaty's time was the second best in the world this year, external, suggesting that his time at the top could continue yet as he targets the 2028 Olympics. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Next is entertainment news.
Popular Nigerian comedian Igo Save has reacted to the ongoing marital controversy involving former Big Brother Niger star Angel Smith. Angel recently tied a knot with her partner, Timi Ninu, in the United States. However, less than 2 weeks after the ceremony, the relationship ran into trouble after Timi Ninu publicly accused Angel of infidelity, alleging that she was involved with another woman she met on a dating app. The situation has stirred reactions online, with many Nigerians also criticizing Angel's mother for supporting the union. Reacting via his Instagram story, Igosiv commented on the situation by applauding men for their perceived patience in marriages, noting that the union between the 2 women reportedly broke down within a very short period due to issues in the relationship. Popular Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has raised alarm over the presence of armed police officers at her residence. The actress, who shared a video showing security operatives surrounding her home earlier Tuesday morning, expressed fear over the situation, insisting that she had not received any prior invitation from the authorities. In her reaction, Ogala called on the public to hold the founder of Grace Nation International Ministry, Pastor Chris Okafor, responsible if anything happens to her. She alleged that the cleric was behind what she described as another attempt to have her arrested and detained without the presence of her legal representative. The disputes between the actress and the pastor dates back to late 2025, following the circulation of a viral video announcing Okafor's engagement to Pearl Okafor. Ogala had publicly accused him of ending their long-term intimate relationship to marry a younger woman. Although Okafor did not reportedly deny the claims, he was said to have settled the matter privately with payments of $10,000. Legendary Nigerian musician Fela Anikulapo Kuti has achieved a historic milestone as the first African artist to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Fela will be recognized in the Early Influence category this year, alongside notable figures such as Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, Graham Parsons, and Celia Cruz. The list of honorees was announced on Monday night in the United States during a broadcast of American Idol. Nigerian-born British singer Sade Adu is also set to be honored, earning recognition in the performance category. Several high-profile nominees, including Shakira, Mariah Carey, Lauryn Hill, New Edition, and Pink, did not make the final list this year despite strong consideration. The selection process involved votes from more than 1,200 artists, historians, and music industry professionals. The official induction ceremony is scheduled to take place on November 14 at the Peacock Theatre in Los Angeles. Earlier in the year, Fela further cemented his legacy by becoming the first African musician to receive the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Nwokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finish the Wait, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aziz Ashkanous, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election to the presidency of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. I wish her, on my behalf and on behalf of the delegation of the Kingdom of Morocco, all success in her endeavor. Allow me also to seize this opportunity to reaffirm our full support to the relentless efforts made by the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres. His leadership remains vital in fighting global challenges. Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, this session is held as the world is facing a number of challenges that require to adopt a pragmatic approach. Globalism, has brought people together. However, it is facing unprecedented challenges today due to economic and climate problems, as well as technological developments and other challenges that are growing very fast and that pose main questions about governance and responsibility. This is an era of reshuffling priorities and international dynamics. For this reason, geopolitical changes need to be assessed the right way if we really want to address challenges. This is something said by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him, when he stressed that the world today is going through a main transition from a global system that has achieved its goals, but showed it is limited in achieving the aspirations of people, to a new model that we all have to work together to build. Madam President, the United Nations, despite its historic successes, is finding itself today facing the need to adapt with these changes. Does that mean that the United Nations is at stake today as the world continues to change? The answer is definitely no. But our organization is called upon, now more than ever, to review its priorities, because our main task remains the same. However, the tools and our working methods require reviewing to be in line with the size of current challenges and their complexities. The Kingdom of Morocco has always called for multilateralism that is committed to equality and sovereign equality among states and respect of their territorial integrity and unity. Madam President of the General Assembly, in line with our firm commitment as expressed by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him, the chair of the OIC's Al-Quds Committee, we continue to follow the deteriorating situation in the Palestinian territories. The Kingdom of Morocco calls today for further mobilization in the international community to save the region from the cycle of violence. Our action today needs to be based on 4 priorities. 1, an immediate ceasefire and a return to the negotiations table in order to put a final end to the war. 2, ensuring the entry of humanitarian assistance to the Gaza Strip and the West Bank without any conditions and restrictions. 3, promote the vital role of the UNRWA. And 4, implement a clear and comprehensive roadmap for reconstruction, the roadmap that was adopted by the Arab Summit under the leadership of the Palestinian Authority and under the sponsorship of the Arab and international worlds. Based on the instructions of of His Majesty the King, we continue to believe that the two-state solution is the only way to achieve sustainable and comprehensive peace in the Middle East. This is the solution that can no longer be delayed or marginalized. It needs to be a moral commitment and a political immediate request. In this regard, we reaffirm the need for political prospects by adopting a defined time frame to ensure the legitimate right of the Palestinian people to establish a Palestinian state that is independent on the lines of June 1967, with Al-Quds with East Jerusalem as its capital, with Gaza as an integral part thereof. The economic aspect needs to be a part of the peace process, because there can be no peace without economic development. We need to also promote support to the Palestinian authorities so that it can strengthen its institutions to serve its people and achieve their aspirations, and finally adopt regional security mechanisms that are sustainable based on international law and mutual respect. We also stress our full commitment to defending the holy sites in Palestine, especially Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is very special to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him, as the chairman of Al-Quds Committee. This is reflected in our diplomatic work and our executive branch, which is currently implementing vital projects to save the legal aspect of Al-Quds and to support the legitimate aspirations and rights of the Palestinian people. We also stand in solidarity with the state of Qatar, Syria, and Lebanon in the face of the attacks they have been under by Israel. In the same vein, we call for the adoption of peaceful solutions to disputes in the sisterly Arab states, including in Libya, Yemen, the Sudan, and Somalia, through dialogue and consensus. These solutions need to be based on the respect of their national sovereignty, their territorial unity, away from any foreign interventions. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in a world of uncertainty and tensions, dialogue and cooperation have become very important. They are the pillars for achieving sustainable peace. Morocco, based on the great ambitious vision of His Majesty the King, we believe that genuine partnership and collective development is essential in our work internationally. Africa, specifically, finds itself today at a crossroads. Africa, for a long time, was the prisoner of a stereotype. It is today a space for innovation. It launched a number of initiatives to accelerate African integration in the global system. Based on the vision of His Majesty the King, the Kingdom of Morocco focused on Africa as a priority in its diplomacy, and it used it as an environment for belonging, cooperation, and partnership. His Majesty the King has stressed this by saying that Africa needs to transform its challenges into opportunities. It needs to value its strengths to build its future with ambition. Africa is at the center of initiatives led by His Majesty the King. He focused on Africa in his strategic vision, which seeks to unify Africa to ensure its well-being and its progress, while being open to international partnerships that are balanced. This should be reflected in the Rabat track for Africa at the Atlantic. This is a cultural project based on new geopolitical integration that would allow these states to recover their role at the Atlantic and to become a center of stability and security in which cultural and humanitarian cooperation turn into opportunities for socioeconomic development. The future gas, the gas pipeline project is one of the main projects that reflects this vision. It provided or it enjoyed international support. This great project is a response, a tangible response for climate, economic and social challenges. It also shows the innovation of Africa and its economic development. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today we are faced with a geopolitical reality that is closely linked to climate change, which is affecting the way we live. It's affecting our economy. It is reshaping the international system and threatening international peace and security. As His Majesty the King has said, climate change is one of the major challenges facing the world today. It poses a genuine threat not only to the environment but also to socioeconomic development, but also on security and stability in the world. At the center of the challenge is the new strategy. It is a main source for facing drought and climate change. Morocco is facing structural drought and is continuing, based on our King's instructions, to adopt new strategies, including by desalinating water and promoting irrigation systems. In the same vein, we have taken great steps to promote renewable energy and fight climate change. This stresses, or Morocco stresses, the need for collective work to address these environmental challenges. No matter how great, no state alone has enough resources and capabilities to solve this problem alone. This is why we need to work globally today to achieve our collective and effective goals. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in a few years, artificial intelligence has imposed itself as a new way to reshape our economies and our way of life. We are aware of the great opportunities it provides. However, we also recognize the great challenges it poses. Artificial intelligence should not become an alternative. It should not lead to marginalization. It should rather promote collective development. The tangible implementation of artificial intelligence is imposed today in a number of sectors, such as health, education, agriculture, and others. This is why we are betting on it today. Turning a blind eye to artificial intelligence and not taking advantage of it means wasting economic opportunities. We need to adopt artificial intelligence to reshape the labor market and adapt with the growing and fast challenges imposed by the need to use AI morally, responsibly. This is what the Kingdom of Morocco is working on right now through its Digital Strategy 2030. Madam President, the Kingdom of Morocco believes that sports leads to peace. It is a pillar for development. In this vein, we will be hosting we are preparing to host World Cup 2030 with Portugal and Spain. This is a real tool for cultural diplomacy and international openness. And this affects our social, economic, and human development. By organizing the World Cup, the Kingdom of Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty the King, reaffirms its ability to take on great projects globally and mobilize its infrastructure and capabilities to show the real beautiful face of Africa at the international community. Madam President, the Kingdom of Morocco stresses its full support to the Secretary General of the United Nations and his special envoy, a special representative, to find a final solution to the regional dispute on the Sahara. The autonomy initiative is the only solution that is realistic. It is enjoying now growing support at the international level as part of the dynamic launched by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him. Based on this belief, His Majesty has stressed in his latest speech that the kingdom seeks to find a consensual solution that is a win-win for everyone to save face of all parties. The world is witness that the Moroccan Sahara issue is now at a historic crossroads. The positions of a majority of member states in this organization now pave the way towards a clear path that says it is high time to turn the page on this conflict in full respect of the sovereignty of Morocco and its territorial integrity. This is the international consensus around the autonomy initiative, and this consensus is growing because 2/3 of the member states of the United Nations consider this initiative as the sole pragmatic and credible basis to settle this dispute. On the ground, everything is clear. The Sahara has become a land full of opportunities because of the development model of the states that was launched by Morocco. And this is why this region has become a strategic platform that serves peace, stability, and collective development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 8 decades after its establishment, our organization's goals remain essential today more than ever. However, the changes in our world today require us to overcome the concept of crisis management towards building sustainable solutions. No matter the nature or size of the challenges, our collective responsibility is to work in solidarity to turn them into opportunities and to find comprehensive and just solutions. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of government of the Kingdom of Morocco. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It's yet another Friday, of course, another day. Today is the 15th day in the month of April. The month, I think I'll just keep saying this. Oh, it's Wednesday, actually. I think I can't wait for the weekend. Alright, this is Eva, it's the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queeneth. Welcome to. We're going to have a fun-filled show today because I have interesting stories. And of course, as usual, on Wednesdays is Playlist Pal. We're going to be looking at some Kiss Daniel hit jams, right? And of course, I have an interview that we will be bringing to your doorstep. But first of all, let's talk about what's trending in the entertainment world. So popular Nigerian comedian I Go Save has reacted to the ongoing marital controversy involving former Big Brother Naija star Angel Smith. Angel recently tied the knot with her partner Timi Ninu in the United States. So, however, less than 2 weeks after the ceremony, the relationship ran into trouble after Timi Ninu publicly accused Angel of infidelity, alleging that she was involved with another woman she met on a dating app. So the situation has stirred reactions online, with many Nigerians also criticizing Angel's mother for supporting the union. Now, reacting via his Instagram story, I Go Save commented on the situation by applauding men for their perceived patience in marriages, noting that the union between the two women reportedly broke down within a short period due to issues in the relationship. So my question was like, why are you applauding men? I don't really understand. A friend of mine made a video. I was like, there is no way it is even good. You marry man, no problem. You marry woman, no problem. Truth be told, no one was actually comfortable with this. Honestly, like, we were shocked, we were disappointed, we were sad, we were unhappy. We were wondering what exactly is wrong with this girl. Are you really, really doing this? And just less than, they're not allowed to get a divorce because the marriage is not up to 6 months. So if she cheated on you or not, you're going to stay there till after 6 months. Now, my question is, why exactly is she cheating with somebody that she met on a dating app? I mean, you just got married. So maybe she thought, oh, because she got married to a the fact that she's even cheating with her fellow woman, what exactly are you looking for? I tend to want to understand what she was looking for when she cheated on her on her wife. God, it's so weird to say. On her wife with another woman. Isn't it funny? Right? It has stirred so much conversations online because Timi Ninu has been posting lots of comments of how he spent about $100,000 on Angel, bought her certain things, treated her like a queen and all that. And the question is, what exactly are you looking for from another woman? I'm asking too, what exactly are you looking for? It's embarrassing, it's annoying, it's heartbreaking, it's just so somehow, because I find it difficult to really, really understand. So moving forward, popular Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has raised alarm over the presence of armed police officers at her residence. So the actress, who shared a video showing security operatives surrounding her home early Tuesday morning, expressed fear over the situation, insisting that she had not received any prior invitation from the authorities. In her reaction, Ogala called on the public to hold the founder of Grace National International Ministry, Pastor Chris Okafor, responsible if anything happens to her. She alleged that the cleric was behind what she described as another attempt to have her arrested and detained without the presence of her legal representatives. Now, the dispute between the actress and the pastor dates back to late 2025, following the circulation of a viral video announcing Okafor's engagement to Pearl Okafor. So Ogala had publicly accused him of ending their long-term intimate relationship to marry a younger woman. Although Okafor did not reportedly deny the claims, he was said to have settled the matter privately with a payment of $10,000. Okay, now that if he has settled the matter with
$10,000 that did she ask for $10,000? I think she did, and she also asked for a house, right? So why should we hold him responsible if the authorities are coming to your house? And we really needed to know why exactly the authorities came to. I was trying to look for this video. I don't know why I didn't see it. I really needed the video to show us that, okay, they really came to your house and all that, because sometimes people tend to upload things, and let's just be very careful. Let it not be that you're laying false accusation on demand, because I thought this whole thing has been settled between you and Pastor Chris. So we are surprised now that, okay, authorities and police are coming to your house without invitation, and you're asking us to hold him responsible. Were you arrested? Were you detained? Were you taken to the station? Even if we would want to hold you responsible for what? That authorities came to your house. Came to your house to do what? That's the question, right? I mean, he paid the $10,000, right? Which you asked for, and also for a house. I don't know if he got the house for you, but he paid the $10,000. So why exactly? Okay, is he coming to court? I don't know. Because even if we are holding him responsible, there should be a reason why we're holding him responsible. If maybe you were detained, if you were arrested, if you were taken to court or something, or maybe you had an accident, there should be a reason why we're holding him responsible. We can't just hold him responsible because police authorities came to your residence. It doesn't really make sense to us. All right, so legendary Nigerian musician Fela Anikulapo Kuti has achieved a historic milestone as the first African artist to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The funniest part is that this man has been dead for a very long period of time, and he is still getting honorarium. So Fela will be recognized in the early influence category this year, alongside notable figures such as Queen Latifah, MC Light, Graham Parsons, and Celia Cruz. The list of honorees was announced on Monday night in the United States during a broadcast in American Idol. Nigerian-born British singer Sade Adu is also said to be honored, earning recognition in the performance category. There is several high-profile nominees, including Shakira, Mariah Carey, Lauryn Hill, New Edition, and Pink, did not make the final list this year, despite strong consideration. Now, the selection process involved votes from more than 1,200 artists, historians, and music industry professionals. The official induction ceremony is scheduled to take place on November 14 at the Peacock Theatre in Los Angeles. Earlier this year, Fela further cemented his legacy by becoming the first African musician to receive the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. That's what I'm talking about. Because this man is late. He's resting in peace. And he's still getting awards. See, in this life, whatever you do, just leave a very good legacy and a milestone that people always remember and want to honor you. Imagine that in this generation, now we're in Gen Z now, in Alpha, this current generation, Fela is still getting awards that the current artists and musicians in Africa and in Nigeria are getting. So it's more like whatever he sang then, it is still living memories and speaking to the souls of people in this current generation. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So imagine other people, Shakira and the rest of them, did not even get this honor. They didn't even get the opportunity despite all the consideration. It's more like they've checked them up and down, left and right, and they're like, no, we don't see anything that will make you to be part of this. So congratulations to the family, because we can't say to him, he cannot take it. Congratulations to his family, and we expect more of this from our icons. We expect more of this, not just in music, in movies too, in art, in fashion, and other parts of the entertainment industry. Now, moving forward, Toyin Abraham has denied viral claims that she was behind the alleged rearrest of ex-influencer Big Ayo, calling the report false and stating she was on a movie set when it surfaced. The claim originated from a now deleted post by an ex-user, but was later debunked by another user Prince Adeshina, who confirmed the actress had no involvement, something Abraham acknowledged. Now, the rumor appears linked to a July 2024 incident when Abraham took legal action against online troll. At the time, she clarified that it was Big Ayo, not another user's mother, who was arrested over alleged cyberbullying and offensive remark about her family. Abraham has faced persistent online criticism, partly due to her support for Bola Tinubu during the 2023 election, which sparked ongoing backlash and personal attacks. She's actually been getting a whole lot of criticism, which is heartbreaking. I tend to wonder what this woman did. So thank God she said she's not the one that rearrested the guy. Was she part of the first one? Yes, but she's not the one that rearrested him this time around. She was actually on a movie set. I don't even know why someone was arrested and they tend to call Toyin Abraham that, oh, she's the one that arrested him. On what ground? What heading? What was the reason? People, and you know the fun fact, the person deleted the post. I told you from the beginning of the year that a whole lot of lawyers will make so much money and courts will have so much attendance to mark this year, because I don't understand why we wake up one morning, we hear the story, and we decide to link one celebrity part of it. You're not even sure. You just tend to upload something that, oh, Toyin Abraham has rearrested Big Ayo. For what? For what reason? And then you took it down. If not that another blogger saw it, or another ex-user saw it and said, no, she was not the one that did it, and all that and all that. That's how this story will keep going on and on and on and on. We need to stop, because we have the right to social media posts and all those. I think they should now put there should be a limit to this, that when you call someone, even allegedly will not save you, that when you attach somebody's name to cases like this, your account would be banned, so that you go and start finding a way to bring it back or open another page to start getting followers, because it's getting out of hand. All right, so Katy Perry is reportedly under investigation in Australia following sexual assault allegation made by actor Ruby Rose. So Rose, known for her role in Orange is the New Black, had earlier shared claims in a now deleted social media post alleging that the incident occurred at a nightclub in Melbourne nearly 2 decades ago. She later stated that she had formally reported the matter to authorities and would no longer comment publicly. A representative of Perry has denied the allegations in a statement to Variety. So the pop star, known for hits like Hot and Cold, Roar, and I Kissed a Girl, has also been in the spotlight recently over her relationship with former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So a whole lot of claims has been coming on and off. I just hope people are ready to defend themselves on cases like this. Do you know what it means that you're accusing somebody of sexual assault and all that? Do you know what that actually means? And this is something that happened 2 decades ago. That's like, let's say 20 years ago, right? So if her representative did not deny the allegation, let's assume it was not denied. This is how it will keep going. Anyways, they will meet in court. That's how it has always been. But the truth is this: we shouldn't cook up stories just to make somebody look bad, just because someone is back on the spotlight, just because we don't like somebody. Because you know that they have fans and it would affect their career, it will affect their income, it will affect their social media, it will affect their social status. So you just tend to do it without any concrete evidence. It literally do not make sense. All right, that's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. We're going a short break, and coming up next is Playlist Pal, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies, and exciting moments from the world of arts. We've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And this is Playlist Pulse segment. So today we are diving into the smooth, soulful, and unforgettable sound of one of Nigeria's finest hitmaker, emphasis on finest, Kiss Daniel, for classic love stories like Woju and Laye to newer anthems like Buga, Cough, and RTID. So his music blends emotions, rhythm, and pure Afrobeat magic. So sit back, relax, and let's take a journey through the sounds that made Kiss Daniel a true icon in Afrobeat. Let's get into it. I think Kiss Daniel is not getting the glory that he deserves, but let's get into some of his songs. So first on the list is Woju. Now, Woju is a by Kiss Daniel, is an Afropop love song about a young man who is romantically involved with multiple women and finds it hard to choose between them. So each woman has her own appeal, and he openly enjoys the attention he gets from all of them. Instead of making a clear decision, he expresses a carefree attitude, enjoying the excitement and drama that comes with juggling these relationships. So the song mixes playful lyrics with catchy melodies, showing both the fun and confusion in his love life. Overall, Woju actually tells a light-hearted story about attraction, indecision, and romantic attention. So listen to it.
That's so. Kiss Daniel, G-O-Y, yeah. No be you a carry go, but now you a go carry go. Sisi a carry go, yeah, yo. No be you a the check on no, but now you a wanna no. Sisi Ferrari, oh, yeah, yo. Baby sweet, yeah, baby nice, yeah. Baby to the body quite tight. Show me more taxi, my little boy running. What you want for the wapa? Oh, I feel my puta say what you want. Baby, boy, I want you. Boy, I want you. Baby, boy, I want you.
This song was actually a banger. That this song is actually 11 years old. Wow. How time flies. Now, next on the list is Laye. Laye by Kiss Daniel is a heartfelt Afro-pop love song where the artist expresses deep gratitude and admiration for a lover who brings him happiness and peace. In the song, he reflects on love as something precious and prays that his relationship lasts for a lifetime. Laye, which means life in Yoruba. He appreciates his partner's loyalty and beauty, and he makes emotional promises of commitment and devotion. That's how they always talk. But let's listen to it.
Boy, Kiss Daniel. I know I'm crazy, but this is all I have for you. For you, baby. In a power, miss you. Girl, I'm feeling you. Ooh, ooh.
I just oh God, take us back to when Kiss Daniel was singing this kind of music. He's still singing that kind of music anyway. All right. Next on the list is Mama by Kiss Daniel. So Mama by Kiss Daniel is an Afro-pop tribute song dedicated to mothers and maternal love. In the song, he reflects on the sacrifices, care, and emotional support that mothers provide. He expresses gratitude and admiration, acknowledging how a mother's love shapes and protects her children through life struggles. So let's listen to it.
Wicked producer. Feel the mama. You know I like you so. See, yeah, cherish you. I stand for you. I won't lie to you, but I feel like for you. In the night, girl, I'm down for you. Oh, you talk to me, oh mama. Free, oh, balloon for me, you're with you. Baby, oh, I think I find it in you. Oh, I think I find it in you. See, if I'm to choose, girl, I choose you. If I'm to lose, girl, I want to lose with you. They say that taboo, but girl, I see truth in you.
Me, do you really care? Oh my God, that particular song speaks to my soul personally. I'm not a mother yet, but I love it. Okay, up next is Lie. Lie by Kiss Daniel is an Afrofusion love song about a complicated relationship where emotions and trust are not fully clear. So in the song, he expresses feelings for a lover who may not be completely honest with him, yet he is still deeply attached and emotionally invested. He talks about love, desire, and confusion that comes with affection is mixed with, when affection is actually mixed with doubt. This particular song it reminds me of a whole lot. In fact, it reminds me of a heartbreak. I don't know why. Okay, that's the story of another day, but let's listen to this song.
Everybody knows say I want me, I know they lie. Everybody knows don't say I want me, I know they lie. Girl, I don't really care about your body type. What really matter now your vibe. I be the one for you, one for you. Don't really have to be the one to go. Ain't nobody fine like you. Girl, I be the one for you, one for you. And I feel like I've known you my whole life. Feel like I need you in my life. Nobody fit tell me otherwise. This baby will be mine. I feel like I've known you my whole life. Feel like I need you in my life. Nobody fit tell me otherwise. Everybody does say, oh, mommy, I know they like.
Now you see why I said it's actually a heartbreak song for me. Okay, finally on the list is it finally? I think so. Finally on the list is Cough Odo by Kiss Daniel. It is an Afro-fusion love and party song that blends romance and danceable energy. In the song, he expresses deep affection for a lover, Odo meaning love, while celebrating the joy and intensity of being in love. The track uses catchy rhythms and playful lyrics to show admiration, attraction, and emotional excitement in a relationship. So let's listen to it.
remember that year that all our mothers loved this song so much, and I don't even know why. Maybe because it's so simple to dance. This and Buga and this particular song had a very strong attachment with most of our mothers because it's very simple to dance. You just need to do like this, and you're good to go. Anyways, that's all. Oh God, I wish I had more. Unfortunately, I don't. That's all I have for you on Playlist Pal today. Maybe sometime next week, we'll look at another very fine, good, danceable, romanceable, attachable songs from our nice and good artists here in Nigeria. Sometimes we might try those in the diaspora, just a little blend. But yeah, that's all I have for you on Playlist Pal. Coming up next is a conversation we had with a guest. So stay with us and, of course, enjoy the rest of your day.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
About studying and practicing comedy in Nigeria because he is a comedian, and this topic struck me real hard when he told me that he studied comedy, and we all know that comedy is something that is inborn. It's a talent that you come out of the world with. So we would be having that conversation with him right now. So over to you, Kelvin Briggs. Can you hear me? All right, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon.
All right, so can you talk to me real quick? What's it like studying comedy? Because we all know that comedy is a talent that is given to people from birth. So what's it like studying comedy, and which school did you attend? Did you study comedy from? Which university in Nigeria did you study comedy from?
All right. A quick one. Comedy is something, like you said, it's inborn, yes, but you tend to study it, like make it a profession. Sometimes you might not have the opportunity to go to the university where you can study comedy. You can just see one senior colleague that is good going for shows and all that. You might just join him. As you guys go on, sometimes he would be telling you some things about comedy. So that is also studying comedy, in one angle, but making it a profession and being certified for it, that's what makes you a professional. Like you've conquered stages, you've conquered lots of people in terms of talking to people and all that, So comedy is a very beautiful thing. It's the most important thing, in fact, in this life that I actually graduated from the University of Port Harcourt. I studied theater arts.
Okay.
And my project, what I did was stand-up comedy as my project. I did stand-up comedy on religious hypocrisy in school then. So during my project, I had to use comedy to expose how much most of our pastors these days extort money from people using the word Jesus and all that. So, so they are just hypocrites. So I used comedy to establish that fact as a drama on stage. Comedy is also acting. You know that, right?
Yeah. All right.
So
you said something about you studied theater art and all, and it's more like watching other people understudy them, and which makes you very, very, very professional, and I totally agree with that. So what challenges have you ever faced when you tell people I studied comedy? It's not like saying I studied comedy in school, you get, and you're certified with it. What remarks do you get? What response do you get from people?
The thing is, comedy is something that you could hear that, oh, this guy is a comedian, this guy studied comedy, but comedy, it is practicalized, like it is practical. Yes, people know the theoretical part of comedy in terms of when you read Judicata Comedy Bible, and other books about comedy, But the main book, if you read, is Judicata, which is the Comedy Bible. If you can finish the Comedy Bible, which is Judicata's Comedy Bible, then I think you have an edge in comedy to, like, you can educate comedy to someone that has the talent. You get, you cannot just, someone without the talent cannot just learn it. But if you have the talent and you develop on it, you'll be an outstanding artist out there. Because sometimes when I go on stage and after my performance, I get accolades like, Kelvin, nice one, oh, you don't even look like a comedian. I said, yeah, so that's how it is. So, we deliver Simon jokes like professionally. I emceed one marriage in Abuja. I think that should be like January, and then a lady saw me after the event and she was like, "Hello, MC, how are you?" I said, "I'm fine." She said, "You're coming from Port Harcourt?" I said, "Yes." She said, "You look too handsome to be a comedian."
So it's more like there's an ideal look for comedians.
Yes, sometimes there is, because sometimes, like one of my friends, his name is Aproko, he's a comedian. His facial expression alone can kill you, Yes. So you won't even know. Like personally now, you won't even know that I'm a comedian except I tell you and I speak with you. You get. So the thing is, I get a lot of accolades out there because, first of all, me, I came out from theater art. I'm a core thespian, a certified thespian. I have my own performance style, that makes me unique from other comedians.
Okay.
Whenever they see me in the event, they'll be like, we'll get maximum, So that's how it is. That's how I've placed my comedy personality. Yes.
Okay, that's quite interesting. Like you said, you already have it and you had to build on it, and that makes it really, really stand out rather. So what impact has social media had on the rise of new comic voice in Nigeria? What do I mean by that? I mean, social media now, has it made comedians stand out specifically in Nigeria? Because now we have so many skit makers, content creators. Okay, yeah, content creators are actually different from comedians and skit makers. So would you say that studying comedy and practicing it with as a certified comedian had made comedians stand out in social media, especially when they create content?
Yeah, I understand your question. The thing is, social media is different from being a comedian. Okay, so like social media is like whatever you have that is unique, probably you can just showcase and show to the world. And if they like you and buy your business idea, people start trooping to follow you, to start keeping up, to know what you want to do next and all that. So, and that's the social media life. But comedy, you can take comedy into social media and also make people laugh from their comfort zone. It's not an important thing that they would now start looking for where to go and get ticket and go to one particular venue to sit down and laugh, see comedians and all that. You can still be seated inside your living room and you're seeing comedy already online. So I feel like comedy itself has made me believe that social media is a good tool to expose yourself rightly and
Especially when it's
quickly too.
monetized.
Yes, when it's not monetized, it's like you working for someone you don't even know about. It's just a work. Just like we believe in God. We've not
Yeah.
seen God before, but we just believe in God. So that's how it is. It's just like you're just working till the day you be like, okay. But there are a lot of shortcuts now to social media. Gone are those days where you'll be like, oh, you see a blue tick on someone's account, you'll be like, this guy don't work well. But you don't know, say those things are things they pay for.
Okay.
You get, like, they pay for it. You could just pay for it monthly and you have a blue tick. So it's right now it's normal. It's a normal thing. So everybody knows that. Then when you're monetized, it will give you. In fact, if you're monetized, according to my friend, they say if they don't monetize you, you're not going to discuss with me. Yeah, you go there, they work. So that's what it is. And comedy is like one of the most. Let me say, comedy is like the overriding thing right now in social media. Because everybody you see, even something very serious, they just want to turn it to comedy and make it a video and post so people would see and watch. So, but we know that stand-up comedy is different from other comedies. We have stand-up comedy. Stand-up comedy, you could, if you're a very good comedian, you can be a stand-up comedian because most people are comic skit makers. They are not stand-up comedians. They don't know even some competitions I see, and I see the judges. When I see the judges that want to judge a stand-up comedian, the person don't even know it be comedy, he just into entertainment. And how could you know the onions that continue that the comedian might not make you laugh, but that comedian is very good if you know the in-depth of comedy. You know that this comedian is good, just that this audience no be audience. We will understand this is joke, but this guy is very intelligent. So if you build on that person and train him, like teach the person, like this is how this is supposed to be, this is how you're supposed to do it, the person will go far. Okay. Just that our country now, the entertainment industry, they have godfatherism and all the rest. So sometimes you just be somewhere and they're supposed to bring you for a show. The next thing, they are not calling you again. What happened? One senior colleague there don't tell them, say, man, I remove this one name. So when someone that is even good, they will just remove you, press you under the table, just to silence your talent. But you keep trying your best to do what you can. Social media is now out that people can just, anything you like, if you want to be clapping your hand, you just sit down for ground, clap and make a video, you post and say it's something. Before you know, people will just like hand clapping for no reason.
Yeah.
So that's how it works, social media, yes.
Okay. So what do you think about some of the jokes comedians make? Do you think some of them are too vulgar? Or okay, let me rephrase. Like, you made a statement of that was initially pastors saying some certain things that is not true, and you see comedians come on stage to like rephrase it and retract it to make it a joke, but most times there's truth in it. So do you think comedians like this are sometimes too vulgar? Because you tend to see them talking about somebody and they might even be narrating a story about that person, but of course in a comic way. Do you think they are too vulgar, and do you think they need to like retract it or maybe reduce it in a little way?
Well, okay. When you say a comedian is vulgar, then I know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say is when a comedian picks on someone or whatever someone else has said, that is like we saying in the yab the person.
Okay.
And there's a name for it that I'm trying to, but I think before I'm done talking now, it will come to my head. There's a name for it actually. So, but when you say a comedian is vulgar, then you're saying that he talks about nudities.
Okay.
Yeah, a vulgar comedian cannot perform on a church altar because you know, know when he will talk one F word and all that. That's a vulgar comedian. That's what it means.
Okay.
Yes. So being vulgar is not. It's not about yapping someone on stage. Yapping someone on stage is different from being vulgar. Being vulgar is like you not get anything I won't talk here now for this thing. I will talk nudity, F words, all this kind of talks. There is one sexual abuse, sexuality, and all that. That's a vulgar comedian, and we have them, a lot of them. Now the thing is, they don't know where to drop some particular kind of jokes. There are places you drop some jokes that are not meant to be. You just leave it. Say this material, not be for this audience. Leave back. Do the material we go good for that audience. You know. So, but when you say a comedian picks on maybe after a pastor finished talking and all that, he goes to take the mic and he makes that talk to be like a joke. That is okay. Yes, that's it. Now I've gotten the word. It is very, very tendentious. Like that, it's called a tendentious joke.
Okay.
That's what it is. So when a comedian does that, that means no, someone can just get angry and walk out or take the mic from him or do anything. It's like a pari passu with this vulgar talk, because vulgar comedians, they can't even invite you to a corporate show, because even if you go there, before you know, you start saying things about sexual harassment and all that. So that's actually a vulgar comedian. Yeah, so that's it.
So are you agreeing and saying that as a comedian you should know how to pick your words?
Of course. Now you are holding a microphone, your voice is more louder than like the rest of the audience under the sound of your voice. So whatever you say, even someone that is not looking at you might be pressing his phone head down, but his ears are on the microphone, the speakers, and he will just hear every little thing you say. So you should watch your words, especially most comedians that don't know how to arrange their sets of jokes when they go for a show. How can you give people burial jokes when you are in a wedding? Are you planning on going for the couple's burial or what?
I wonder.
So,
all right, I quite enjoy this particular session with you, but you have to crack a joke for us while on air right now. Let's see your level of how do I put it now, to make us laugh as a comedian, as a certified comedian.
No level. No, we are level. The country already is leveling us to a level that we don't even know the level we are right now. So what other level do you think I can give to you that will level you in a comic way?
I don't know.
Moreover, all of my jokes are very expensive. I won't lie to you.
You have to, please.
If I say one of my jokes here now, I don't know how it will sound to you. Naturally, Nigeria is like a comedy channel in heaven. That if God wants to laugh, you just tell angel, put Nigeria. So everything in this country is as funny as anything you can think of. So a lot of things is as you are right now. Tell me that your account balance is not funny to you. It's just when you wake up, and I don't know how God placed this in our heart now. Immediately you wake up, do you know that the first thing you think of as you just open your eye, and like you gain consciousness to this world that you are alive. So you just open your eye, bam, the first thing that will come to your mind is, may you first check where your phone is.
And that's not a lie. Oh. That's not a lie. That's
like, if you know, see
all
your
right,
phone,
thank you very much, Kelvin Briggs.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I had a fun time with you. We hope to do this some other time.
All right, thank you so very much.
All right, enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Yeah.
Okay. So that's where we draw the curtain. The show is over for today. Join us same time next week. all right, and trust us to give you something more juicy, interesting in every part of the entertainment industry. I remain your baby girl, Queen Etunkonta. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines,
ADC concludes convention, amends constitution, ratifies Mark-led NWC. NANS kicks as abductors of Unijust students demands 30 million naira. Canada faces calls to rescind planned cuts to refugee healthcare scheme. And US forces kill 4 people in latest strike on vessels in Eastern Pacific. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has concluded its national convention in Abuja, ratifying a new national working committee led by David Mark and approving key amendments to its constitution. Delegates at the convention overwhelmingly voted in favor of the constitutional amendment, with over 90% supporting the move. Chairman of the ADC Electoral Subcommittee, Emeka Ihedioha, announced that 1,471 delegates voted in favor out of 1,576 accredited participants, confirming the adoption of the amended constitution. The convention also ratified resolutions from recent National Executive Committee meetings, including the dissolution of the former National Working Committee, led by Ralph Mwosu, and the formal takeover by the David Mark-led leadership. Key changes include a waiver of membership requirements and the suspension of zoning provisions for party offices. In his remarks, National Chairman David Mark described the convention as a major milestone, expressing confidence in the party's chances ahead of the 2027 general elections. The party also announced the expulsion of several members, including factional chairman Nafiu Bala and lawmaker Leke Abejide, over alleged anti-party activities. Meanwhile, prominent political figures at the event raised concerns over governance and democracy in Nigeria. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar accused the Independent National Electoral Commission of undermining democracy, while Labour Party's Peter Obi warned of rising national debt and economic challenges. Former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi highlighted worsening insecurity, and ADC National Secretary Ralph Arebeshola criticized the federal government's policies. Despite the absence of INEC officials at the convention, the ADC proceeded with its activities, marking a significant moment in the party's internal restructuring and political positioning. The Supreme Court has failed to determine if David Mark is the authentic chairman of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The failure of the Apex Court on Tuesday to give judgment in an appeal filed by David Mark was as a result of the failure of David Mark's lawyer to submit a written brief since the appeal was filed on March 31st. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedima reports.
The Congress, ADC, ended without a judgment. At the Supreme Court in Abuja, the 5-member panel led by Justice Mohammed Garba declined to proceed with the matter after counsel to David Mark, Jubu Okutepa San, failed to file a written brief of arguments, a key requirement for the hearing of the case. The brief, which ought to have been served on both the respondents and the justices, had not been filed since the appeal was entered on March 31st.
Well, the backdrop to what transpired in courts today is essentially the application of the appellant, that is Senator David Mark, requesting the Supreme Court to grant a stay of execution of the judgment of the Court of Appeal. They also sought alternative reliefs to restrain INEC, from enforcing the judgment of the Court of Appeal, amongst other reliefs that they asked. So I don't know, for whatever the reason may be, they have compiled and transmitted their records since the 31st of March. That's more than 14 days ago. They did not file a brief of argument, but the Supreme Court really bent over backwards to accommodate accelerated hearing of this appeal because there was no formal application before the courts. The interest was essentially to just get a stay of execution of the orders of the Court of Appeal.
Following an appeal of leniency, the court granted the counsel to David Mark 24 hours to file the brief, describing the case as sensitive and deserving of accelerated hearing. Respondents, including Naifu Gombe, Rauf Arebeshola, Ralph Wonsu, and Independent National Electoral Commission, were given 3 days to respond.
I rather brought before my lords a situation of extreme urgency and a situation that is of fundamental importance to democratic growth. And you can see that they also appreciated that position and are bent backwards to give me 1 day to file my brief and give the other party 3 days to file.
But counsel to Naifu Gombe, the first respondent, Robert Emupero, questioned the failure by David Mark's counsel to file the brief despite having more than 2 weeks. He noted that the Supreme Court had shown unusual flexibility to fast-track the matter. The counsel explained that what David Mark's appeal seeks is to halt enforcement of an earlier Court of Appeal judgment and restrain INEC from recognizing a rival leadership.
The Supreme Court gave the order that the case will be accelerated, and they were basically given less than 24 hours to file their brief, which is tomorrow. We were given 3 days to file our own brief, even though we requested for 5 days. And now the appeal itself, on the basis of the notice of appeal that they filed on the 16th of March, is fixed for the 22nd of April for definite hearing by the Supreme Court.
The court has adjourned the case to April 22nd for definite hearing, warning that the matter could have been concluded if all parties had complied with the procedural requirements. With multiple suits pending in different courts and factions still laying claim to the party structure, there are expectations that the Supreme Court could give judgment the same day as it begins a definite hearing of the appeal. The outcome of the appeal at the Supreme Court could also settle 2 other issues. That is whether the suit in the lower courts could proceed any further and whether David Mark will remain the national chairman of the African Democratic Congress. In Abuja, Chimizi Nzadima reporting for Signature Television.
Vice President Kashim Shettima says the federal government will provide support to victims of the recent attacks in Shanga local government area of Kebbi State. Shettima gave the assurance during a condolence visit to Kebbi State, where he met with Governor Nasir Idris over the death of the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Muhammad Usman Zuru, as well as victims of the Shanga attack. The Vice President, who delivered President Bola Tinubu's condolence message, said relief assistance would be provided through the National Emergency Management Agency to affected communities. He also urged security agencies to intensify efforts in tackling terrorism and criminal activities across the country. In his response, Governor Nasir Idris appreciated the visit and disclosed that the state government had donated 100 million naira to support the relocation of communities displaced by the attacks. He added that an additional 60 million naira had been approved for the families of 11 soldiers killed in a recent ambush by gunmen. The condolence visit was attended by government officials, members of the late speaker's family, and heads of security agencies in the state. The federal government has spent nearly 75 billion naira on arms, ammunition, and military equipment between 2023 and 2025, amid rising security challenges across the country. Data from GovSpend shows that defense spending peaked in 2024 at over 40 billion naira, up from about 33 billion naira in 2023, before dropping significantly to under 1 billion naira in 2025. The Ministry of Defense accounted for the bulk of the expenditure, with major procurements including ammunition, armored vehicles, and critical military equipment. The Nigerian Army, Navy, and other security agencies also recorded significant spending on arms and operational tools within the period. In 2024, a single-day expenditure of over 33 billion naira by the Ministry of Defense accounted for a large portion of the year's total spending, reflecting a surge in bulk procurement. Other agencies, including the Nigeria Immigration Service and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, also increased spending on arms and anti-riot equipment. However, spending recorded in 2025 dropped sharply, with only limited transactions captured, primarily by the NDLEA. Analysts note that the figures may not fully represent total security spending, as they cover only transactions explicitly classified under arms and ammunition. Despite the increased investment, concerns persist over worsening insecurity, including terrorism, banditry, and other criminal activities across the country. Reports also indicate that Africa accounts for a small share of global arms imports, raising concerns about the continent's capacity to respond effectively to evolving security threats. The federal government has also earmarked additional funds for arms procurement in the 2026 budget as part of efforts to strengthen national security. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has condemned the abduction of a University of Jos student, John Arum, whose kidnappers are demanding a 30 million naira ransom. In a statement, NANS National President Olushola Oladoja described the incident as a reflection of the worsening security situation in the country. The association expressed concern over disturbing evidence of the student's captivity circulating publicly, showing the harsh conditions and alleged torture he is being subjected to. NANS also criticized what it described as a slow and inadequate response by security agencies and authorities at both state and federal level. The student body warned that the incident highlights the growing vulnerability of Nigerian students to criminal activities and called for urgent intervention. It demanded the immediate deployment of intelligence and security resources to secure the victims' release, alongside regular updates on rescue efforts. NANS issued a 48-hour ultimatum to the federal government and the Plateau State government to act decisively or face nationwide protests by students. The association added that failure to respond promptly could lead to a shutdown of academic and socio-economic activities across the country. NANS reaffirmed its commitment to advocating for the safety and welfare of Nigerian students, insisting that it will not remain silent in the face of rising insecurity. Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborewori has expressed dissatisfaction over delays in the reconstruction of the Warri City Stadium, warning the contractor to adhere strictly to agreed timelines. Speaking during an inspection of the facility, the governor said the project, initially scheduled for completion in December, is yet to be delivered months after the deadline. He stressed that timelines must be respected, noting that the delay falls short of the agreement reached with the contractor. While commending the quality of the playing pitch, Oborewori raised concerns over some aspects of the work, particularly the cladding, which he described as substandard and temporary. He insisted that only durable materials would be accepted, warning that anything below standard would be rejected. The governor maintained that the state government would not alter the contract, but would ensure full compliance with agreed specifications. He also warned that failure to meet expectations would attract public scrutiny, warning the media to hold the contractor accountable. Oborewori explained that the decision to renovate the stadium instead of building a new one was influenced by land constraints and the need to preserve the facility's identity. He expressed optimism that the upgraded stadium would be capable of hosting major sporting events upon completion. Meanwhile, officials of the Nigeria Football Federation commended the project, describing it as a boost for football development, although they noted the facility may not be ready for matches until September. About 41% of Nigeria's total federation revenue of 84 trillion naira over the past 3 years was lost to deductions before distribution, significantly reducing funds available to the three tiers of government. Data from the World Bank's Nigeria Development Update shows that while revenues rose sharply between 2023 and 2025, deductions from the Federation account also increased substantially. Total earnings climbed from 17.08 trillion naira in 2023 to 34.44 trillion naira in 2025, bringing cumulative revenue to nearly 84 trillion naira. However, deductions rose from 6.22 trillion naira in 2023 to almost 15 trillion naira in 2025, amounting to over 34 trillion naira within the period. The World Bank warned that these first-line deductions are significantly shrinking the funds shared among federal, state, and local governments. The deductions are largely driven by statutory transfers and cost of collection allocations to ministries, departments, and agencies, including major revenue-generating institutions. Analysts say the system allows a large portion of national income to be pre-committed before distribution, limiting fiscal space for development. Despite improved revenue performance following economic reforms, concerns remain over rising public debt and budget deficits. The World Bank has called for reforms, including reducing fixed percentage deductions and transitioning agency funding to transparent budget allocations. Experts warn that without such changes, the current structure could weaken fiscal discipline and constrain national development efforts. The United Nations and the International Monetary Fund have warned that gains from rising oil and gas prices for countries like Nigeria may be short-lived. The warning comes amid global concerns over the economic impact of the ongoing Iran conflict, which has disrupted energy markets and driven up shipping costs following tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. Executive Director of the International Trade Center, Pamela Cook-Hamilton, said while oil-producing countries may benefit from higher prices, the gains are likely to be temporary. She noted that many developing producers, including Nigeria, remain net importers of refined petroleum products, limiting the overall benefits. The IMF also raised concerns, downgrading Nigeria's 2026 economic growth forecast to 4.1%, citing the combined impact of rising fuel costs, higher shipping expenses, and broader global uncertainty. IMF chief economist Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas said the outlook reflects mounting pressure on economies, particularly those still reliant on energy imports. He added that while higher oil prices may provide some relief, the overall effect could be weaker growth due to inflationary pressures and disruptions to non-oil sectors. Analysts say the situation highlights the need for Nigeria and other developing economies to strengthen domestic capacity and reduce reliance on external energy markets. The warnings were issued during the IMF and World Bank spring meetings in Washington, where global economic recovery prospects were also reviewed. Rallies have been held across Canada, urging the government to reverse planned cuts to a healthcare program for refugees and asylum seekers. Dozens of people demonstrated in Toronto on Tuesday as part of a national day of action against cuts to the interim federal health program, which are set to come into effect on May 1st. Critics say the curbs put vulnerable people at risk and would lead to higher costs down the line. The Canadian government announced in late January that it would be making changes to the IFHP, which provides basic health coverage to refugees, asylum claimants, and others not covered by other healthcare programs in Canada. As of next month, people receiving IFHP coverage will have to pay $4 per eligible prescription medication, as well as 30% of the cost of supplemental services, such as dental and vision care and counseling. While the new co-payments may appear modest, doctors and refugee rights advocates say they can be prohibitively expensive for newcomers struggling to rebuild their lives in Canada amid soaring costs. The US military has killed 4 more people in its 4th deadly attack on vessels in the Eastern Pacific Ocean over the past 4 days. US Southern Command SOUTHCOM announced the attack in a social media post on Tuesday, alongside a video that showed a stationary boat with outboard engines being hit by a missile and exploding into a huge ball of flames. SOUTHCOM, which is responsible for US military operations in Latin America and the Caribbean, claimed that the 4 people killed were narco-terrorists, but provided no evidence to support its claims. Justification for the lethal attack, according to SOUTHCOM, was due to intelligence, details of which were not provided, that confirmed that the vessel was transiting along known narco-trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and was engaged in narco-trafficking operation. The latest killing of people on board vessels in international waters in the Eastern Pacific Ocean and Caribbean brings the overall death toll to at least 175 since early September, when US President Donald Trump ordered the attacks to stop what the White House claims are Latin American cartels transporting drugs to the US. Tuesday's killings came after 2 people were killed in a US strike on Monday, and 5 people were killed in 2 separate strikes on Saturday, also in the Eastern Pacific. Israel's military has killed at least 11 Palestinians, including 2 children, in separate attacks across the war-torn Gaza Strip. The latest violations by Israel of a ceasefire with Hamas that came into effect on October 10th last year. Gaza's civil defense authorities said that a 3-year-old and a 14-year-old were among those killed in the Israeli attacks in the northern part of the enclave on Tuesday. Gaza's Ministry of Interior said in a statement that Israeli warplanes had targeted the police vehicle in the city center, causing several deaths and injuries, with a police officer among those killed and at least 9 bystanders wounded, some critically. Basal also said another person was killed by Israeli fire in the northern Beit Lahia area earlier in the day. Later on Tuesday evening, civil defense reported that another Israeli strike killed several people near an intersection in the Shati refugee camp in Gaza City. Medics at Al-Shifa Hospital later confirmed receiving 5 bodies from an Israeli drone bombing involving 2 missiles that hit a group of people in the Shati refugee camp. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is set to embark on a 4-day diplomatic tour to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey as his bid to moderate the second round of peace talks between the United States and Iran appears to gather momentum. Pakistan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the official visits are scheduled from Wednesday to Saturday, with meetings in Saudi Arabia and Qatar conducted in the bilateral context, while talks with Turkish presidents Recep Tayyip Erdogan and other leaders will take place on the sidelines of the Antalya Diplomacy Forum. On Tuesday, Pakistan's President Asif Ali Zardari had said in a statement that Sharif had briefed him on his drive to discuss the issue with his fellow mediators and to secure further negotiations, which comes during a 2-week ceasefire that has halted US and Israeli attacks on Iran until April 22nd. Zardari urged the Prime Minister and other officials to remain engaged with the US, Iran, and other key powers to try to sustain the peace process. We now join Christopher Lele for sports news.
The head coach of the Super Eagles, Eric Chell, has revealed plans to use the Unity Cup as a platform to evaluate new players ahead of future international competitions. Nigeria will defend its title at the 2026 Unity Cup, scheduled to take place from May 26 to 30 at the Valley, home of Charlton Athletic in London. Nigeria will face Zimbabwe in the semi-finals of the Unity Cup, while India and Jamaica clash in the other last 4 fixture. Chell made it clear that the tournament will serve as an opportunity to expand his player pool and test emerging talents. The coach also confirmed that domestic players will not be overlooked, stressing his intention to closely monitor performances in the Nigerian Premier Football League. 18 Senegalese football supporters convicted over a pitch invasion during the chaotic African Cup of Nations final in Rabat in January have denied any wrongdoing. A Moroccan court in February sentenced the 18 Senegalese football fans to prison terms ranging from 3 to 12 months over charges of hooliganism. Prosecutors sought stiffer penalties in the appeals court in Rabat, but the initial sentences were upheld. The Senegalese argued that they had been forced onto the pitch because of a surging crowd or to avoid being spat upon and projectiles thrown towards them. They said it was not to protest a refereeing decision at the end of the contention's African final on January 18, which Senegal won 1-0. Ademola Lookman's first half goal sent Atletico Madrid into the Champions League semi-finals with a 3-2 aggregate victory over 10-man Barcelona on Tuesday. Early strikes from Lamine Yamal and Ferran Torres for the Catalans had leveled the tie on aggregate before Nigerian international Lookman replied for Diego Simeone's team. Eric Garcia's red card 11 minutes from the time gave Barca an uphill challenge, having also finished the first leg with 10 men, and their 2-1 victory on the 9th was not enough to avoid elimination. In tennis, following his retirement from the Barcelona Open in the first round due to another injury, Jack Draper has assured fans he will be back, but that it will take time. The British number 2 had taken the first set against Thomas Martin before difficulty with his knee forced him to retire less than 2 months after his return to the ATP Tour, having been sidelined with an injury the second half of last year. Since his breakthrough in 2022, Draper has been plagued with a constant rotation of injuries, including to his shoulder, abdomen, and most recently, his knee. In swimming, 3-time Olympic champion Adam Peaty made a first step towards the 4th Games in Los Angeles by swimming the 100-meter breaststrokes at the Aquatic GB Swimming Championships in London. Peaty, 31, was challenged by 2 teenagers, Philip Nowacki and Max Morgan, but came through to win in 58 minutes 97 seconds. Nowacki was second in 59 minutes 39 seconds. With Morgan third in a huge personal best of 59 minutes 56 seconds. Peaty's time was the second best in the world this year, external, suggesting that his time at the top could continue yet as he targets the 2028 Olympics. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Next is entertainment news.
Popular Nigerian comedian Igo Save has reacted to the ongoing marital controversy involving former Big Brother Niger star Angel Smith. Angel recently tied a knot with her partner, Timininu, in the United States. However, less than 2 weeks after the ceremony, the relationship ran into trouble after Timininu publicly accused Angel of infidelity, alleging that she was involved with another woman she met on a dating app. The situation has stirred reactions online, with many Nigerians also criticizing Angel's mother for supporting the union. Reacting via his Instagram story, Igosiv commented on the situation by applauding men for their perceived patience in marriages, noting that the union between the 2 women reportedly broke down within a very short period due to issues in the relationship. Popular Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has raised alarm over the presence of armed police officers at her residence. The actress, who shared a video showing security operatives surrounding her home earlier Tuesday morning, expressed fear over the situation, insisting that she had not received any prior invitation from the authorities. In her reaction, Ogala called on the public to hold the founder of Grace Nation International Ministry, Pastor Chris Okafor, responsible if anything happens to her. She alleged that the cleric was behind what she described as another attempt to have her arrested and detained without the presence of her legal representative. The disputes between the actress and the pastor dates back to late 2025, following the circulation of a viral video announcing Okafor's engagement to Pearl Okafor. Ogala had publicly accused him of ending their long-term intimate relationship to marry a younger woman. Although Okafor did not reportedly deny the claims, he was said to have settled the matter privately with payment
of $10,000. Legendary Nigerian musician Fela Anikulapo Kuti has achieved a historic milestone as the first African artist to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Fela will be recognized in the Early Influence category this year, alongside notable figures such as Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, Graham Parsons, and Celia Cruz. The list of honorees was announced on Monday night in the United States during a broadcast of American Idol. Nigerian-born British singer Sade Adu is also set to be honored, earning recognition in the performance category. Several high-profile nominees, including Shakira, Mariah Carey, Lauryn Hill, New Edition, and Pink, did not make the final list this year despite strong consideration. The selection process involved votes from more than 1,200 artists, historians, and music industry professionals. The official induction ceremony is scheduled to take place on November 14 at the Peacock Theatre in Los Angeles. Earlier in the year, Fela further cemented his legacy by becoming the first African musician to receive the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Regular program that comes to you on Signature TV. Signature TV is on channel 265 on SLTV and of course on all social media handles. We are live 24 hours on YouTube, and I'm sure we are no more new to you. You have been following us. So today again we come on news. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. You are a regular newser, a person who sits here and pretend I'm the actor. Why? It's nothing new because we all think and talk. The idea of bringing news is the idea to think and talk, but just to counter the idea that some people somewhere will talk and think, and but that's Nigeria for you, and that's the world for you. So today we are here again, and guess what? A lot of things have been calling our attention to think and talk about, and one of them is the issue that is going on in quite recently started in Anambra State, was Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, the executive governor, some people would put, has decided that he will close down as punitive measure on the Channel market, to score a point and make sure that the people, especially the traders, listen to him and open their markets, especially on Mondays. Over time, the last 4 or 5 years, people in Southeast Nigeria have decided that they will stay off work every Monday, whether you are trading, whether you are in civil service, in connection with what they call incarceration and illegal incarceration. They say for the leader of indigenous people of Biafra leader IPOB, And that is what has over time festered and become a culture of sit at home. If you are outside Nigeria, anywhere outside Igbo land, Southeast Nigeria, you call any friend on Monday morning and said, where are you? He said, we are sitting at home. And you say, why? He said, the people, they say, because some people even started adhering to sit at home by what they said, not just by what they felt. And it became a culture. Some few people over time who decided that they will not sit at home paid with their lives. Some are still missing, some are kidnapped, and then there were viral videos of people who wanted to beg the orders of the leaders of Southeast Nigeria, their governors, and over time, and they were either abducted, some of them were pied, as the new language of killing people in Nigeria has become. And some of them have not been found. What happened to them? Some families have gone posting viral videos asking for their missing relations to be found since 2023. Some of them started missing and that. Now, the only question, why is Governor Chukwuma Soludo, professor and the experienced governor and the experienced man in management and financial issues, why has he come back with force to make sure that people will go back to open up their shops in main market or Onitsha on Mondays? Why did he start with Onitsha? Because I know in Enugu people sit at home on Mondays, and some other major cities like Ekuodo and all the Aguata, people sit at home. Even in some part of Oka where you have the capital territory of Anambra State, people sit at home. But it's only in Oka because the governor is there, he has managed to quell this sickness of sitting at home. But recently, people have described what he's doing with the main market as curing madness with pepper, or killing a rat with mallet, or ant with mallet, and then trying to solve one problem and creating chain of other problems. And you ask yourself, is it that is worthy of a governor who has over time been there for 4 years and has seen the thinking of the people? He went to the street to campaign for the second tenure, and he went and talked to everybody, and people came out to receive him, and now some people felt, is it how he's going to pay them back? Is it that, what? And then they came out with figures of how much the Southeast Nigeria is losing, and every day they sat at home on Mondays. So the figures that they came out officially said 18 billion. And the Anambra State alone loses 8 billion for Onitsha main market, just one market in Onitsha closing down. And that caused for a lot of attention, and I said, oh, so this is how much Anambra State missing and losing in the economy. And over time, that means the other remaining 5 days or 6 days, the market's open, that they're making that much times 6. Wow, Anambra State must be very rich state. And then what the ones that they're getting from the main market over time, what have they done for main market or the people who trade the main market with? And then the Southeast that they are claiming loses much. Some states in Southeast has found out how to solve their own problem. I remember one time in Enugu, the governor of Enugu State, Governor Peter Bao, tried to use force at a main market, and it was resisted. Even some people lost their lives, and he went back to strategize. Over time, sit at home in Enugu died natural death, and people of Enugu go about their business on Monday. Even while there are some people still that have carved that into their system, that nothing will make them go out on Mondays. They on their own. We do not find the governor of Enugu State coming out to say, if you do not come out on Monday, we will ban you from breathing the air in Enugu State, and we're going to kill you and close down and sue you to court and tell you how much you are making Enugu State lose. Because the people say, things you give attention grows. Now that the governor of Anambra State has opened up this can of worms again, you have seen reactions and chain of reactions coming back. Those non-state actors that were issuing orders and the people of Anambra were obeying have resurfaced again. And they have begun to issue orders again, and we even hear the order they gave out and said in coming weeks, if anybody comes out on Monday, this is what they make sure the whole Southeast now. We have to close down on the Monday to fight back at Governor Soludo. And I asked the people of Southeast. My father said in a proverb, he said, and I asked my people from Southeast, for how long are we going to do this using, because there's a rat in our house, to set our house ablaze, and to who will come and sympathize with us, who will think, empathize with us that will set our house on fire because we notice some cockroaches and rats in our home? That's the first question. And he's using, pardon me, I'm using proverb of bone and silence to ask that question. Now you ask again, I've ever used this word and I say, can we use people to cure madness? We noticed that in the last past some months and weeks in Anambra State, there's been peace quietly returning. And then governor coming out with this way, with this force, has brought the issue of Ikuchakwa Kankwo. We're going to fight each other to make sure whose order will be obeyed. And we say, when two elephants are fighting in somebody's sitting room, can you imagine what cause? And then somebody asks, if somebody say, I don't want to open my shop to sell, who is being offended here? And what is the contribution of government in the shop I've refused to not open? Is the government I pay tax? Even if I'm not opening the shop, I'll pay you tax for using that or whatever in the chain multiplier effect. But I do not understand all this politics. I mean, but politics is politics. The former governor of Anambra State said that politics may God bless his soul. And he played his own politics and he's gone. Some other people will come play the politics and go too. But the history will remember everybody for what they say. It was the classical hymn book from the Anglican Church. It said, only by our works we shall be remembered. And this very, very philosophical song that always emotional touch people whenever that song raises, especially when somebody is being buried. So remember, everywhere you are, whichever way you find yourself in Amchaman Market, whether you find yourself in Oka, in the Governor House, find yourself in the street of Oka, find yourself in the street of Onitsha, or in the street of any other place in Anambra, only by your works we all shall be remembered. Even me that is talking here, whatever somebody said, whatever you sow, you reap, and that's it. It's a chain. And most times we take decisions, we forget this philosophy that even some people say is divine. Whatever a man sow, he will reap. So good luck to my people in Anambra. But I know that Johnny Beribe, for how long will we destroy ourselves just to make sure we prove a point? And that's it. Well, too much of a strike. We find that in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, some issues are going on there. The workers are on strike. And the workers are on strike. And the way the leaders are fighting back when some strike workers go on strike is shown with the way the strong man that is Federal Capital Territory Minister, Honorable Yoson Wike, the barrister himself, the strong man in Nigerian politics that has put his strides everywhere he put his leg. You know that Yoson Wike has passed there. And recently in Abuja, the workers in Abuja are now having their words against him. And we have seen various videos of their protest, and then the result of that protest. The latest is that the Minister of the Capital Territory has straightened that anybody who is found is still going on strike in the Federal Capital Territory, that he will be arrested and put in prison. They don't call it prison again, they put you in correctional center. And I was just imagining, close my eyes, imagining the number of the workers in Abuja who have gone to the street. I'm sure with this trade, some of them will feel threatened and they want to go back. But what happened to the other part that we said over our dead body will go back. Then we now think about Kuje as the nearest prison. Maybe we're going back to Nasarawa State, the adjoining states like Kogi. They will open up to take all the workers in Federal Capital Territory in their prison, in their correctional centers, so that because I know that SMK is a man of his words. When he says one thing, he follow it up. Now, at one time, people wanted to put hand in River State politics. He said, if you cross River State, I will set fire here, and all of them ran away. The fear of God's own wicked is the beginning of wisdom. And then we say in Igbo proverb, where they say, Dinta ne dam, Odudu ne dem. I will complete that because I don't know who is actually. But what it means that the hunter is busy aiming the game to shoot, while Sesefly is busy aiming for the bad side of his side, and that's where I put it. You know, talking about NBC and non-broadcast everywhere. Whatever the Inter has that is interesting for Sesefly to aim. Once Sesefly knows that once he touch that portion of the Dinta body, that the Dinta will weaken. That shows that the snake that's being killed, pursued to be killed, is struggling for life, while the man who is pursuing snake. That is why dialogue is the most important thing to use to settle any issue, whatever is family, move from family to community, to kindred level, to local government, move up to the state, even to the Federal Capital Territory. We are still, no matter who is struggling, whatever is stronger and who can make more noise and bigger more over here as a friend of Federal Capital Territory. Not even not for anything, knowing that that is the seat of government of Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are asking, calling for restraint. We are calling for dialogue. We are calling for advice that we sit down and talk. It's only by dialogue we achieve what we cannot achieve by fighting. Because there is also a proverb of God and silence who said, if a doctor has fought for every time for whatever you are owed, you must at the time to sit down to pay your debt. So you fight out the debt? Because the workers of Abuja said Federal Capital Territory Authority is owing them. But a very senior aide of the minister said over time, we read in the papers, in the various news, that Federal Capital Territory Authority is not owing anybody a single dime. So it became a word of the Federal Capital Territory Authority and the workers. But the workers are still there. They are still on strike. The health workers on strike. And we have reported in our newspaper reviews that a lot of people who are sick in the hospital admitted are going through stress. Some of them are dying because of lack of attention. And of course, they've created new business for all the private hospital owners. Some of even the hospitals are being owned by the people who are working for FTA. You know, trust Nigeria, how we do. And then we come about, when we hit on the thing, and we come about and say, who is knocking? Meanwhile, it's we that knocked, and we run around to say, Nigerians are wonderful people, we are complex. But some of us are complex, satanically complex, because we know the truth and refuse to say the truth. And the Bible I read says, only truth you know will set you free. But when we decide not to say the truth, we put it under politics. Is politics about discussing lies we tell ourselves? No. We can only discuss issues and then put it to the point of universal acceptance, where we have more people who are lying with what we say, so that we convince the minority who did not, and then not killing the minority who refuse, because the essence of democracy is that minority will have their say, while majority will have their way. But in Nigeria, we find it otherwise, because most of our people leaders are forcing a lot of things down our throat. When they are single individuals, then we say that even in the Bible, democracy was practiced when the people gathered and say, hey, we want Jesus killed. Whatever he come out of, let's bury it. They are still burying it today. I don't know, Nigeria is part of that group. But the whichever group that killed Jesus, they are still, but then the power of the majority came to bear. And when we read some of the holy books, we do not learn. If the people working in Abuja said, we are being owed, I think they should be called. They have leaders for negotiation and find a way of talking to them. I do not think that over threat and it can make what is bad over time turn good. I am not. I come in good. I come in peace, because we want peace to return to Federal Capital Territory, the seat of federal government of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I think it's high time even the federal government take note of what is happening in that, because when you are your house is on fire, you do not pretend that it's not there. That's about it. So much protest in Anambra by the traders over the closure of market, protest in Federal Capital Territory, and the governor said you close down impunity, and then protest in Federal Capital Territory, and the Federal Capital Territory minister said, I will do this, I will take people to prison. Then protest in Lagos, because of Makoko and the Shoki displacement and clearance of that place and destruction of the places and houses and property of people by force, by government of Lagos State, the people went to State House to protest, and guess what happened? They brought in the policemen and all the security agencies and were throwing tear gas at the people. That's how many in the one episode of news. Protest one, protest two, protest third against the people. And we say we are operating democracy in Nigeria. According to one musician in Nigeria, you know him, he said it's democracy, we practice not democracy. When in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, what is only there for the people is power, the right to protest. And now the same constitution will keep quiet when people are being killed or molested by their leaders when they protest. I say, we do not agree. Convince us to agree. The people that went to the Lagos State House Assembly to protest the destruction of Makoko and Shoki, tear gas were used. In one other platform, I said, the policemen, some of them that were using tear gas against people are living in those areas, still under the same squalor. Why are they using poor people against the poor people? Because there's no more middle class in Nigeria. If you are not living in Ikoyi and Banana Island and Aja and all those high class area, you are living in Shoki or in Makoko. Partly Mushi has turned out to is neither here or there in all those areas that used to demarcate the middle class, the poor. We used to have Ajegule. The same force that forced Ajegule out, they are supposed to Makoko out now. And when they say why, the tear gas were used to respond to them. Now, what do you say about that? Is it this leg that Mama will reach Umuahia and we say we are practicing democracy in a country like Nigeria? Ask yourself, why should the people be attacked when they protest? And they didn't go there with the AK-47, because if it was AK-47, they would shoot back. They went there with common placards. We no agree. Why didn't the government provide them an alternative settlement and assuage them and tell them, go home, send us your leaders, we will sit down and talk with them? This one is what will make the government look weak. Yes. So, kill them all. Send from use of their tax money, buy AK-47. Please, when they talk, shoot to them. And very soon you come back and ask for vote from these people. Of course, because Nigerian politicians don't need the vote of ordinary man to go back to positions. That's why we find this high level of impunity, you call it. And the way the highest of resentment and using power, show of power, to push the people back from saying, and I ask, can you beat a child and say you should not cry? That is the highest sense of insensitivity and wickedness. After all, if you have made up your mind to beat a child, whether in correction or whether out of wickedness, allow the child to cry, because mostly that child is double wahala for dead body. And that is not good. So, protest follow on the German market, because the people say we want to sit at home. The government say you will not sit at home, and they are still in that protest. And governor has come over time and said, if you don't sit open, I will even take more drastic measures. No dialogue. Anyway, we like that dialogue has taken up. But even in dialogue, governor is still spitting fire over the people. The second one is FCTA, and you know the story how It started by, hey, the minister is running or is not running or whatever, and the minister came back and said, if you do not report to work, you go to jail. Then you go to Lagos and all, am I going back on all this and this? These are just little things. These are picture of Nigeria for you. And here, news. I sit down to think and talk about it. Is it good? If it is good, is it the best? Can it be better? Is it the leg that Mama will take to reach home higher? Is this how we're going to achieve democracy? We are asking for a perfect one for Nigeria. Or is it our democracy that is different from what other democracy of the world are practicing? Gentlemen, you can't help me because I need your help. I am confused. Ultimately, that's the last I will take. There is the same crisis is still going on in River State. And even the man in FCT is also linked one way or the other with the crisis in River State. The recent development out of River State political crisis between Simfubara and the other side, the says Wike camp. By the way, I don't see it as crisis, it's just a little misunderstanding between Godson and Godfather and politics. They are taking it out of proportion. So we know over time when they will sit down and drink 40-year-old wine and champagne, and they will forget that some people are protesting for them. But we are afraid when we hear that the weak group in this protest say they want to use the Port Harcourt Stadium to do a rally. And the government said not, and the stadium is under construction. We are not refusing you. The stadium is under construction, and there's a threat against threat of what will happen if the stadium is not released at their beck and call to use it for what they want to do. And the broader question is, when our Honorable Nyesom Wike was governor of River State, did he use his power to refuse people use of stadium? Because at the point he was operating, he believed that the view was clearer. He could see what is benefiting River State and not. But as Fubara, at the point he is, even if he's, I made him governor, I helped to make him governor, whatever claims we have that is causing this play, does he still have power as governor of River State to use his discretion to know what to agree and what to refuse? If that is not true, I need an answer, because we think we have democracy in River State, democracy in Anambra State, democracy in River State, democracy in FCT. These are 4 areas that are making history in our news today. And until Mambuja Ije somebody will say, what is this one talking again? When the first child begin to walk, then the second one can run. Because Junior say from a young pronounce from madness there's an order. But in Nigerian democracy, I found out there's that kind of democratic madness or democratic madness in Nigeria. There's no order. It depends on who is calling the shot. From any point, if I'm in Anambra, I call the shot, close the market. If I'm in FCT, return to work or go to jail. If I'm in Lagos, and you protest that I will throw back on call the way shaking, I bomb them. And if I'm in River State, and then the governor, sitting governor said, I'm thinking about how to look at your, we are looking into your request to use your stadium for your rally. We'll bomb the stadium in. God. Nigeria is a complex state and nation. How can we survive under this? How can we comfortably try to move, cross a bridge, and say the bridge should break if it's not we that determine who should be passing that bridge? Before we pass that bridge, where were we? Somebody said before. Before there were people who started eating groundnut. What were they eating before? So if groundnut go, they will start eating what they were eating before. After all, they were not eating go to drops. They were not eating apple when there was no groundnut. So why should we at this time pass over and ask over to GA? That's not too good. I don't want to use strong words. I read the Igbo said, let the eagle perch, let the kite perch. But let anyone who said the other could not perch, let his wing scatter.